Chapter 1. In the universe, due to the fragmentation of the dimensional barrier, the universes are connected to each other, and each universe has a passage across the universe, and disputes between each other are everywhere. Among them, the neighboring Hokage, pirate detective several worlds have the most serious battles. Dragon Ball Ultra 7th Universe, Blue Star, inside the villa in Bulma's home. Bulma is sitting at the dining table with her sister, Tais, who she has not seen for a long time, in light yellow casual clothes. "You haven't been back in a long time, sister." Tais is Bulma's older sister, but is not interested in science, so she goes outside early and does not return for many years. Tais smiled, and a shallow smile rose at the corner of her mouth. "Yes, this time I came back, mainly to introduce you to someone." Rushing outside the door beckoned, a man wearing an orange-blue martial arts uniform came slowly. "Vegito, the child I picked up before, just as I was going to an alien planet to shoot. He can't cook either, and he's worried that he'll meet bad guys, so I want you to help me take care of him." Tais also did not see the outside, and directly stated her purpose. Deep in Bulma's eyes, a flash of surprise flashed. Although it was the first time she saw Vegito, she always had an illusion. The man in front of him, how to look at it, more and more similar to Goku, and also a little similar to Vegeta. "Your name is Vegito." Vegeta smiled and nodded, her deep eyes looking around. "He is not from this world, but has traveled to the world of Dragon Ball, fusing the body of the young Vegito. As long as he didn't expose his strength, he could gradually stimulate his potential, and it wasn't until he was 18 years old this year that he could comprehend the full power of this body. Since Vegito was originally a child, he happened to be picked up by Tais and brought back for adoption. Vegito has lived on an isolated island with Tais for more than 10 years, and in order to reach the full level, even Tais does not know his true strength." Bulma was about to ask if Vegito was a scion. After all, the name didn't sound like a blue starman. Since Vegeta only appeared once when dealing with Buu and Goku, and Vegeta never mentioned it to her, Bulma didn't know about the fit. At this moment, a golden light that ran through the entire universe, as if immortal, appeared in the sky above the Milky Way. Soon every universe was wrapped in golden light, brilliant brilliance, attracting everyone's attention. Heavenly Deo Gold List in the Hokage world, Konoha, who had just experienced Pain's invasion, also saw the vision of heaven. Shimura Danzo was kneeling on the futon, his face flashing with joy. "Could it be, God thinks this is my chance, the position of Hokage is mine." In the face of the invasion of foreign enemies, he did not let his subordinates attack, and with his indirect help, Tsunade was also seriously injured and unconscious. It must have been God's mercy that gave him the opportunity to come and take charge of the village. In the pirate world, in the palace of the Holy Land of Mary Joya, the Draco, who had nothing to do, was even more overjoyed. Not long ago, they wanted to take advantage of the infighting in the Hokage world to send a large army to capture them in one fell swoop, so as to double their territory. Unexpectedly, they encountered an ambush. And the combatants on their side suffered heavy casualties, and they were unable to invade the Hokage world in a short time. We will definitely succeed next time. Each universe has a passage to the other universes. The pirate universe connects the passage above the Great Root, and the Hokage universe is in the Land of Fire. The detective universe, the Kamen Rider universe, the Crimson Hitomi universe, the Demon High School universe, the Elven Saint Seiya universe, etc., all saw visions. In an instant, different forces in different universes secretly became stormy. No one knows where the gold list came from or why it suddenly appeared. Only no one questioned the authenticity of the gold list, and the eternal energy fluctuations made people choose to believe. At the moment when everyone was watching, the golden light that seemed to be the source of the universe turned into a line of big characters. Endless universe. The chosen ones come out one after another. Heavenly Deo Gold List, inventory of all things in the world, divided into Tianjiao List, Peerless List, Beauty List, Famous teacher list. Ranked in the gold list, you can get the blessing of Heavenly Dao. This round of the list is the Tianjiao list, which inventories the potential talents of young people under the age of 23 in each universe, and the upper limit of different potentials in different universes is different, not only based on the combat power of adulthood. When the gold list is announced, everyone in the 10,000 worlds can type their own ideas, like a chat screen that connects the 10,000 worlds. As soon as it is shot, it is king fried. No matter how strong a country is, it will inevitably weaken one day. But if there is a new generation of geniuses, they can extend the life of the country for decades, even hundreds of years. Countries that use science and technology as the main means of warfare still don't care much. Similar to the 5 great ninja villages and Draco, their hearts are very hot. Especially the Dragon Ball universe, the King of Blue Star, has a deep understanding of this. The former Great Demon King vainly tried to rule the world, and his own troops could not help him at all. At that time, a teenager was born and defeated the Demon King, who brought a huge shadow to the people. It's not that he didn't send someone to look for the boy, but unfortunately it was all to no avail. Over the years, if it weren't for the hot fight between Naruto and the pirate world, and there was no time to free up his hand to attack him, his country would have been annexed long ago, and his soldiers were no match for ninjas and navies. What he didn't know was that Wukong and his several Z warriors were all living in seclusion, plus the cosmic passage was accessible to the high level of the country, and they didn't know that there was a cosmic passage at all. In order to protect himself, the king did not send someone to invite the god of martial arts under Megatron, hoping to serve as the protector of his side. However, the turtle immortals are old, money does not enter their ears, and fine wine does not stain their bodies. The king had to give up. He did not choose beauty temptation. Could it be that the famous turtle immortal would be a womanizer? How could the god of martial arts be such a vulgar person? Even Bulma, who didn't care about the battle, was attracted to the attention and said thoughtfully, "Gohan. Probably on the list." If the older generation were Goku Vegeta, in terms of the younger generation, she knew that no one was more talented than Gohan. Don't be discouraged, even if you're not good at fighting, it's nothing. Tais didn't care much about this, and when she saw Vegeta's slightly strange eyes, she thought she had been hit. What man would not desire great power that? Vegeta smiled nonchalantly. Anyway, he didn't plan to keep hiding from Tais, and his strength also reached its peak, just when the gold list came, and the exposure was exposed. It is said that he has also read the novels of the gold list in his previous life, and the disc point will take a long time, and he will not be the same. If you have that time, it's better to go to another universe. I just don't know if this list will include other Dragon Ball universes, such as GT Space-Time, and the Desperate Dragon Ball main universe. No matter what changes occur in the universe, there are always talented young men with great fighting talents, under the undercurrent of turbidity and danger, to protect themselves and their families. Fifth on the Tianjiao list, Monkey D. Luffy. Monkey D. Luffy, I am the man who wants to become One Piece. The golden list above the sky, the golden light flowed, and finally condensed into a moving image. Luffy was born in a small village in the East China Sea, where his father was the leader of the rebel army who wanted to overthrow the tyranny of the Draco. Grandpa is a legendary naval soldier. In order to make him an excellent navy, Grandpa specially trains him from time to time. For example, throwing a 4 or 5-year-old man to a beast, hanging it in a balloon and releasing it into the air, and throwing him into the abyss of thousands of meters are all basic operations. And soon after, he met the man who changed his life, the pirate emperor of the New World, with the strongest overlord-colored red hair. In order to become the freest man on the sea, Luffy went out to sea, went through many tribulations, and found his partner. With the goal of becoming One Piece, he constantly sails the seas. Chapter 2. Vegeta, who has seen the plot, is okay, and the others just have different mentalities. Is it serious to throw into the 1,000-meter abyss? I suspect that he is not a biological grandson, and 9 times out of 10 he is raised. I just saw that his partner has a road idiot with a green bath head. Shouldn't the focus be on the 2 beautiful girls on the ship? Luffy really wants strength, and he wants to have strength in appearance. Eating the rubber fruit represents the embodiment of freedom, the power of the sun god. 5th on the Tianjiao list, reward the blessing of the heavenly Dao. A great force so great that it annihilated the world gushed out and condensed in the new world. Heavenly Dao reward, activate the power of the sun god in the body, and the potential is completely liberated. Luffy, who was still struggling with how to rescue Ace, emitted a terrifying heat in his body. In an instant, he was holding his female emperor deadly, and Boya Hankook was forced to retreat one after another. Luffy suddenly had a reborn change, and the strength of his body seemed to be inexhaustible. Some people are happy and some are worried, and the 5 old stars of the Draco of the pirate world have ugly faces. Send a large number of his men and order Luffy to be killed no matter what. In this way, with the blessing of Heaven's Dao, if they want to capture Luffy, it will be even more difficult, and they can no longer give him a chance to grow. The 5 great ninja villages of the Hokage all gloated. Anyway, Luffy is a pirate, no matter how powerful he is the enemy of the Draco, which just weakens their combat power. 4th on the Tianjiao list, Tokiwa Shogo. Tokiwa Shogo, I will be a king, but a demon king. Among the ruins of the city, a dark golden figure stands tall in the world. He was born a king, his parents died, and he lived with his uncle. Grow stronger little by little until you defeat all the Kamen Riders and become the only king who protects the world. Annihilating the entire city with a single move, the boundless mighty power made everyone who was watching stunned. Even if you bear the name, you must protect everyone and save the world in the name of the Demon King. Everyone in the world can see clearly, Tokiwa Zwango is only a teenager, although he is not very powerful now, but the future is limitless. The Draco people of the pirate world all thought of the same thing. Isn't this a replica of One Piece Roger, and this kind of person must not be allowed to grow? Once he appears in our universe, it is better to kill the wrong than let go. The former Roger almost indirectly overthrew the world government and pulled them down from the high altar. How this Zhuangwu sees it, it is not an object that can be wooed. CP0, who was summoned, was also thinking about the world of knights. Judging from the picture of the golden list just now, there are countless enemies in the life of the Demon Time King, and there is no lack of powerful monsters, and it seems that the universe is also very dangerous. It is not worth their aggression, and even if the world is attacked, it will do more harm than good. Hokage World. The shadows of the 5 great ninja villages were gathering together, and there was also a mixed look between their eyebrows. Iai Luo, the head of Sand Ninja Village, touched his chin and expressed his opinion. Although he is a demon king, he is a good person. The water shadow of the Mist Ninja Village shines beautifully, holding a pair of big principles, and his eyes are shining brightly. It looks like a very handsome guy. I don't know if I have a girlfriend. As a beautiful woman who has not yet married when she is of marriage age, her concerns are completely different from others. The oldest of the several people, tying, but he chuckled in his heart. When the demon is sealed, the king is born as a king, and he can master the power of time. The proper son of the chosen can only rank 4th. What kind of evil are the top 3? I don't know my own world, if anyone can make the list. Several people's attitude towards Tokiwa Shogo is surprisingly consistent, that is, if you can be wooed, you can be wooed, and if you can't, you will make good friends. If they can have such a helper, it will be a surprise killer when they fight against the world government of the pirate world in the future. The detective universe still intends to recruit, they have no strong people in addition to scientific and technological means. So I can't wait to find a strong person for my side, and other universes have the same view. To say that the most calm is probably Bulma, unlike the Fiery King, there is her best friend Gaku and her husband Vegito. She has nothing to worry about, let alone that she doesn't know that there is a cosmic passage. Vegit dragged his chin, and his mind remembered the more impressive images of his past life. The Demon Time King is indeed good, whether it is combat power or talent, he is the true child of destiny of the Night Universe. No matter how it develops, it will eventually become the strongest king. Tais also thought that he was envious of the amazing talent and strength of others, so he could persuade and comfort. Vegit smiled indifferently at this, such a little combat effectiveness was stretched thin for him. Born to be a king, the king of the most benevolent, the highest and the strongest, the king of the time of the devil. Fourth in the Tianjiao list, reward the blessing of the heavenly Dao. Activate the power of the demon and master the power of time in nothingness king. Chang Huang, who was still fighting with the monster, was constantly deflated, rolling on the ground to avoid the slash. Suddenly, crimson flames flashed under his feet, and the energy spread in all directions like a fountain. In the surprised gaze of negative gates, it changed into its final form. Monster people are stupid, and it is known that the king of time and the king of demon time are not the same knight. Say good battle, temporary opening and hanging is not unaffordable. Originally, the monster still had the upper hand, and Zhuang Wu, who turned into a demon, ended the battle with a slap. People are wondering who will be next on the list. The golden curtain in the sky changed again, and the roof of an ordinary tall building appeared on the golden list, and two teenagers with short yellow hair and broken black hair were facing off. Kakashi of the Hokage world almost choked without taking a breath. Naruto, Sasuke. He was still wondering a second ago if Naruto and Sasuke could be on the list, but he didn't expect to really be on the list. Chapter 3. The third in the Tianjiao list, the son of heavenly destiny, the nine-tailed human pillar for Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha orphan Uchiha Sasuke. Naruto Uzumaki, I am the man who wants to become Hokage. The golden list above the sky, the golden light flowed, and finally condensed into an image. In order to protect his village, both his father and mother died at the hands of the tailed beast. As the son of heroes, Naruto was not treated favorably, but was regarded as a monster by the entire village. With no friends or relatives, he often has to live by eating expired instant noodles. Later, he met Iruka, the first teacher who did not dislike him, and practiced with Kakashi, and finally worshipped Jiraiya, one of the three shinobi. The footage played quickly, and finally came to the game against Pain. Single-handedly save the village and unleash ninjutsu capable of destroying the mountain. Many people were stunned to see that such a battle scene was just the handiwork of a young man. It is not the Hokage who is recognized by everyone that can be recognized by everyone, but the person who is recognized by everyone can become the Hokage. Naruto Hikari is a little younger than Tokiwa Shogo in terms of appearance. The most important thing is that at a young age, Naruto has such combat power, and there are people who are on par with him. My purpose can only be achieved in the dark, Sasuke Uchiha. The Uchiha clan, as the head of the 5 ninja villages, the Konoha clan, has always been ostracized by others. Especially in Shimura Danzo, who inherited the will of the second generation of Hokage, it is even more targeted openly and covertly. Forcing them to rebel, Sasuke's brother sees the end. Fight against a village with the strength of one family, and the final result will be undoubtedly defeated. In the end, he chose to kill the people of the Guang tribe with his own hands, only hoping that the village would spare his younger brother. Sasuke, who did not know the truth, only thought that his brother killed his parents and planted the seeds of hatred in his heart. Just a whim from me is enough to kill you. Pursuing great power, he betrays the village and seeks a power that can defeat Itachi. The third place in the Tianjiao list, reward the blessing of the heavenly Dao. Activate the power of Indra Azura reincarnated in the body and master the power of Yin and Yang. Naruto in Konoha, and Sasuke, who was looking into the distance from the cliff, involuntarily looked in each other's direction. Is this the power comparable to the 6 Dao immortals? I know that only you are qualified, my only opponent, Naruto. Sasuke, I must bring you back, there is something to say, do what you say, this is my ninja. Sakura was desperate, she had managed to catch up with them with difficulty, and she was pulled apart so quickly. She even had a kind of difference between whether their masters were the same 3 ninjas. This is my good grandson. Tsunade, my beloved apprentice. Big Snake Pill, this is my dad. The village chiefs of the 5 villages are also the 5 shadows, and they are all stunned. As shadows, they have all read some ancient books and know that the 6 immortals who pioneered ninjutsu have 2 sons called Asura Indra. Naruto's body, there is that legendary power, could it be that? He is the most important thing is Sasuke, now he is our enemy, we can't let him grow. It seems that the pattern of the ninja world is about to change. The 5 shadows had different demeanors, and no one said anything about Shimura Danzo's dirty things. To put it bluntly, a few of them in high positions have not done shady things, but they are not mean to this point. Only Sand Cage Iai Luo is happy, Sand Shinobu Village and Konoha are semi-alliances. Coupled with the fact that he and Naruto are friends, he believes that Naruto will not use his power indiscriminately and attack other villages at will. The 2 shadows of Yunin Village and Yanin Village looked at each other, and secretly said something bad in their hearts. The 2 people on the list are both from Konoha, and it is difficult for the Konoha family to be the only one in the future, and how will they pass it on? Since they didn't know how useful the rewards of the heavenly list were, they didn't dare to really do it until they figured out Naruto's strength. What's more, attacking Naruto is equivalent to declaring war on Konoha, and you must also act carefully. This time it was the turn of the Draco of the pirate world to gloat, the detectives' universe was not much of a threat to them, and technology alone could not pose much threat to the navy. Now the Hokage world has an additional civil strife, Sasuke, indirectly helping himself and others. Find, no matter what the cost, we must draw him into our camp. Since he has no sense of belonging to Konoha, it is always a good thing, money and beauty rights, what he wants to give. The meaning of Sasuke and Naruto is completely different. Naruto is a native of Konoha, has a strong sense of belonging, and naturally will not betray the village. Sasuke is a rebel, ownerless wild genius who does not want to give up a rare opportunity. The police of the detective universe are even closer to madness. Send someone to the Hokage universe, as long as he is willing to come, what kind of monster thief kid is not in his pocket? The One Punch universe should be calm, they and the Hokage universe are still separated by a pirate universe, so they don't have much confidence in wooing. It's best if you can win over, if you can't win over, forget it, look at the gold list to describe his temper is not very good, try not to provoke him. The man in the Saint Seiya universe wearing the Sagittarius holy robe has a wistful smile on his lips. What a wonderful young man! Dragon Ball universe Vegito was still gobbling up, and there was nothing else in his eyes except food, and he didn't look at the gold list in the air. He was curious about one thing, that is, the normal plot Sasuke is a single reincarnation eye, so is he a double reincarnation eye now? Bulma was more concerned about Sasuke's appearance, and should not say anything. You can say to laugh at any aspect of Sasuke, after all, it is normal to be beaten with the script of the male second and pretending to be forced by the male protagonist. But no one ever mocked his appearance, it was really a fight, and Bulma was amazed. Gohan, haven't you made the list yet? Soon, it is estimated that the next person on the list will be Gohan. Vegeta subconsciously responded. Bulma looked suspicious, always feeling that something was wrong. How do you know? Because the first is me. Vegeta smiled pleasantly, how could he not know that Gohan's strength could not be stronger than himself? Bulma and Tais didn't take it seriously. Only as he was joking. The next second, the golden light curtain shone brightly, and a boy with glasses in a white suit was sitting on a chair reading a book. The second in the Tianjiao list, Son Gohan, son of the Saiyan Kakarote. My name is Son Gohan, and my dream is to become a scholar. Son Gohan's people who know about the list are okay, I don't know, they all think that the gold list is wrong. What is the situation? How can scholars still be on the list? Seriously, how can I see that this guy is also a nerd? Jinlin is a thing in the pool, and when it encounters the storm, it turns into a dragon. The golden curtain soon reveals Gohan's life. In the heart of his mother Kiki, young Gohan dreams of becoming a good scholar. At the age of 4, in an untrained state, he saw his father injured and burst into his body for the first time. Subsequently, he practiced with Vic for a year, and his combat power jumped to the top 5 of Blue Star. After defeating Frieza, he went to the Spirit Time House with his father to practice for a year, beat children in the daylight, was idle, and successfully broke through the Super Saiyan and became Super Saiyan 2. After saving his hometown, he studied for 7 years, during which he gave up his status as a martial artist and abandoned his martial arts. Encounter the universe-destroying Majin Buu, and then stimulate the potential in the body under the potential development of the Old World King. The screen switches to Gohan vs Dabu, dressed in a Kame Senryu martial arts suit, with the touch of bangs falling on his forehead. With lightning speed, he can easily play Big Buu, and with a single blow, he can turn a square circle into dust for several miles, and hang his opponent in all directions. The strongest single body in the Z period, Mystic Gohan. Gohan, who is still reading, looks at his past on the gold list, and can no longer study at ease. I almost forgot the feeling of fighting. There was no way to earn money to support his family, he had to work hard, so Wudeo had to give up. It's not that he really doesn't like fighting, fighting is a man's nature, not to mention that he is a fighting nation scion. The main thing is that with his father there, he can protect everyone, plus his mother's expectations, and the combination of various reasons will lead to his ending. Chapter 4. Bulma was excited, and couldn't help herself when she saw Gohan on the list. Even if Gohan is not her son, she has watched her grow up. Look, it's Gohan, it's Gohan. Ties was shaken so big that her head was big, and her mouth repeatedly agreed. I see it, and I'm not blind. Sure enough, he's second. Vegito wiped the corners of his mouth and muttered to himself. If Sun Wukong is the protagonist, then Sun Wuhan is open. After following Vic for a year, the Spirit Time House for 1 year, directly developing potential, and adding up to a few years of cultivation time. In this way, it became the first single body, what is called talent, this is called talent. Compared to Luffy Naruto, Gohan's meaning on the list is fundamentally different. The Tianjiao list is of the younger generation, even if it is amazing, it is still too young after all. The strength has not yet grown to the peak, and the battle picture shown is still too immature, and there is no way to shock the real strong. Gohan is very different from them, and the mysterious Gohan has the power to destroy galaxies. Even if the scope of destruction is compressed, from the picture of the gold list, it still looks like it has the destructive power of a humanoid atomic bomb, coupled with the unparalleled speed. To put it bluntly, any force that gets him can invade other universes at will. Hokage World, the gathering place of the 5 shadows. None of them spoke, they were all thinking about how to meet Son Gohan. How long will they be able to hold out in the case of hostility between the two sides? The answer was that at most, it would be a few hours of resistance, and there would be no way to resist him. Several people immediately made a decision, and the same thought arose in their hearts. Even if you can't let Son Gohan help him, you must not let him join the Draco. Otherwise, if the world government invades the 5 major ninja villages again, they will have no chance of victory. The Draco of the pirate world sent hundreds of spies in one go. To see people when you live, to see corpses when you die, you must meet with Son Gohan. They have ruled the pirate world for hundreds of years, and the Draco are arrogant. Even if it was Son Gohan, it was not worth their personal invitation, but he just gave a promise. If Son Gohan is willing to come, then he can marry the female Draco to him and make him a foreign surname Draco in the pirate world. The high level of the detective universe also quickly discussed the countermeasure. Wooing, wooing at all costs. The gentle and peaceful young man in front of him has the strength of one person against one country. If you can help yourself, any 5 great ninja village world government hero association, don't have to be too afraid. They were even willing to send people to build a small island as a place for Son Gohan to live. In the One Punch universe, a bald man with a shiny head is half squinting in a room without air conditioning. Boring, can someone finally make me fight seriously? He has been invincible for too long, and it seems that even an opponent worthy of his serious punch has not appeared for a long time. In the 7th universe, a young man wearing an eye patch, after seeing the Scion, the anger in his eyes was skyrocketing, and his whole body trembled violently. Scions, and Scions are alive. The fact that the accidental exposure and Scion made the hateful teenager rekindle the resentment again. Even if it is death, kill all the Scions. Of course, wooing or hostility, that is a high-level matter. For ordinary people watching the play, they do not care about the future of Son Gohan. Is it my delusion? How do I feel that Son Gohan seems to be a little wave? In the picture of the gold list, for the first time, it seems to have wasted his father to death. When weak scholar, Son Gohan. Do you understand what it is? What is knowledge that changes destiny? Shouldn't it be talent that deserves attention? He doesn't seem to have cultivated for a few years in total. Vitalize ordinary blue star can withstand the impact of Super Saiyan, so strong. Second in the Tianjiao list, reward the blessing of the heavenly Dao. Stimulate the mysterious power in the body and further develop your potential. When everyone watched, Gohan in the Golden Curtain had already flown into a valley somewhere wilder. I haven't practiced for too long, in case I don't control my chi well, it's not good to hurt the students in the school. A thick waterfall like 9 heavens galaxy drooped and merged into his body. The next moment, the mysterious pure white aura skyrocketed, and the white chi wave expanded rapidly. People couldn't see what was happening, and when the dust settled, only Gohan, who was tall and resolute in the field, flew in the air. The surrounding body turned into nothingness for tens of miles, and just a little breath leaked when he increased his strength, and all existence was destroyed. Gohan had never felt so refreshed, and from today onwards he would no longer be bound by anyone. Gohan's students didn't know his strength before, but when they learned that the teacher was a peerless master, they were excited one by one, and they couldn't wait to go to him to ask for an autograph. The gold list above the sky changed again, suddenly showing the back of a man who was eating and drinking. Number 1 in the Tianjiao list, the invincible warrior Vegito. Vegito, what's wrong? God's power is so small. A completely different slogan from the previous ones, a straightforward explanation. Bulma is still wondering who has the ability to crush Gohan, but she sees her own home in the picture. Isn't this her own house? She can even see her sister's legs in the picture. Looking at the man's back, isn't that costume Vegito? It's hard to go wrong. Ties was also blinded. What is the situation? This Vegito can't fight. Personally told himself, how can the first place in the Tianjiao list be him? What kind of vision did you have? Didn't I say I was number 1? Vegito took a sip of his drink and smoothed his throat. With a smile between his eyebrows, he looked at the two with a smile. You said you're not good at fighting. Wasn't it that I was still young, and I wanted to be stronger? So wait until the world is invincible, then tell me. Don't say that not only is it the first place for young people, the peerless list and the god list, you won't also have a share. Forget it, maybe I'm thinking too much, you're still so young, it's impossible to defeat Vegeta, let alone God. In the face of Tai's repeated questioning, Vegito had a little headache. This is really unbearable. He has lived together for more than 10 years, and he has long regarded her as his own family. The unique way of appearance made many people look at the gold list attentively. The second son Gohan is still fighting the heavens and the battlefield, What does the first rank look like? Most people are not optimistic about Vegito. Just looking at the back, his eating posture is too casual, and there is no strong momentum to speak of. Until the moment he turned his head, the people of the 10,000 worlds were silent. For the first time, they saw the man who had invincibility written on his face, a man with an invincible face. The essence light in his eyes flowed, and his body exuded a sense of domination from the inside out, which was the loneliness of not finding an opponent. His eyes are like cosmic stars twinkling in them, saying that he is a person. It is better to say that he is a whole universe. The picture of the golden list waved, the scene turned into a river of stars, and the sun's brilliance scattered the universe. On an isolated island in Blue Star, Tais and Vegito live quietly. There are no earth-shattering battle scenes, just eating, exercising and sleeping day after day. Time flies by, and in the blink of an eye it is more than 10 years. During the period, no major events were encountered, which also made the audience very dissatisfied. Just when they thought it was about to end, a meteor fell into Bulma's house and broke into the picture of the gold list. Chapter 5. Beerus and Weiss, who were far away on the planet of the god of destruction, came. In addition to getting food, Beerus, after seeing the heavenly list, also wanted to try Vegito's level. He has been invincible for too long and desperately needs an opponent. The purple hairless cat appeared, without a word of superfluous nonsense, turned into a light and shadow, and instantly appeared behind Vegito. The right hand volleyed down, and Vegito did not return the head to punch. The two clashed their fists, and Beerus took 3 steps back, not waiting for him to react. Vegito's figure had disappeared and slammed into Beerus. Under the huge force, both of them came to the courtyard. Beerus smiled wickedly, raised a finger, and purple energy gathered. Destruction! Vegito was unhurried, flicked his left hand, and threw out a purple ball of light. The two energies collided together in an instant, stirring up the aura of destroying the heavens and the earth. The purple halo flickered continuously, and soon 2 huge spheres were formed. The sky was full of sand, the clouds above 10,000 meters were shaken apart, and the earth was trembling. It was as if it was going to be destroyed if it could not withstand this pressure. Beerus went up. Where did he care about the life or death of Blue Star? When he saw the silver-white chi wave churning on Vegito's body, he couldn't help but think of something. You are... Vegito's brows frowned, his expression became sharp. He couldn't let Blue Star be destroyed. Just as he was thinking of leading Beerus into the air, Weiss, who had been silent, spoke. Lord Beerus, Lord Chuanwang ordered you to go to the palace. Something happened in Universe 0. Hearing this name, Beerus was so frightened that his whole body was excited, and he immediately put away the destructive energy. Good boy, you haven't given your full strength yet. Aren't you the same? Vegito retracted his strength, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Others are afraid of Beerus, but he is not afraid. For more than 10 years, every cell of his body is eager to fight. Beerus did not expect that a mortal would have the courage to talk to himself like this, and said angrily. Very good, when I come back from the king, I will have a good fight with you. After saying that, without waiting for him to answer, he and Weiss flew away from Blue Star at faster than the speed of light. The king's order must not be delayed, otherwise he will be killed at any time. After more than 10 seconds of confrontation, the heavens and the earth changed color. Although the time is short, it makes people who watch the gold list can't help but have a new perspective on him. The first place in the Tianjiao list, reward the blessing of the heavenly Dao. Rewarding the universe origin vitality can offset part of the abilities of some of the universe lords. Note, the strength of those who exceed the limit of the strength of this universe will be compressed by 1,000th after arriving in other universes. 2. Put it simply, with the destructive power of the Dragon Ball character to the universe of the Hokage pirate, it must exceed the limit combat power of the opponent's universe, so it will be suppressed by the will of the universe. On the contrary, universes with little difference overall, such as the Hokage pirate Conan universe, will not be suppressed when entering each other's worlds. Vegito, who was not very concerned about the gold list reward at the beginning, instantly came to the spirit. Today, he has all the strength of Vegito, and he believes that his strength has reached the level of invincibility in the world. As for the suppression of strength, it is normal to say. Dragon Ball exploded stars per person, went to the Hokage pirates or something. If you don't suppress it, you won't have to play at all. But this basically has no effect on him, and a 1/10,000th strength explosion star is also a basic operation. Nothing could arouse his interest, but only the king made him very jealous. The 12 universes of Dragon Ball Super were created by all kings, and all kings are the supreme creators. No matter how strong you are, as long as you are a creature of this universe, there is no way to resist his ability to erase. No one wants to put his life in the hands of a child, and the origin of the universe just solves his urgent needs. I just don't know how useful this so-called offset part is. His lower body has an unprecedented sense of lightness, not that his strength has improved. It was more like some kind of natural suppression of himself had weakened, making him feel refreshed. After thinking about it, he didn't bother to think about it. Maybe the list behind it would also be a gift from the origin of the universe. If nothing else is clear, the peerless list itself must be the first in the list. Maybe with 2 copies of the cosmic origin, they will be able to completely immunity to the cleansing of the whole king. In addition to counteracting the king's ability to erase, his other dream is to find a tough opponent who can make him go all out and be evenly matched. It's a pity it's a little too hard. Tais and Bulma both looked dumbfounded, and the two did not come to their senses for a long time. Beerus's figure disappeared into the sky in an instant, and Bulma ran over in shock. You actually made a move on Beerus. In her heart, the god of destruction is basically the representative of invincibility. Even Goku and Vegeta were not his opponents, but he didn't expect Vegeta to have the courage to resist. Tais didn't understand what the god of destruction represented, and she didn't care about that. It's okay, Vegeta. Dragged Vegeta's body to examine, afraid that he would suffer some kind of dark injury. When she first picked up Vegeta, he was a baby, and over the years Tais was nominally a sister, but in fact she also acted as a mother. It's just that she thinks it's too old to call her mother and insists that Vegeta call her sister. Vegeta didn't resist either, and let her go around. It's okay, isn't that good? The end of this heavenly list. The next list announcement time is tomorrow. As soon as the subtitle appeared, the golden light quickly dissipated, and the grainy golden light merged into the void. And for the existence of Vegeta, Draco, the 5 cages, or other high-level universes all have the same idea. This person must not be allowed into their time and space. It is good that one person is strong. It can help them conquer other universes, but not if they are too strong. The strong ones who can trigger the changes in heaven and earth are not something they can control. The first 4 are still human, and Vegeta is a complete monster. Just imagine which king would put a time bomb around. As long as one is unhappy, they can take their lives at any time. Life and death are between each other's thoughts, and they can't sleep well. Plus being suppressed, even if it is pulled over, what can 1 in 10,000 of the strength do? Therefore, they all chose the method of not being guilty, and at this time, they did not know that Son Gohan would also be suppressed. I also thought that Gohan was not a strong person who exceeded the upper limit of his universe's strength, and hoped to make him work for himself. Civilians don't have to worry so much. The streets and alleys of different universes are playing out the same picture. Groups of people gathered to discuss the gold list. I haven't done cultivation, so I became the number 1 in the gold list. I'm rotten, and I can't catch up with that monster anyway. The one who has the ability is called rotten, just the 2 strokes that your person ignores the dog. It is rotten if it is not posed, okay. 30 years in Hedong, 30 years in Hexi. Do not bully the young and poor. Well, don't bully the young and poor, don't bully the middle-aged poor, don't bully the old and poor. Hey, young people are impetuous, and they can't make a big deal after all. So what do you think? What do I think, of course, is to wait for the beauty list, to show the true colors of men. Chapter 6. In the home of Bulma in the Dragon Ball universe, as soon as Beerus left, several figures flew in. It was Tenunks, who saw Beerus and Vegito's fight from the gold list, that he rushed back without worry, and Gokutan came back with him. After Gohan adapted to the newborn power, he was the first to arrive at the furthest distance. Bulma explained the general experience and explained the situation to them. Let them not worry, Beerus is gone. However, besides our universe, is there a Universe 0? The current timeline is when Dragon Ball Super has just begun, and they don't know that Dragon Ball has a total of 12 universes. When it comes to Dragon Ball's Universe 0, Vegito is also a little confused. GT Universe knew that Universe 0 was a little familiar to him, and he couldn't remember where he had seen it in his previous life. Gohan shook his head and smiled wryly, replying self-deprecatingly. I thought we were the only universe. In fact, it is a cognitive problem, and before meeting Beerus, Gohan once thought that they were the strongest in the universe. Looking back now, not to mention Beerus the Angel Weiss, but to say that Vegeta is much stronger than him. It is even more impossible to know that the power of God can be used on science. Vegeta had a bad premonition, and a wave of ominous signs rose in his heart. Although he didn't know what kind of enemy would emerge, he was sure that the problem was not with him. No matter what kind of strong enemy, he will not lose. This is the confidence in one's own strength, and it is also the mentality necessary for a truly strong person. When her gaze schemed towards ties on the side, the signs in her heart became more and more obvious. Could it be that her interstellar trip would be dangerous? Sister, if I'm not mistaken, you're going to the Muta Galaxy, right? Well, it's going to take almost a year. Ties nodded, wondering how he could ask this. Vegito was already considering whether to follow her out. Ties is not the first time to travel to the stars, and he was not very worried before, but this time the situation has changed a little. Without waiting for him to speak, Bulma persuaded first. Forget it, sister, you still don't go out, it's not very peaceful recently, it's a gold list and a space pirate. Tai's red lips opened slightly, and she remembered the gold list again, and cancelled the travel plan. It's also said that now that I know that Vegito is so powerful, I'm going to change the location to shoot. As an avid writer, traveling to various places is commonplace. Due to her lack of strength, she can only go to less dangerous areas, and planets with barbaric races and ferocious beasts do not have the courage to go. Now is different, from Bulma's mouth to know how strong Beerus is. Vegito did not fall into the downwind, she was not afraid of danger, and wanted to replan and explore more dangerous and exciting planets. Tenunks and Goten, the two imps, looked at Vegito from time to time. His big eyes were full of doubt, and his expression was eager to compete with him. Gohan's face changed drastically, and he turned his head to look north. What, this breath is? There were extremely powerful fluctuations coming out of the sky, and there were even faint signs of shrouding the blue star. Vegito rubbed his shoulders and said nonchalantly. Frisia, this breath is his. Although I haven't seen him, at this time. He is the only one with a bunch of subordinates. Ah, Frisia, it's that bastard here, Goku and Vegeta aren't there, what should I do? Bulma was the most flustered of the several, and she was a bystander in the Battle of Nameseeing, which left a lot of shadows in her heart. Anxiously walking back and forth, thinking about strategies to deal with. Gohan patted her shoulder, reassuring her not to worry too much. It's okay, Aunt Bulma, I'll find a way to deal with him. Even with Gohan there, Bulma still can't be at ease. After all, Frisia is in the same era as Goku. She couldn't see Gohan's combat power, for fear that Gohan would not be an opponent. Ties poked Vegito secretly and asked in a low voice. What do you think? The gold list praised Vegito to the sky, and it was not as famous as Frisia's fierce name. When she used to travel in space, she had heard others say that Frisia destroyed useless planets at will and was a brutal emperor. I'll stand and watch. Vegito still looked like he was grinning, and he didn't put a Frisia in his eyes. Tais is angry and funny, but this matter is about everyone's life and death. It's not a positive shape at all. If Son Gohan is uneven, I will personally take action. After hearing Vegito's voice, Bulma calmed down a little and felt a lot relieved. Even if one person can't win, two people can always beat Frisia together. It's good that Vegito and Beerus have passed two hands, it should be fine. In her opinion, Beerus must have mercy under her hand, otherwise Vegito would not be alive, and even this would prove that Vegito's strength was strong. In my heart, I didn't think that Vegito could really compete with Beerus. Frisia's breath drew closer, and the spacecraft passed through the atmosphere of Blue Star. Without further ado, several people quickly flew to the landing site of the spacecraft, and surprisingly, Klingbeak arrived first. "Oh, Gohan, you're here." Klin greeted several people. He also sensed Frisia's breath and hurried over to support. Vic was still as cold as ever, his white cloak fluttering in the wind, standing proudly ahead. "Isn't this Vegito, the number one in the gold list? I really know Bulma. When I looked at it just now, I guessed it was in Bulma's villa. In reality, he really looks like a very strong guy." Vegito glanced at Klin twice. After all, he is the most successful man in Dragon Ball, the strongest brother, the most beautiful wife, and the kind that never gets tired. Without giving a few people more time to chat, the Universe Evil Emperor, the owner of the largest real estate company, appeared in a flying chair. The overwhelming trash fish behind him followed, looking condescendingly at the few people below, and pointed at Klin with his hand. "It's you, I remember you, you're a friend of that guy from the Monkey King." In addition to Monkey King Vegeta, Frisia's deepest impression is Klin. After all, he killed him with his own hands. It is precisely by killing Klin that Sun Wukong will become a Super Saiyan and let himself, the Emperor of the Universe, die. Chapter 7. Klin subconsciously took 2 steps back, swallowed his saliva, and his heart beat violently. Abominable. Klin was terrified in the face of someone who had killed him once. It had nothing to do with strength, and at that time Frisia gave him a sense of oppression and suffocation that he would never forget. When both sides were tense, Vegito looked at each other from a distance, gesturing at a glance, with a really such expression. "It's really not high, no wonder. No wonder Frisia wants to grow 5 centimeters tall, he is not as tall as Vegeta, it is a little frustrated." "Gohan, are you sure? There should be no problem, Uncle Bike." Frisia's resurrection and return to a huge increase in strength, Vic considers himself no match and can only ask Gohan what he thinks. And Gohan, who has recovered all his strength and gone further, is not afraid of Frisia, thinking that he will not lose a one-on-one confrontation. Frisia laughed strangely and ticked his fingers in contempt. "You are the child of Sun Wukong, I remember you, you have also grown up. When waiting for Sun Wukong, it is not bad to kill you first." Frisia didn't dare to hold it up, the purple aura wrapped around his body, and the flying chair under him shattered, changing from the first form to a complete body. Disappeared from everyone's sight, so fast that people couldn't see his location at all. Both of them flashed wildly, and everyone present could only hear a sonic boom except for Vegito. There is also the sound of fists and feet colliding, and dozens of moves are exchanged in the blink of an eye. At this time, the Frisia Legion, and Klin had nothing to do. The two fought too fiercely, and if they made a rash move, they would be affected by the aftermath, and if they couldn't help, they would have to be bombarded into slag. Frisia spotted Gohan's gap, and his tail wrapped around his neck behind him. Punching him several times in the abdomen, Gohan endured the discomfort and clutched his tail with both hands. Opening his mouth is a forceful bite, and the sore Frisia has to let go, and Gohan immediately ejects him with a face-attached gas bomb. Frieza never expected that a single Son Gohan would be on a par with him. Originally, this trick was reserved for Sun Wukong, so let you see it first. Frieza roared, and the dark golden red flames swept around him, and the fiery energy shattered the standing position. The silvery white complexion around his body also turned golden, and the aura of the whole person was greatly improved. Vic, who was watching the battle, turned green with fright, and Klin's hair fell out in shock. It's so terrifying, that guy from Frieza is much stronger than before. Do you want to find a way to bring Goku back? Klin meant to ask why Vegito hadn't helped. But the first time the two sides met, he was embarrassed to speak directly. It seems that the local luxury gold does seem to be a lot more expensive, and selling it according to the gold is worth a lot of money. And Vegito's focus is clearly not in the same angle as theirs. Even hundreds of meters apart, Frieza's explosive storm still blew Bulma and Tai's hair fluttering. If Vegito hadn't released a little breath to protect the two, it is estimated that he would have been blown away. Tai's whole body was trembling, even though she had heard Bulma say before how fierce Goku's battle was. I have already prepared in my heart. And being there is a completely different feeling. There is a feeling that you are as small as an ant, and you may die if you are not careful. Which of the two of them is a little more powerful? Are you sure to beat them? Tai's was afraid, but she didn't think about escaping. Anyway, if they can't win Frieza, they will die wherever they run to Blue Star. Vegito raised his index finger and thumb and gestured in emotion. Gohan is slightly stronger than Frieza, and as for me, a little stronger than them. Manga Dragon Ball Super and anime, combat power is very different. The so-called combat power collapse is also anime, and the combat effectiveness of the manga is still relatively rigorous. Anime Super Blue no one can beat, manga Super Blue no one can beat. To put it simply, the doubtful life of Frieza being beaten by Super Blue in the comics does not have a picture of 5 or 5 at all. It is not that he has this kind of strength crossing service after 4 months of cultivation, and most of his strength increase is attributed to the squeezing potential, so he has become too strong in one go. According to Vegito's estimate, the Frieza in front of him is most likely the strength level of the comics, almost the level of Super Sai Shen, and being beaten by Super Blue. A little. Yes, 100 million points. Golden Frieza also put a lot of pressure on Gohan and had to bring out all his strength. A touch of bangs fell in front of his forehead, which also meant that he was serious. The two sometimes engaged in hand-to-hand combat, sometimes with long-range aerial bombs, and the aftermath caused the sea surface to churn and bombard one deep pit after another. Frieza, who was bent on revenge, was deflated before he met Sun Wukong. Son Gohan couldn't win the battle, which made his proud heart unacceptable. Go and die. A purple energy ball condensed at the fingertips, and then rose in the wind, turning into a destruction energy bomb of tens of meters in one breath. I will destroy you and this planet together and go to hell to repent. Gohan took a deep breath, put his hands on his waist, and posed in the shape of a calyx, and the energy of his whole body gathered in one point. Soon, a blue gas bomb appeared in the palm of his hand and shot it out into the air. They'd Turtle Pai Kigong. Blue gas bomb resembled a shooting star, and slammed into the falling death giant bomb. The two sides stalemated for a while, and neither could help the other. Are squeezing the remaining strength in their bodies, hoping to suppress the other party and bring the battle to an end. The Vic people were quite calm, but the Frieza Legion was painted in all directions. Frieza didn't treat them like human beings at all, and if Son Gohan couldn't stop them, they would all die. The reason is also simple: as a frozen race, Frieza can survive in the universe, they can't. Really destroyed Blue Star, they didn't even have time to fly the spaceship to escape. Seeing that Gohan couldn't hold on a little, Klin couldn't bear it after all. Bike, let's go help Gohan. Cold sweat slipped down Vic on his forehead, and his fists clenched fiercely. No, we're going to trust Gohan. Others may not be able to see it, but Vic understands that with their strength, they can't help Gohan anything. Going up is just a delay. Vegito laughed and said nothing. The end of the battle was preordained. Let's not mention that Gohan's strength is slightly superior. You can see from the position, since ancient times to the left side of the wave, except for the pig of Dinah. He also committed the taboo of confronting the wave with the old Sun family, and it was difficult not to lose. What is a trick fresh to eat all over the sky? Super 1 Turtle School Kigong, Super 2, Super 3, Super Race God Super 4 Super Blue, still Turtle School Kigong, the family will kill with one move. As he expected, after Gohan released 100% of his energy, blue light waves penetrated the purple air bomb. Frieza moved several meters ahead of schedule and narrowly avoided the fatal blow. The battle between the two enters a fever pitch, and Gohan clearly has the upper hand, but he can't take Frieza in a short time. Gohan, come back and hand him over to me. The battle between the two also aroused Vegito's fighting spirit. No matter how small the mosquito meat is, it is also meat, so it can play a little. Frieza doesn't know what he would think if he knew he was being compared to a mosquito. More importantly, he was a little tired, and it was better to go back to sleep when he had this time. Tais was worried, and grabbed the corner of his clothes, and the two looked at each other speechless. Gohan is also not stubborn. He understands that Vegito is stronger than himself, and he is indeed the right person to deal with Frieza. Frieza's gaze froze and recognized his identity. Vegito, the first day of the Gold List. The Gold List spanned the endless universe, and Frieza also saw the announced list on the way to Blue Star. Who knew that Vegito didn't pay attention to him at all, shook his neck, twisted his wrists, and did warm-up exercises with his own care. Do not ignore the king. Frieza had been subjected to this humiliation, and he raised his hand to shoot a shockwave towards Vegito at great speed. More than 10 meters apart flashed away, enough to seriously injure Big's energy, directly acting on Vegito's body, stirring up puffs of smoke to flood his body. Chapter 8. Klin below was dumbfounded, and it seemed to him that Vegito would either block or dodge the attack. How could it be hit by such an attack, and it has not yet had time to defend? Could it be that the Golden List made a mistake and took the attack head-on? He would not be killed. There is no reason why someone who presses Gohan can't stop Frieza's move. Tais was already nervous, and her younger brother jumped from a child who knew a little martial arts to the first of the young generation in the 10,000 worlds. The gap was too big, she couldn't accept it for a while, and when she heard Klin's words, she looked at the air nervously. Gohan reassured them. It's okay, Vegito's aura has not decreased, probably to test Frieza. Saying this, Gohan had another thought in his mind. To test the strength of the opponent, there is no need to eat the attack, but unfortunately he can't see Vegito's true thoughts. Frieza's figure retreated, his pupils constricted. Impossible, this can't be. It is impossible for anyone to ignore their own attacks, and there is no reason why a young man is so strong. The breeze blew and the smoke gradually cleared, and Vegito stood unscathed in the air, hooking her finger at him. If you have any skills, use them. It was just with Frieza's hand to test the strength of the body. It is impossible not to wave without waves, and if you do not wave, you are still called Scion. Frieza forced down his unease, and as a frozen demon clan of the Emperor of the Universe, his pride turned into anger. Bastard, dare to look down on me! With his arms vertical, Frieza swooped down at low altitude and crashed into Vegito's chest with lightning speed. The huge impact force smashed Vegito to the ground, and Frieza followed him. Punches him straight at the side of the face, followed by volleys, and his hands rained down. The stormy attacks are flowing and the continuous offensive is overwhelming. After a full minute of continuous beating, Klin and the turtle immortals who watched could not stand it, and wanted to help several times. They were still like this, let alone Tais. Her eyes were already bloodshot, and she couldn't wait to fight with Frieza. Fortunately, Gohan saw the clue and stopped several people. On the surface, it seems that Vegito is being beaten, but in fact Vegito is also being beaten. Vegito's aura was stable and did not change at all, but Frisia's chi fluctuated violently and tended to weaken. Frisia spun all over, and the powerful whip leg came down from above, knocking Vegito off the cliff. The index finger of the right hand is aimed at the gravel below, and the death beam is shot out one after another. The lonely peak that stood above the sea soon turned into ruins, and Vegito was buried under the broken boulder. Frisia watched for 2 seconds, and after making sure she couldn't sense his breath, she laughed wildly. "You guy, this is the price of underestimating King Ben." Clin sighed, mentally believing that Vegito was dead, and that Frisia's casual blow could kill him, let alone attack with all his might. He saw very clearly that Vegito didn't dodge a single move. Even if Gohan suffered the same damage, there was a high probability that he would be seriously injured and killed. A burst of golden light came from the ground, countless rubble was lifted off, and a figure stood above the sea with his hands on his chest. And his right thumb turned upwards and aimed at himself. "I'm sorry to disappoint you, even I can't believe it, I'm actually so strong." A shocking scene appeared, Vegito, who endured Frisia's full output. There was not a single scar on the whole body, as if it was not him who had just been beaten. Even Son Gohan, who had expected it for a long time, had the illusion of doubting life. In other words, even if he is a little stronger than Frisia, he will lose his ability to fight if he withstands Frisia's all-out attack. He understood that Vegito was stronger than himself, and he didn't expect to be so much stronger, neither of which was on the same level. Frisia stared down deadly, put his right hand behind him and waved it. He was afraid. He didn't have a spare hand just now, he couldn't hurt Vegito, and there was no chance of winning if he continued to fight. Salbei, the commander of Frisia's legion, saw his small movement and shouted. The whole army attacked. Frisia sneered, if he couldn't fight, he would run, and 36 plans were the best strategy. He also didn't expect the crowd tactics to be useful, as long as he dragged Vegito for a moment and a half. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he drove the spacecraft out of Blue Star, and then blew Blue Star up from space. Shang! Gohan also moved, and the Klingbeak Turtle Immortals understood that it was time for them to strike. If you can't beat the boss, it's still no problem to fight miscellaneous fish. At the moment when the melee was about to break out, Vegito's figure was blown apart by the breeze, leaving only an afterimage in place. The trash fish rushing to the front only felt as if they had been hit by a planet. Flying back upside down at a faster speed, he knocked over more than 20 trash fish in the rear along the way. In a snap of the fingers, thousands of trash fish flew out strangely. Whether it is a few thousand combat power, or a high-level fighter, no one can block a move. But the few people present could not see who made the hand. In the next second, the blue flames that rushed into the sky exploded, devouring all the trash fish gathered together. When the light dissipated, the heavens and the earth returned to peace, and all the miscellaneous fish disappeared. Even cruel as Frisia is a little creepy. You killed them all. Even if he couldn't see who shot, he could still be sure that it must be Vegito. The most important thing is that Frisia's impression of the Blue Star people is the kind of old and good character. If you can kill without killing, you can't kill people, so it's a little unbelievable to see Vegito kill his army without blinking. Vegito didn't think so, he was not the Monkey King, could it be that he still expected himself to show mercy to his enemies? Where are you looking, idiot? An icy voice came from behind him, and Frisia rushed forward for 100 meters without thinking. As soon as I stopped, I saw a terrified face. Why? Wasn't he behind him? How did he run in front of him? Before Frisia could slow down, he punched him hard and hit him bitterly. He staggered back a few steps, his face turning red. Frisia only felt so painful, so heavy fists, as if it was going to pierce his body. The corners of Vegito's mouth rose and said with a slight mockery. Are you also a little more serious, or are you only serious to this extent, and you really said something rude? Frisia still wanted to retort. And as soon as he opened his mouth, scarlet sticky blood spurted out. The body was a little disobedient, and it was strong not to fall. Vegito is a little surprised, worthy of being a defensive ceiling in the same realm. In order to protect Blue Star, he carried the man who Browley beat up for an hour. It's almost over. Frisia made an immediate decision. Without looking back, he turned and flew away, throwing 2 death bullets at the ground. Trying to delay Vegito's footsteps, before the bomb could hit the ground, he was slapped into the air. Why, could it be that you are afraid? Frisia was secretly happy in his heart and decided to abandon the spaceship and fly into space with racial talent. Turtle Pai Kigong. Chapter 9. Just as it was about to break through the atmosphere, a blue meteor crossed the sky. The whistling sound of breaking the sky made his heart sink, and he was hit before he had time to react. Pushing his body into the distance, Frisia tried his best to burst his breath, trying to break free from the shackles of energy. However, the energy trapped him firmly, and he could only watch as he got closer and closer to the sun. With a bang, before entering the sun's interior, Frisia was hit by the heat and energy, and the flesh was broken by the double attack. The Salbi people were stunned in place, not to go, not to stay. It's atrocious. With a laser gun in his hand, a sneak attack on Vegito is not, and not a sneak attack is not. After all, he is not really loyal to Frisia, and the frozen demon was exterminated by the Scions. He is the supreme commander of Frisia, and if it weren't for Frisia, the Legion lacked top-notch combat power, and he wouldn't have resurrected Frisia. No one wants to have someone above their head, who is constantly pressed down. The combat power shown by Vegito is completely overwhelmingly powerful, unreasonable, and absolutely crushing. What others think, Clint doesn't know. Anyway, he is quite happy. Great, it's finally over. Vic thinks a little further. Vegito's appearance is an accident. Blue Star has such a strong existence, just under his eyes, he doesn't notice it at all. Son Gohan's intuition tells him that Vegito is a good man and a relative of Bulma, so he has nothing to guard against. Vic didn't explain much, his personality was more cautious, mainly this kind of thing, everyone's opinion was different. He also wants to believe that Vegito is a good person, but no one can check him, and he still can't rest assured. The fierce battle made Ties check for another half a day to make sure that Vegito was not injured before relenting. One thing that Clint and Vic thought of together, and that was to get Goku and Vegeta back. Ask Bulma to contact Whis, preferably to bring both of them back. But Bulma tried to make contact, but Ves didn't respond. I can only give up for now and think of a way later. At this time, Ves and Beerus were in the palace of the Great Priest. In addition to the 2 of them, there were 11 other Universe Angels and Destroyers present, not knowing what they were discussing. The worst thing is the 2 Goku on the planet of the God of Destruction, and Beerus went back to Blue Star to get food, but was called away. There is no food on the planet, and with the amount of food that their 2 big stomachs eat, the rest of the food can last for a day at most. However, the 2 of them at this time did not put their minds on this. The present life of the gold list is being discussed, and there are other questions. Vegeta, you said it could be that we were dreaming. Vegeta gave him a blank look, wondering how this idiotic question could come out of his mouth. You said that. Goku scratched his head, and the monk of Shoji scratched his head. But how did Vegeta get here? Others don't know. Can he still not know? Looking at the picture of the gold list, the Vegeta on it is clearly the one he fits, and he should be a non-existent fighter. They are still standing here. How did the fit people come about? You ask me, where do I know? If it's really Vegeta, I'd love to fight him. If nothing else, Goku couldn't be clearer about Vegeta's power. Pure strength, when dealing with Majin Buu, he was deeply impressed. He and Vegeta are close friends and old enemies, and the effect of combining them under special bonds is surprisingly powerful. The normal Vegeta was able to suppress Gohan Buu, which was stronger than his final form at that time. Vegeta didn't speak, just like Goku thought, he also had the urge to fight. As Scions, it's in their nature to love fighting. You said peerless list, can we be on the list? Really look forward to seeing how powerful guys there are. Humph, do you need to say, the first in the universe is Uncle Ben's. I'm not going to lose, Vegeta. Why, Kakarot, do you want to fight? Hit and beat. The two chatted for a few words, then quarreled again and fought together. Without Whis, they can't fly back to Blue Star, and Goku's teleportation requires locking Chi in advance, and it is not unlimited teleportation. Not to mention the others, he successfully defeated Frisia's Blue Star people, and at Bulma's suggestion, he decided to have a dinner, and on the way back, he met Tien Tien who came to support halfway. He was afraid that Gohan was not an opponent, and he who had healing ability was a mobile Sendu, and he rushed over in a hurry. Vic lowered his head the whole time, and his back looked a little lonely. Gohan sensed that something was wrong with him and flew to his side, but he didn't understand why. Bike's abnormality did not hide from Vegeta's eyes, and he faintly guessed Bike's troubles. The most likely is that he thinks that his strength has fallen behind, and there is no way to face a strong enemy except to look. Although Vic does not have the proud self-esteem of Vegeta, he is still unwilling. The truth was almost as he guessed, and Vic was extremely disappointed in his heart. Annoyed by his weakness, he didn't know when he started to fall behind. Looking at Gohan on the side, the boy who used to hide behind him has really grown up. When was it? It was at Shalo's time, he opened the gap with Gohan, and when it came to Majin Buu, he was even more thrown away. With Goku and Vegeta away, Bulma has the chef cook a lot less food than before. Vic will come every time, but basically do not eat, that mising people can live by just drinking water and relying on photosynthesis. During this period, Klin was very interested in Vegeta's origin and asked him repeatedly about it. Without Vegeta's answer, Tais explained it all. There is nothing to hide, that is, I picked up a child and raised it myself. It is also very reasonable for the daughter of the richest man to raise a universe first. Tien Tien saw that Vic was in a bad mood and comforted him softly. Uncle Bike, I remembered a book that the Great Elder gave me, maybe it will be useful to you. Every day, that kind of thing doesn't do much to me. Vic sighed softly, only talking about playing every day. The reason is also very simple, the Great Elder himself is not very effective in combat, and the book left behind may not be of much help to his current self. Looking at the day when he sat and chatted with Bike, Vegeta's mind flashed. Thinking of something, his expression became strange. Since he was a Dragon Ball fan in his previous life, in addition to the genuine version, he has also seen a lot of some fiery fandoms. The book given to Tien Tien by the former Great Elder of Namex Sing, if memory serves, seems to be called the Book of the Sages. It's just not clear whether what Tien Tien said is the same as what he saw before. Why don't you go read that book, maybe it will help you a lot. Vegeta had a good impression of Bic and didn't mind reminding him, plus he wanted to see it himself. Chapter 10. Vic looked moved, and Vegeta said so, did he have some secret that he didn't know? Do you know what that book is? I've heard of it, I don't know if it's the one I thought. There are a lot of secret information in the universe origin of the Heavenly Dao reward. Vegeta has long thought of the rhetoric, don't ask, ask is the information of the universe originating from the belt. Vic just faced it a little squarely, the reward of the Heavenly Dao is extraordinary, and it cannot be true. He fused with the previous celestial god, so he was very sure of the existence of the golden list. The breath of the gold list made him feel the urge to worship, even Beerus did not give him this feeling, the gold list could not be fake. As soon as the dinner was over, Vic couldn't wait to take Tien Tien and fly in the direction of the heavenly temple. Vegeta followed suit, telling Tais not to worry, and he would be back soon. It didn't take long for the distance of thousands of miles to arrive, and every day I entered the interior and went to find books. Vegeta and Vic stood in the doorway, perhaps for too long. Or maybe it was this face that resembled Goku that gave Vic a sense of talking. Say it, you may not believe it, in fact, for a long time, I was only a little worse than Goku in Blue Star. Before Vegeta came to Blue Star, no one was his opponent except Goku who could match him. In the past, his cultivation could become stronger, even if he did not improve much, he still improved somewhat. Recently, Vic found himself in a bottleneck period, and no matter how hard he tried, his strength stopped moving. Goku and Vegeta went to the planet of the God of Destruction to cultivate, and they don't know how much their strength has improved, and 9 times out of 10, they can't even see their backs. I've heard before that you and Sun Wukong fought in the world's #1 martial arts association. How could Vegeta not know? In the early days, Vegeta looked down on Klin and them, and apart from Goku Gohan, the only one who looked up was Bike. Due to the gap in physique, now Vic can only be reduced to the nanny of the Sun family and the wisdom of the Blue Star Warrior. After a long time, Tien Tien came out of it. At that time, after the Great Elder gave him the book, he also read it once every day, but he did not find anything unusual. I put it in a room casually, and after more than 10 years, I searched for half a day to find it. That's the book, Uncle Bike. Vic glanced down, there was no title on the writing, and it looked unremarkable. Bike's restless heart was like being poured on his head by a basin of cold water, and he suddenly felt disappointed. With the last glimmer of hope, I opened the book and planned to see what was inside. Just as he opened the book, a dazzling light flickered, shining the heavenly temple like a small sun. In Tianation's surprised gaze, the books decomposed little by little, turning into points of light that drilled into Bike's brain, and the angel rubbed his eyes vigorously and found that all the visions were gone, and the books were still in Vic's hands, and what he just saw was like an illusion. Vegeta didn't speak, waiting for Bike's explanation. Those points of light, according to his ideas, should be similar to inheritance and other things. Vic pondered for a moment, digesting the extra memories in his mind, and did not deliberately hide it. This book is called the Book of the Sages, and it is an ancient secret book of our Namek clan, with the oldest superpower. The Nameks were born a long time ago, when there were no scions. At that time, there were 7 incredibly powerful sages who were revered as the 7 sages. It is the Book of Sages written by them, hoping that future generations can learn the abilities in it. Their combat power is extremely amazing, and they are good at all kinds of magic. Later, they were displaced and finally came to the 7th universe, living on a beautiful planet. Later, because the Namek people did not care for the environment, the planet eventually went to ruin. Most of the clansmen died in that disaster, and the Great Elder came to the later Nemesis alone. The Great Elder is also the last sage, only to have a variety of abilities, and it is a small technique to generate potential for Gohan. However, his age is too old, and he can't use his strength at all. The people on the Nemesis were all his life, and it was time to die. At the last moment of his life, he gave the Book of Sages to Tien Tien, hoping that he would revive Nami's nemesis. As an unpassed secret, the Book of Sages has high requirements for talent. Once Niru, he tried to learn, and those who are not talented enough cannot see the real mystery. As a rare dragon family, Tien Tien can make dragon balls, and is the best healing type of nemesis. It is that he does not know anything about combat and magic, and simple magic can be used slightly, and there is basically no talent in combat. I can't see the magic of the Book of Sages, and the pearl will be dusted. Just a little glance, Vic has a feeling of opening up. If he can really calm down and concentrate on studying, his strength will definitely improve by leaps and bounds. After listening to Bike's words, Tien Tien was not jealous of his opportunity, but a little sorry. I'm sorry, Uncle Bike, I should have brought it to you a long time ago. Vic has the possibility to go further, and he is in a good mood and does not care about this. Empathy, thinking that he didn't do anything wrong every day, and what can a book that is useless to him help Vic with a scumbag? At the beginning, the Great Elder was about to die, and he did not tell him the role of the Book of Sages, only that he should study it well. Vegeta also looked at the Book of Sages twice, which, as Vic said, was unique to the Nemesis. The sages placed a seal on the book, and foreigners could not see it at all, unless they forcibly broke the seal with the power far beyond the sages. He didn't want to do it, it was too troublesome, and it didn't do much to himself. The Book of Sages also saw that the next thing was Bike's own, and Vegit didn't stay long, and flew back to Bulma's house in a burst of anger. There are many rooms at home, and Tais does not plan to travel for a short time, so the two of them will have to stay for a long time. After a night without a word, early the next morning, Vegit, who was still sleeping, was awakened by an amazing breath. As soon as he got dressed and walked to the living room, the earth began to tremble, as if some monster was about to jump out of the ground. Not only here, but also the Kiki family in Bunza Mountain, the small village of Nanwu, and a slight earthquake has occurred all over the world. The Kamizan house is even worse, located in the middle of the sea. And it was almost flooded by the waves. Chapter 11. Tais grabbed Vegit and ran to the courtyard outside, her tone extremely anxious, looking for an empty place to take refuge. Is there going to be a big earthquake? As an ordinary person, Tais' concept of earthquakes is a devastating disaster, and if you want to survive, you can only run out of the house so as not to be buried by the collapsed house. Tenenx was at Kiki's house, sleeping with Godin, and didn't come home last night, and Bulma was standing alone in the courtyard. Vegit is really a little helpless. It seems that Tais is still not adapted. With him, what is there to be afraid of an earthquake, not to mention that it is not an earthquake? No, it should be fine right away. As if to echo his words, the words stopped as soon as the earthquake fell, and they came and went quickly. Bulma looked at Vegit suspiciously. It was too coincidental to make her not think about anything. Don't tell me you did it. Bulma has seen more than once that Goku makes the earth tremble when they burst into power, much like the current situation. Vegit waved his hand. No, it was Big who did it. It is estimated that it broke through. I didn't control the breath well, a little spread out, now it's okay. He woke up by Bike's chi, and Vic hadn't broken through for a long time, and he was almost at the right opportunity, and with the Book of Sages, he naturally reached a new level. It's Bike, it's okay anyway. Bulma's eyes were full of suspicion. Just as a few people were talking, a figure came from afar. 1 second it was still in the sky, and the next second it was less than hundreds of meters away from them. The figure of Bulma descended from the sky, dressed in a traditional cyan blue combat suit, with 3 points of indifference and 7 points of arrogance in his demeanor. It was Vegeta who returned from the planet of the god of destruction. He and Goku both ran out of food today. Goku sensed Bike's chi, locked the position and teleported back. Seeing that Vic broke through, Goku stayed with him, and Vegeta returned home alone. When Bulma saw him, her joy flashed, and she wanted to say something, but she didn't know what she remembered, but she just responded faintly. Vegeta has not seen her husband for a long time back. Bulma is happy. The problem, Vegeta has been gone for so long, leaving her a beautiful wife like a flower at home. She is still quite unhappy. Vegeta glanced at her, then turned her head to stare at Vegit, the flames of battle intent burning in her eyes. Vegit, is it really you? Vegit stood there so casually. Obviously at first glance his whole body was flawed, and under closer inspection, there was a natural illusion, and he could not find any weakness. It was hard to meet a master, and he also wanted to test his current strength. You seem surprised. Vegeta was watching him too, watching Vegeta's every move. Vegeta, the prince of the Scions, is a man with extreme pride and self-esteem. In other words, it is also called an alternative life winner with children and daughters, and his wife is the richest man in the world, the originator of soft rice and hard food. It was originally the second 10,000-year-old, but now it is estimated to be the third in 10,000 years. Vegeta was surprised and puzzled. A living Vegit, standing in front of him, the impact on him can be imagined. Bulma, why is he at our house? Yesterday, through the picture of the gold list. Vegito knew that he was in his own home, but for what reason, he was not clear. Bulma smiled slightly and ruffled her hair. He was picked up and raised by his sister, and he came to live at home for a while yesterday. Why do you have an expression of seeing a ghost? Bulma had never seen Vegito like this, and it gave her the feeling as if she had seen someone who couldn't possibly see. Vegito shook his head slowly, denying it affirmatively. Impossible, never possible to pick up Veget, who has not grown up yet. Vegito originally wondered if his name and appearance were the same, and he was not a combination of himself and Kakarot. Now he was sure that he was 100% fit human, and Veget's breath was exactly the same as Veget's when Majin Buu. Everyone's breath is different, although Veget's feeling to him is much stronger than that of Veget, but the essence of Chi is still the same. The truth is, Veget was indeed picked up by her sister when she was a child, and there is nothing impossible. Bulma looked unconcerned, thinking that Vegito was making too much fuss, picking up more children, and there was something strange. Because Veget is my fit with Kakarot, I have been with Kakarot once, and his aura looks exactly the same. Vegito had to explain it so that Bulma could understand the problem. After listening, Bulma was not calm, gently moved her body, walked to Taiza's side, and asked in a low voice. You believe it or not, anyway, the facts are in front of you. Veget didn't defend either, because there was nothing to justify, and he couldn't say that he had crossed over and fused with the body of young Veget. The tense atmosphere was broken by Taiz and blocked in front of Vegito. I don't understand what you mean by earring fits. Vegito was brought up by me, even if he is a fit, it doesn't matter, he is also my brother. Compared to the others, Taiz trusts Veget unconditionally and has no doubts about the others. Vegito snorted coldly and didn't say anything more. He was simply curious about how Vegito appeared, and he didn't think he would be an enemy. Okay, stop arguing. Bulma hurried out to play the round, according to Vegito's stinky temper, and then it was necessary to quarrel. Vegito took her gaze off Taiz's face and stared intently at Veget. You're strong. Of course, I'm much stronger than you. Veget also did not deliberately humble. Strength is strength, playing pig and eating tiger is not his style. What a confidence! Vegeta wrapped his arms around him, and flew off the ground little by little, flying towards a high place. The meaning is self-evident. Veget smiled freely and flew up with him. This made the two women anxious. Both of them are their own families, and it is not good for anyone to hurt anyone. They also can't dance the air art. Both men are angry. They can't do anything but watch. Chapter 12. Oh, Bulma. And Vic finished talking about the old Gaku, sensing Vegeto's chi rising, and also flew over curiously. Bulma couldn't care about anything else, urging Gaku to hurry up and pull the frame. Gaku, you're back too, go and persuade the two of them not to fight. Gaku crossed his hands at his waist and looked up at the sky so that she didn't have to be afraid. It's okay, Vegito should be measured, and when he sees a powerful warrior, he will want to have a fight. Seeing that Gaku didn't go to persuade, Bulma slapped it angrily, and Gaku sighed with emotion without looking back, and his words were full of envy. Ah, fit man, I really want to fight him. As a martial idiot, let alone Vegito, he has the urge to fight Vegito. Bulma stroked her head speechless. She really had a headache. Her husband were like this, her friends were still this virtue, and no one had to worry about. It's okay, sister, Vegito will be merciful. I didn't forget to comfort my sister when I was angry, and I wanted her to relax a little and don't have to be nervous. After all, Vegito exceeded the age limit of the Tianjiao list, otherwise in Bulma's opinion, the first is either Gaku or Vegito. Taiz glanced at her, her facial muscles twitching, and her anxiety could not be concealed. If Sun Wukong went to fight Veget, she really didn't worry, and she knew that he was a good person by looking at his appearance. Vegeto's face was frozen into ice, plus she hadn't come back for a long time, and she hadn't seen Vegito a few times. Anyway, Vegito gave her the impression that she was not a good-tempered person. Which of the two of them will win? Gaku frowned, and then said cheerfully. If it had been before, Vegito would have lost, but now that we have gained new strength from Lord Beerus, it is difficult to say. Tais was even more relieved and could only pray that Vegito would not be too ruthless. The two people in the air were one left and one right, and sparks splashed where their eyes met, competing with their respective momentum. The invisible aura storm tore at each other, and the white chi wave and the golden hurricane dyed the mid-air color. Vegito withstood the pressure with difficulty, and it was still too hard to maintain normalcy alone, and he had to roar and become Super Saiyan too. Vegito's expression was calm, and his breath was still climbing little by little, as if there was no limit. The red aura soared, banishing the golden storm, but as Vegito turned into a super god, Vegito's aura also increased, steadily suppressing him. Two different energies formed two spheres, one gold and one red, both wanting to devour and destroy each other. Bastard! Vegito couldn't bear it anymore, turned super blue in one breath, shattered the aura entity, and took the lead in punching out. Vegito raised his right hand and blocked the straight fist with his elbow, and his left hand slashed down vertically into a palm, which was blocked by Vegito's wrist. Both were exerting force on each other and began to wrestle, and Vegito increased his strength, pulling Vegito in front of him. The knee kick hit his chest, Vegito let go of his hands in pain, Vegito half-turned his body, and the roundhouse kick knocked him out. Without waiting for him to pursue, Vegito, who flew upside down, did not wait to stop his body, and his right hand was bombarded with several air bombs. Vegito's right hand shot repeatedly, knocking all the attacks away, and it was this moment of delay that Vegito stabilized his body, leaving him without the best opportunity to chase after him. How come normal Saiyans can match Super Saiyan Blue? Even if he guessed that Vegito was very strong, he didn't think that he would be able to fight with himself without even changing the super game. Nothing is impossible. Vegito has exploited the potential of this body to the extreme, but not just talk. His normal has the power to surpass the full power Super Blue, and the current Vegito is still a little worse. Maybe Vegito can make up for it with martial arts experience, but Vegito is his fit, and most of his moves don't work. After a few more moves, Vegito stepped back and distanced himself, his hands on his chest, and the golden points of light continued to accumulate. Final flash! At this moment, Gaku below panicked. He didn't expect Vegito to use a trick. In case of poor control, it is not a joke. The next moment, Vegito stretched out his palms forward and assumed the exact same pose as Vegito. Final flash! Two wide golden pillars of light shot out, and an explosion occurred in midair, and since the attack was the same, it was impossible to see who had the upper hand. Vegito's angry face changed. This bastard used his own trick against himself. He must have done it on purpose. The fierce confrontation wave did not last long, and in Vegito's slow drink, the Kikong wave was like a broken bamboo, shattering the golden light in one breath and shrouding Vegito's body. Bulma shouted anxiously, clasping her hands together. Vegito, she also thought that Vegito would definitely win, but she didn't expect the final result to be like this. Gaku also became serious. Super Saiyan Blue, actually losing to the normal Saiyan. Even if the other party is Vegito, it is too strong, far stronger than expected. Gaku didn't think about it. When they were combined, the normal Vegito was stronger than the Super 3 himself. If he and Vegito are combined now, I am afraid that the normal Vegito after the merger, the normal strength will not be weaker than Super Blue. Thick smoke billowed out, and Vegito flew out of it, with no light abrasions all over his body, and if he had not protected his chest with his hands at the critical moment, he would probably have been seriously injured. Even though he broke most of the damage, he was still unable to fight anymore and had to descend from the air. As soon as he landed, he knelt on one knee, gasping for breath, and the muscles of his whole body were sore. Bulma quickly helped him up and asked with concern. It's okay. Bulma didn't know what to say, she knew Vegeta too well, and losing to someone else was the last thing he was willing to do. It's okay, he left his hand in the end, otherwise I wouldn't be alive. Even if he is not very willing, Vegeta is not a person who cannot afford to lose. He knows that Vegeta left his hand at the critical moment and deliberately withdrew most of his strength. There is nothing to lose once. He firmly believes that he will become stronger in the future and one day he will be able to win against the other party. Bulma cast a grateful look. When it comes to fighting, serious injuries are common, and Vegeta just looks like he is not lightly injured, and he is not really hurting much. Vegeta waved her hand, telling her not to take it to heart, and he couldn't really kill Vegeta. Chapter 13. Your strength is very good, if you can go further, I will have to work hard to win you. He still appreciates Vegeta, who has changed little by little from a murderer to a kind warrior, a person who can win and lose. If he really wants to find an opponent in the future, when Vegeta and Sun Wukong are stronger, they will be his best opponents after fusion. Sun Wukong smiled, put his hands on her shoulders, and whispered in his ear. That, you haven't shown your real strength yet, it's really powerful, can you fight me? Vegeta patted him on the shoulder and glanced twice at the turtle behind his back. You're still too weak, wait until you get stronger. Goku is also not angry, he knows that Vegeta is telling the truth, and the gap between himself and him is too great. Loving fighting the strong and liking to be abused are two different things, and Goku does not see the possibility of victory at all. Will you also destroy? Goku has long wondered if the gold list shows that when Vegeta and Beerus make a move, they offset the destruction with purple energy, and whether it will also be destruction. Vegeta thought for a moment and gave a vague answer. Forget it, you can see him as a sabotage. Goku Ben wanted to ask something more, but Bulma kicked him in the ass and told him to quickly bring Tien Tien over and help Vegeta heal. Goku dismissed the question, and Bulma said that Vegeta would stay for a while, and there was no rush to ask questions. He was very curious about what the silver-white airflow that emerged from Vegeta's body when he fought against Beerus. It seemed that it was not as simple as an ordinary breath. As the god of Blue Star, Tien Tien usually has nothing to do, that is, to observe various things in the world, and I wish there was something to do. Under Tienation's treatment, Vegeta returned to his heyday, and when he wanted to help Vegeta treat, he softly refused. It didn't take much effort to deal with Vegeta, and there was no treatment at all. The existence of Vegeta also put a lot of pressure on the two of Goku, and they came back full of confidence after thinking that they had obtained the power of God. After a day, the two trained harder, not wanting to waste any time. It is a good thing to have a strong opponent, so that the two of Goku will have more motivation to become stronger and have the goal of surpassing. The time soon came to the evening. Goku and the two were still fighting, Tais and Bulma were clearing the table, and Vegeta was waiting for the arrival of the gold list. I don't know which list is today, if it is a peerless list, I don't know if the list will give another copy of the universe origin. He could feel that he was no longer suppressed by the universe, and if he had a few more copies of the universe origin, the king would not be much of a threat to him. The so-called cosmic suppression is innate, which universe is born, even if it is strong, it cannot resist the master of the universe. The whole king is the creator of Dragon Ball, and some universes do not have a creator, and there is no local universe suppression. After all, no matter how strong the enemy is, he can also resist with all his strength, and erase you with a wave of his hand. How else to fight? Just as he was thinking about it, a golden light appeared in the sky, and the golden list condensed. Heavenly Deo Gold List. This gold list ranking is a beauty list. Inventory of the beauty of 10,000 worlds, famous for her beauty. 10th place, purebred demon of the sister of the demon king, Laius Gimini. Laius, Allah, Allah, this can't be. Above the gold list, a graceful girl appeared, with silky red hair and long hair, scarlet like blood. The end of the eyes is raised, the deep eyes reveal the spirit, there is a deep ravine between the mountain peaks and canyons, and the ordinary school clothes, matched on her body, are extremely irritating. The picture of the light curtain played her life, in the three-legged world of the demon fallen Angel, born in the superior demon Jimonri family, the next head of the family. Inheriting his father's red hair and his mother's devastating magic, his brother is Lucifer, one of the current 4 demon kings. Obtained chess pieces that can resurrect reincarnated humans, lived in the human world, and accepted the dependence of the elf fallen angel Red Dragon Emperor. Its own combat power is extraordinary, and it has the destructive power to smash houses at will, and its combat effectiveness is greatly increased when the mood swings. Chosen daughter of destiny. The Hokage world is not very interested in this. There are basically few lecherous people in the high level, and they died early. The Draco of the pirate world showed the opposite attitude. The Draco has dominated the world for hundreds of years. No matter what kind of woman they fancy, they are forcibly robbed. Either buy it in the slave market, see it on the street, or grab it directly, and kill their husbands by the way, which can be described as everything. Among the Draco, Charo's saint is the most, and when he saw Laius on the list, he immediately shouted, "I want her, get her for me right away, I'm going to keep her in captivity." There are more than dozens of maids under Charos's name, and many of the girls who snatched it back are all thrown into the wilderness after they are tired of playing. Some of them will also be abused to death, and he is already thinking about how to torture Laius after he has had enough of playing with her, and he has not played with demonic women yet. For his order, the subordinates looked at each other, and the other party's universe was still several universes away from them. Thinking about the past is troublesome. Each universe has only one cosmic crossing point, which is controlled by major forces, and people can't let their soldiers and horses pass. Laius's own combat power is quite outstanding, and it is not to the extent of going against the sky, and most of the high level of the universe are not children, and they will not be confused by beauty. The reaction among the common people is the opposite. Women are more attractive than unattainable genius teenagers, including women who also like to look at beautiful women. One thing, I really like this. Just imagine, she bites your neck and whispers softly in your ear in a seductive voice. Demons can reincarnate humans many times. Doesn't that mean that you can find dozens of exclusive maids? Lean, envy. I will not marry a woman who does not love me. Even Rias. Laius can. How many more papayas does she have, so well developed? If a woman looks down and does not see her feet, she is a beauty on earth. Bah, you slut, you just crave her body. Seeing that it is not a peerless list, Vegito is still a little disappointed, fortunately in the beauty list. There is a man who can refuse the beauty, and it is good to raise the eyes. He had a little impression of Laius, and the famous Opity was the one in it. To say that if you want to become One Piece, it is not unusual to become a Hokage, and Guangzheng is shouting that he wants to become a harem king. The harem is not good to play called Brother Cheng, and if the harem is good to play, it can also be called Brother Cheng. 10th on the beauty list, blessed by the way of heaven. Demon King armor, which can greatly increase defense power and be immune to attacks below the Demon King level, including attacks including but not limited to physical mental toxins. Laius was still eating at Issei's house, a dependent and boyfriend, and an extra layer of fiery red armor appeared all over her body. Issei on the side was fascinated, and Laius, who was wearing armor, had an extra hint of heroic and sassy meaning, giving him a new visual impact. Minister, you are so beautiful. Ordinary dependents must call the demon the master, because Laius is considerate of her subordinates, plus the special relationship, Issei never uses the title of master. Laius smiled coquettishly and threw herself into his arms. Chapter 14. People are spreading dog food, and Vegito is busy persuading, and I have heard a saying before, 3 women in one play. Now he really understood the meaning. Women are really troublesome. Especially women who look good and love beauty. Thais and Bulma, who were still sisters and affectionate yesterday, were almost about to quarrel. The reason is also simple, they both feel that they can make the list, and they are ranked higher than the other. If I don't make the list, it can only mean that this gold list is blind. Could it be that I'm not as good as those little girls? Sister, whether to say that as a woman, you are still far behind. So what, I'm still young and will grow. Bulma's stubbornness was exposed by Taiza's big truth. If nothing else, Bulma and Taiza's skin is indeed good, and it's no problem to pull it out and say that it is a little girl in her early 20s. Bulma made a wish with Dragon Ball, and Taiz has been running to outer space and has a lot of magical maintenance supplies. But there is one thing that Bulma can't deny, her mountain is too low in purity. Not to mention that compared to the scale of Laius, even Taiz is also larger than her. Vegito looked left and right, not knowing how to pull the frame, he was really not good at this kind of thing. If only Goku and they quarreled and knocked one punch unconscious. He was still at a loss for the war between the two women, and Goku teleported over. Vegito covered his forehead, causing even more headaches. Goku brought a large family of sons over, Clan 18 Kiki Gohan by diary, several women together. Bulma, let's have a meal together, I haven't eaten your food for a long time. After cultivating with Vegeta on the planet of the god of destruction for so long, Goku's mouth has long been gluttonous. Thinking that there were still many people, I brought my friends with me in one go. This is a play for 4 women, why 4? Because Bai Diary is the youngest, plus the meek personality after marriage, and the junior is not in the scope of quarrel. The 4 women were kind on the surface, and they couldn't figure out what to think in their hearts. The picture of the golden list quickly changes, and in the gloomy castle of exquisite frescoes, a beautiful girl with slender fingers plays the harp in her hand. The woman had long dark purple hair like a waterfall, and her slender legs loomed under the cover of the black robe. 9th on the beauty list, Pandora, Lord of the Underworld. Pandora, Athena, dares to resist Lord Hades again and again. Pandora, the sister of Hades' reincarnated human body, inadvertently released the sealed god of sleep and death. Endowed with divine powers by 2 gods, he served Hades, the ruler of the underworld, controlling 108 Hades. In a vain attempt to defeat Athena, who guards the earth, and let darkness descend on the world, enslavement or destruction is only a thought. Pandora's inclusion on the list made every universe stop arguing. Hearing that the underworld has come out, there are still people there who have the courage to woo them. Laius is a demon, and at most she is regarded as a special race, and many of her appearances are humanized, and over time they are not regarded as aliens, and they cannot be compared with the underworld after death. Except for a few forces that are not afraid of death, most of the leaders are silent. Even the lively civilians did not speak much. Peony flowers die, and ghosts are also merry. You think too much, people are in charge of the underworld, you still want to be amorous when you die, it's not bad if you don't get whipped every day. That's not bad. The 9th on the beauty list, blessed by the way of heaven. The power of the gods, the soul of Hades, can explore the most suitable body of Hades. Pandora's beautiful eyes blinked, and suddenly smiled lightly, as if it was a captivation. She was born for Lord Hades, and the soul of Hades is also the most suitable for her. Every time Hades is reincarnated on earth, it is the rebirth of the soul. He needs to find the kindest and purest body to carry his soul power, and with this ability, he can resurrect Lord Hades as quickly as possible. Pandora's figure dissipates in the frame, replaced by a sexy royal sister with long blonde wavy hair. There was a cigarette burning slowly in her hand, and even the unpleasant movements looked amorous on her body. Beauty list 8th Bell Mode. Bell Mode, secrets make women more beautiful. In the detective universe, the surface identity is Eagle Country actress Sharon Wynyard. After creating a fake death accident, the daughter of the pseudonym actress appeared in the public eye. His real identity is an important member of the Dark Organization, and he is good at transfiguration and voice changer, and has outstanding abilities in all aspects. It is an excellent spy, who has repeatedly infiltrated the enemy to obtain intelligence, has excellent reasoning ability, and has first-class marksmanship. His personality is extremely decisive and vicious, and he has nearly 100 lives in his hands, and he has the sight of Jian too, and he cares for the kind female high school students who have saved him. 8th on the beauty list, blessed by the way of heaven. 10,000 faces which, you can change your face at will, without the help of any props, what you want in your mind is transformed into a body and mind. Belmod is a female character in Detective Conan, and most importantly, she is the villain. Although the forces of the Dark Organization have infiltrated the top of many countries, they cannot live under the sun. The exposure of the Heavenly Dao Golden List, even if it is a hidden identity, is all in the eyes of the world. Vegito couldn't help but wonder how long Belmod would live in this situation. It is estimated that the police in the detective world have begun to search for her traces. The truth is just as he guessed, the people of Eagle Country and Sakura Country are sending a large number of people to look for it. However, Belmod is already good at transfiguration, coupled with excellent psychological endurance, and has rich experience in disguise. Now with the blessing of the Heavenly Dao, he can transform into anyone at will, which is almost the same as illusion. The detective universe is a world of ordinary people, and there is nothing good about her at all. Belmod's figure disappeared, replaced by a girl dressed in plain clothes, looking at the sky in confusion. 7th on the beauty list, Hinata. Hinata, I like Naruto the most. Born in the Hokage world, the eldest daughter of the Hyuga family in Konoha village, she was placed in high hopes by the family since childhood. The picture changes, playing Hinata's life, a helpless squatting in the wind and snow, crying. A beautiful boy with short yellow hair walked towards his future wife with dashing steps. You, what are you doing? Don't cry all the time, there's no way. Chapter 15. Unlike the previous ones, Hinata's picture is followed in the footsteps of a teenager all his life. Her face will not be depicted by rouge, only red for teenagers. Just stood silently behind the teenager, watching him realize his dream little by little. He is kind-based and never wants to hurt anyone. There won't be a girl waiting for you for 15 years unless her name is Hinata. 7th on the beauty list, blessed by heaven. Stimulate your own bloodline, and the white eye evolves into a reincarnated eye. Hinata, who was still kneeling at the table, turned a strange pale yellow in his eyes, revealing all kinds of colors moving in it. The reincarnation eye is the ultimate gesture of the white eye, and even Hinata's own strength has changed qualitatively. Not to mention compared to Naruto at this time, at least it will not be much weaker. The father beside her, the head of the Hinata family, was first stunned, and then ecstatic, but he did not expect the chance of falling from the sky. It was also dropped in my own home, what a bonus. Hinata didn't care about that, he just thought he could help Naruto. The Hyuga family was happy, and Yunin village and Iwa Shinobi village were not calm, and even the Mist Ninja village was a little unable to sit still. First there is a legend reincarnated Naruto, and then there is the reincarnation Eye Hinata, who makes it clear that they will not be given a way to live. The Naruto universe originally only has 5 major ninja villages to check and balance each other, and other small ninja villages don't care who is the boss, anyway, it won't be their turn to come out. There was a Konoha renegade Sasuke against Naruto, they were not panicked, and now there was another Hinata. Even if the Mist Ninja village is generally not born, the fighting spirit is slightly less, and there is a bit of a sense of danger. The spies of the 3 major ninja villages are constantly dispatched, privately intending to form a hidden alliance. The pirate world is also not happy, this is all indirectly to increase the strength of the enemy. Even if the 5 major ninja villages are infighting, it is a joint attitude to deal with them. There is still a difference between oneself and outsiders. In a huge world, there are countless beautiful women, and no one can make the list. Vegito wondered what Obito's state of mind was now. At the beginning of the 4th Ninja World War, the power of the Yang Naruto, the power of the Yin Suzuki. Next to him stood a reincarnation I Hinata. If there is still a fight, if it continues to develop like this, whether the Ninja World War can be fought is a problem. This question flashed in my mind and disappeared immediately. The 7th on the beauty list came out, and several women next to them were waiting for themselves to be on the list. Vegito realized something was wrong and stayed away from several troublesome creatures. Klin hid to the side even more sensibly, only Gaku didn't see it, and he was still talking tirelessly. Hinata's image disappears, and is replaced by a girl wearing a simple white shirt and a short sky blue plaid skirt. 6th on the beauty list, Kitagawa Sea Dream. Kitagawa Kyum, I like cosplay the most. Gentle and sweet appearance, crisp and beautiful voice, beautiful appearance and cheerful personality, no matter where you go, it is the center of the circle. I like games, manga, and anime. And I can frankly express my love, and when I mention my favorite things, I will become gushing endlessly. I like to wear makeup into various roles, and I work as a part-time model, hand model, photography, and beauty in order to get together my favorite costumes. 6th on the beauty list, blessed by the way of heaven. Variety of dresses, you can exchange them for any favorite character's costumes. Kitagawa. Kaimon jumped up excitedly, she didn't have any other hobbies, her favorite was cos, this ability couldn't be more suitable for her. Except for some womanizers, most of the leaders of the forces are not too interested. It does not have combat effectiveness, nor is it highly intelligent, so it is captured and used as a vase. Kitagawa sounds a bit similar to Belle Mode, but the actual meaning is very different. Belle Mode is a casual cross-dress, and Kitagawa must love the character from the bottom of his heart to be able to use the ability. There are too many restrictions, otherwise it is not small to use it as a spy. Vegito also saw that the rewards of the gold list are linked to individuals, and it seems that rewards are given according to some of the characteristics of the people on the list. Rewards related to strength are not necessarily given. The few people who were still waiting stopped talking, and several women were reflected in the picture of the golden list. Bull Maggie by Diary and several people are inside. After looking at each other, they all silently prayed in their hearts, it must be themselves. Beauty list 5th, Artificial Man 18. Number 18, are you the enemy? Seeing that it was the name of the 18th, the mood of the women fell to the bottom in an instant. A few of them were still stained with the light of the 18th to be able to show their faces. Number 18 smiled rarely, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, even if it was a smile, it gave people a cold feeling. The golden list played the origin of the 18th, an artificial human transformed based on humans, whose real name is Lazuli, and who was originally an ordinary blue star person. Later, he was captured by Dr. Gro, a scientist of the Cyborg Legion, and transformed into an artificial human, who can easily destroy most countries alone. With a permanent energy furnace with unlimited energy, cells age quite slowly. Not good at expressing his heart, more arrogant personality, has a grateful heart in his heart, likes to dress up in money, and loves nature. He defeated Vegito, a Scion prince, and killed Dr. Gro, who turned her into an artificial human. The 5th on the beauty list, blessed by the way of heaven. Warrior spirit, which can increase strength tenfold. The human body transforms the half-human body into a human body. Choose one of the two abilities. It was the first time she appeared, and there were two rewards at once, and people were curious about which one she would choose. Number 18 looked at Klin, and the two of them tacitly gave up the human body and chose the warrior spirit. Changing back to a human body is not good for 18, not only will he lose his strength, but he will also age like ordinary people. Anyway, Klin made a wish before and took the bomb in her body. Artificial people can also have children, why do you still find yourself bored to become an ordinary person? After the heavenly Deo reward fell, the white light of No 18's body flashed. As if the quantity changed and the deterioration changed, and the dust around the body flew. The wind and sand made several people a little unable to open their eyes, and Bulma and Tais, 2 ordinary people, were blown out. Vegito flew behind Bulma and a princess hugged her in midair. The energy of the 18th stormed away, which was beyond everyone's expectations, and when Tais reacted, she was 100 meters in the air. Just about to shout in fright, before he could shout out, the man returned to the ground and was hiding behind Vegito. Goku's eyes were sharp, and he saw that it was Vegito's hand, and in an instant, he flew up, saved Tais with the moon in his arms, and flew back at a speed that was so fast that he couldn't see it. The speed is so fast that Vegito on the ground does not seem to have moved at all, and the extreme speed leaves an afterimage in place, and before the afterimage dissipates, the person returns. 18 is not a human, she is an artificial human, and her degree of control over chi is the lowest in the field, even Klin is much stronger than her. The best proof is that above the world's first martial arts conference in the Z period, their strength control of the fist tester, the strongest Wukong hit the lowest data. Chapter 16. So fast. Goku was frightened, and Vegito's speed made him only able to capture a little trace, and he couldn't see the process at all. The 18th's breath was still expanding, and it seemed that he couldn't control it well for an hour, and the 5 fingers of Vegito's right hand opened and aimed at her position. A golden energy shield appeared, shrouding number 18 in it, and the raging ocean of energy was suddenly trapped. Klin was a little worried about his wife, so he could only turn his gaze to Goku and ask his good brother's opinion. Goku nodded, signaling that he was fine. Number 18 can master well, the extra power is very mild. If she hadn't specifically exercised to control chi, she wouldn't have leaked out at all. Even if Vegito's shot was fast, it was still broadcast on the gold list, plus the 18th is the only one on the beauty list that is not too outrageous, and can be used as a combat weapon. Lias and Hinata have their own forces, there is no way to dig the wall, Belmod, and they have no fighting power, and Pandora in the underworld they don't have the courage to woo. The 18th is the most suitable, and can be used as a bodyguard during the day and at night. It soon attracted the attention of various countries, including the king of the Dragon Ball world. The last time Vegito was on the list, he felt that the place was familiar, and now he was sure that it was not the villa of the richest man, Bulma. The first time he wanted to recruit a few people, the next second he hesitated. The reason is also very simple: what kind of solicitation he uses. To have rights, his soldiers are ordinary people, and it seems that they can't give much rights. Money, not to mention, who can have Bulma and money? He, the king, is not comparable to Bulma. Capsules are used all over the world, the capsule company is Bulma's, then financial resources, 2 he tied a piece, not enough for Bulma to smash with money. After thinking about it, if they are also kings, they should still sell a face, and Bulma doesn't need so many bodyguards. Yes, in the eyes of the king, Vegito 18 were bodyguards hired by Bulma to protect their own safety, and they did not think about their friends. Son Gohan was the first to be exposed, and the king had already looked for it, but he was politely rejected by Gohan, and he was not the kind of person who fought for power. It is the reason for the gold list, which makes the students in the class more excited than the other, and Gohan can't teach properly. In addition to sending more people to the Dragon Ball world, the pirates and Hokage who are next to the Dragon Ball universe have the same idea. That is, Dragon Ball is not without masters, just a cowardly king, and a group of ordinary soldiers. Where so many masters appeared, there was Son Gohan Vegito, and another 18th. Could it be that their world hides dragons and crouching tigers, but they have not joined the national forces? As soon as this idea was born, it cast a shadow on the hearts of the Draco and the shadows of the 5 ninja villages. Who would not have ambition, especially in their position, want to destroy the hostile forces in order to take themselves to the next level? The pirate world peeps at the various ninjutsu of Hokage, and Hokage envies the demon fruit and domineering, especially the demon fruit, and if you eat it, you will have one more ability. The rise of the Dragon Ball world has given them new ideas, trying to win over the king of Dragon Ball, and make a good relationship to deal with the other party. After destroying the opponent and greatly increasing and stabilizing, turn your head against them and take the Dragon Ball world into your pocket. It also led to the fact that soon after, the Dragon Ball King, who had not been seen by the high-level officials of both sides, was suddenly befriended by both sides, so that he himself did not understand what happened. But that's all for later. Another difference is that the intimate interaction between Klin and number 18, the actions of the two at the beginning of the gold list are still quite ambiguous, and they suddenly provoked many men in the world. Bald, you dare to hold my goddess. Unlimited physical strength, this night, the bald man eats well, he will not be because of this bald. This bald man is super inferior at first glance, and he has the ability to come out and single out. It seems that it is only 1 meter 5, how did he hook up with such a beauty? I don't have a nose yet, so I don't look at it. What's wrong with the bald? We bald people provoke you, I hate it when people call me bald. That is there a possibility that this bald man is the strongest human on the surface? Impossible, absolutely impossible. When people were arguing, the picture of the gold list turned, and a girl dressed in a red gothic lowly suit, her right eye was bright red, her left eye was covered by bangs, and a girl with a double ponytail appeared. I was not alarmed at all about my list, but through the picture of the gold list, I smiled coquettishly at everyone and threw a kiss seductively. The slender limbs give the impression that they can be crushed with just a firm grip, cherry blossom-like red lips, and fair skin as smooth as pearls. Amazing beauty, so that she can capture male charm with only one eye contact. Lori-like petite figure, but exudes the high and cold temperament of the royal sister. Even if it is a provocative action, it will only add a bit of mystery, not look vulgar. Fourth on the beauty list, the elf of time, Tokisaki Mad-san. Tokisaki Madso, Ara. Tokisaki Madso's life is very bumpy. Originally as an ordinary family lady, she was saved by the origin elf in a disaster, suffered from her deception, and voluntarily transformed into an elf body. He constantly fights to kill all the elves who hurt humans, and when he kills the elves of Yan, he discovers that the other party is his best friend. Later, I learned the cruel truth, all elves were made by the origin elves, and it was not the intention of other elves to harm humans. He has been deceived by the origin elves, and has since vowed to kill the origin elves who destroy humans and harm the elves by any means. In the past 30 years, the number of humans injured by Tokisaki has exceeded 10,000 incompletely. The ability to drive time, able to devour human time, increase the amount of time at his disposal, hoping to get enough time to go and kill the origin elves 30 years ago. Those who change the tragic history of 30 years ago, and those who are killed by themselves, will also be resurrected to gain a new life due to historical changes. At different times, there are more than 1,000 doppelgangers, and every second that passes may be a new avatar. The avatar also has the right to control time, but it cannot resist the orders of the ontology, and even if the ontology is killed, a doppelganger can be transformed into the ontology. The Golden List quickly played Mad-san's life, making people sigh, the benefactor who saved her, and finally dragged her into the abyss. Mad-san also deliberately made a move with both hands, and the spirit engraving emperor appeared behind her, and the huge clock was twice her height. Licked his lips and invited everyone. Everyone is welcome to come to me, I don't mind playing for powerful men, I think you also want to get the ability to time. This move is also out of helplessness, Mad-san is secretly killing people to seize time, and now it has been exposed by the Gold List. It is not easy to trick people into killing people again, and the elven world also has weapons against elves and has been capturing elves. In order to get more time, he had to throw an olive branch to the 10,000 worlds, partly with the intention of luring. There was another thought in her mind, if there was really someone strong enough, it would be a better choice to help her deal with the origin elves at that time. Chapter 17. Many times it is difficult to adjust everyone's mouth, and the first few women on the list more or less dislike the appearance of the crazy three, captured most of the male audience on the spot. I used to think that I was not a lowly controller, but now I understand that the main thing is that the lowly is not in place. First of all, I'm not LSP, can I hug? I'm really not LSP, I just want to hug. I hope you can show a little respect to my wife. Just you, 3 seconds, return your wife. Thousands of doppelgangers, I don't know if I can stand it. How can you top? You can't stand it, you can't. You're all crazy, she's killing people, haven't you seen the picture of her devouring humans? Aren't people living for madness? Can I interject? Who is not a good-looking creature? Man, there's no good thing. Sister, in fact, I like my daughter. The crowd is obsessed with beauty, and the leaders of the major organizations are different, and they value the characteristics of the crazy three more. The masters of time, not to mention how strange, since ancient times, there are very few people who have the ability to time. The king of the demon time is obviously more dominant, but the strength of the people is also stronger, and the city is in ashes when he raises his hand, and he doesn't have the courage to recruit him. Through the picture of the gold list, it can be seen that the combat power of the Mad Three is actually not particularly strong, although the ability of time is very perverted, it is still in a controllable range. To say that the most excited is Shimura Danzo, his situation is very embarrassing, nominally the shadow of the village. Few more obeyed him, and they even wanted to have a meeting with Kakashi even more, thinking that he was more qualified to serve as Hokage. If he had Mad-san, he would be able to bring the previous generation of Hokage over, with the help of the ninja god, and the other 4 ninja villages, and dare to talk nonsense. The picture that Danzo thought in his heart was that the Senju pillar looked arrogant, condescending to order the 4 shadows, kowtow to Konoha today, and this matter will pass. In fact, between the 1,000 hand pillars, today I will give 4 kowtows, and this matter will pass. Which ninja village wants to find their former shadows back, otherwise they will be suppressed by Konoha sooner or later. Their determination this time is greater than that of the Draco of the pirate world, and what kind of helpers to recruit is not as good as getting the previous generation back, and there is no need to worry about loyalty. The Draco are slightly better, anyway, who is in charge, is not dead, and no one can shake their dominance in a short time. In fact, most of the spies sent were destroyed by other forces before they could enter the universe they were going. The pirates want to go to Naruto to win over Sasuke, and the ninja do not agree to it. The cosmic passage is in the country of fire, there are forces to suppress, and there is no chance for people hostile to the universe to infiltrate. The passage of each universe is thousands of meters in size, even if it is impossible to send all the troops there are definitely a lot of troops stationed, and basically few spies can escape pursuit. In addition to them, there are also a small number of people who have thoughts about Mad-san. All of whom have family members who have died, and getting Mad-san represents an indirect resurrection of the family. 4th on the beauty list, blessed by heaven. The power of the origin of space, the power to control space. On the gold list, Mad-san, dressed in a red gothic outfit, turned his full body dress to pure white, matching his gothic outfit and monastic clothes, and his eyes turned white like snow. Each elf, flooded with negative emotions, falls into a state of reversal, and its strength and personality change. As the Mad Three of the time system, after the reversal, it is the dominator of space. With the reward of the gold list, Mad-san directly obtained the ability to reverse, integrating time and space. Mad-san's face gradually blurred, replaced by a cold and arrogant face that despised everyone. From the picture alone, there is a height of about 1 meter 9, and the Cheongsam reflects the hot body to the extreme. Her long dark hair reached her waist, her forehead was smooth and flat, her dark blue peach blossom eyes were eye-catching, her lips were so soft that there was no wrinkle, and she wore golden snake earrings on her earlobes. It is obviously a cold and proud face, and when he sees himself on the list, his face becomes extremely ugly, as if he does not want to be on the list. The third on the beauty list, the leader of the 9 Snakes Pirates, and the king of the daughter country, Boya Hankook. Boya Hankook, no matter what the concubine does, she will be forgiven, because the concubine body is so beautiful. Born in the country of the daughters of the pirate world, Boya Hankook went out with ships as a child and was abducted by traffickers to the holy land of Marijoya. Reduced to the slave plaything of Draco, in a certain Draco's Aftermath show, he was forced to eat the devil fruit sweet fruit and gained the ability to petrify people. The back is stamped with a mark representing a slave, and the indelible Draco hoof imprint indicates the identity of the slave. After several years of abuse, when the fishman was making a fuss about Marijoa, she was accidentally rescued at the age of 16 and returned to her daughter's country. Originally a country that advocated force, Boya Hankook was gifted and became the king of his daughter's country in one fell swoop. The tragic experience of her childhood made her cold and heartless, and she hated men very much in her heart, and regarded the slave mark on her back as a shame. As he grows older, he is firmly ranked as the #1 beauty in the pirate world, and there is no need to actively use the petrification ability of the fruit, and anyone who is addicted to its beauty will turn into a stone man. Later, he became His Majesty Kaiwahai, belonging to the private power of the navy, semi-official and half-pirate. The Draco were dumbfounded, but they didn't expect that Boya Hankook was once their slave, and the lecherous had a feeling of losing his soul. Boya Hankook will be half subordinate to the navy, that is, half Draco's subordinates. Most organizations have also temporarily given up wooing, and although her combat effectiveness is not low, no one knows what she thinks. There are also a small number of other ideas. Boya Hankook has suffered all kinds of abuse from the Draco. How can he really submit to them? There must be something hidden in this. For example, Shimura Danzo, who is still alive, moved a little crooked mind and had plans to try the alliance. Boya Hankook is not alone, she has the entire daughter country behind her, she is a combat power that cannot be ignored, and once successful, it will be a good helper. Her appearance also ignited the people's reaction to a climax. The dark childhood can always resonate with most people, and how many ordinary people's childhood has not been treated unfairly. The already dissatisfaction with power, coupled with the beauty of Boya Hankook, has inspired many men's desire to protect. In essence, people are not grieving for Boya Hankook, but for those who suffer. In the picture played by the gold list, when Hankook was locked in a cage, there were no less than 100 girls in the flashing picture. The faces are different for different ages, the only thing that is the same is that everyone's eyes are desperate, that is, they can't see the future, and they can't see a little light in the future life. Chapter 18. The miserable and sad look, the sad and sad people who hear it, this is still a momentary picture, who can know how many girls Draco forced him? This leg is longer than my brother's life. I have long heard that the Draco are cruel and unkind and do not treat people as people, but I didn't expect to be mediocre to this point. Whoever can afford to provoke awe, they dare not resist. How did such a brutal regime last so long? Then how did capitalism in your world last so long? The king of the mediocre is not qualified to rule over mankind. When to overthrow him, say it, I will also go and contribute. I'll go too. Count me in. I decided to overthrow the world government, who approves and who opposes. If you say this, the world government is difficult to handle. It's difficult, then don't do it. I heard that there is a rebel army that is working to overthrow the world government, let's all go and join. A simple gold list, in the short period of time later, added a large number of troops to the rebels, which no one expected. The world government does not care at all, they ignore the point that the gold list is synchronized by all worlds. No matter how small a person's strength is, it is also very scary to accumulate to a certain amount. Moreover, there are still some strong people who fight on the boundaries of the freedom of the weak. It also laid the seeds for the collapse of the world government, and finally laid the groundwork. Vegito had a different view of this. No matter who won, a new king would always be born, and the people would still be in the same situation. Who knows if the next ruler will definitely be better than Draco, but no matter how brutal he is, he can't be worse than Draco. The third place on the beauty list, the blessing of the heavenly way. Body spirit purification liquid. After taking it, erase all body scars caused by external forces, and if you receive any external injury, the body will not leave scars after recovering from the injury. Boya Hankook, who was still entangled, had an extra bottle of wriggling blue spirit liquid in his hand, and his beautiful eyes blinked twice, flashing with relief. For women who love beauty, body and spirit purification liquid are unattainable things. Even she is no exception. In addition to erasing the slave mark on the back, the follow-up effect is also useful. As long as it is a battle, there are all kinds of dangers, it is inevitable to be injured, and no woman wants to have two more scars that affect beauty. She just came out of one problem, and soon fell into the next problem. She has long regarded herself as the first beauty in the world, and she is very unhappy that someone can still rank above her. Just as he was about to question the golden list, a girl with long sky blue hair sat on her seat, looking up to the sky with interest with her proud gaze. The white military uniform could not hide the graceful figure, and the long black sleeves at the wrists looked more majestic, and the indifferent gaze swept away, still revealing a strong aggressiveness. The haughty head refuses to bow, and the eyes shine with danger, making people more eager to conquer or surrender. Second on the beauty list, Imperial General Ice Queen Esdras. Esdras, too weak to die, that's all. A race born in the northern part of the empire, living in an extremely cold region. He was indoctrinated from an early age with a worldview of respecting the strong. With the idea that only the strong can survive, he has hunted powerful dangerous beasts alone since he was a child. When he returned from another outing, he found that the entire race had been wiped out by an unknown enemy, and he strengthened his determination to become stronger. After living alone for a period of time, he was recruited by the Empire and became a senior general of the Empire, and with excellent combat effectiveness and cohesion, he quickly rose to the top of the position of Imperial General. Get the ability of the Ice Emperor, freely control the power of ice, switch attack and defense freely, and have extraordinary power. In the face of the Empire's high-level belief, the rebels, which took at least a year to defeat, were defeated in the blink of an eye after arriving on the battlefield, and buried 400,000 enemy troops alive. The wise and brave prince of the enemy army was captured by Esdras and trained to be obedient like a pet dog. The beautiful Sheik's queen, in addition to her love of fighting, another pleasure is to torture enemies, with unique torture methods, piercing, wax and oil burning at the stake to beat the psychological ravage. He treated his enemies cruelly, but took great care of his men, and the king gave all the money as a reward, refused to accept bribes, and got along with the commoners, and was deeply loved in the country. Its own combat strength, comparable to hundreds of thousands of elite soldiers, plus dozens of capable people, is possible to defeat it. I'll go, Queen. Is the Queen still short of slaves? I can. I bring my own collar, leather whip. While you are still fantasizing, Lord Esdras, you are already going to lead me out. Wait, hold on, upstairs, you're wrong. I don't know what Tajmi thinks, my children will make soy sauce. Who can refuse a girlfriend with a queen attribute? That's still a silly white sweet sticky elf. Thank you for the invitation, thank you for announcing, I was going to become a monk, but now I am still customary. Online love has been hurt, I have planted rice in the countryside, jumped the Yalu River for love, and waited online for 3 domineering sisters to soothe my sadness. Don't ask why 3, because I am more seriously injured, and 1 is not enough. Low EQ, I'm very high emotional intelligence, too much emotional injury. It can be said that Estes is more attractive at the top than among civilians, and the golden list shows her battle pictures too large. It is also the female general of the country, and her own strength, which is the best target for joining forces. Even if it is a Draco, it is rare that she is not caught and forced her to submit, which is simply unrealistic. Several shadows in the Naruto world have given up the idea of wooing, and there are really not many ninjas under them. There have been several wars with the world government, and the loss of high-end combat power is not much, and the low-level ninjas are killed and injured, and if they want to send people to secretly go, there are no extra manpower. There were still 2 days ago, and they sent people to look for Sun Wuhan, and they were looking for other people on the list, and those who could send were almost the same, and they were really powerless. The second place on the beauty list, the blessing of the heavenly way. Time travel. You can travel through the universe at will, fight with powerful opponents, get additional rewards after winning, and lose without rewarding any items. Esdras, who looked flat, became extremely fanatical after seeing the reward item, revealing a devilish cruel smile. She needs an opponent, even if she loses, it doesn't matter, compared to rewarding others, being able to fight powerful people is the most happy thing for her. At the end of the picture of Esdras, a woman with dark red eyes and a tall figure and an excellent face appeared in the picture in a dignified posture. Number 1 on the beauty list, Horfuja. Jalfuj, I'm very sorry, may I take your life? Jalforte's real name was Jal Blair, and he changed his name to Jalforge after marrying her husband. Her parents died when she was very young, and in order to raise her younger brother, Joel had to practice killing skills to eliminate bounty figures to obtain funds. The targets of Joel's assassination were traitors who betrayed the country, and she was proud of this mission to secretly protect the motherland. As a very polite woman, whenever she takes the life of the target person, she will ask the other person, I'm very sorry, may I take your life? Chapter 19. In order to hide her killer, the identity of Princess Thorn will be used as a cover during the day with the identity of ordinary working women. As a killer, her actions are decisive and keen, and she is a little natural on weekdays, and although she has sharp instincts and treats people kindly, she is still easily deceived. Although the combat effectiveness is excellent, it can only be used as an ordinary human ceiling, and it cannot attract the attention of other world countries. There is no universe of strong people, similar to the normal world of the detective universe and Kitagawa, and there is no intention of sending people to woo them. No matter how good the kung fu is, I am afraid of kitchen knives. Countries that are not high-armed worlds are basically dominated by thermal weapons, and no matter how strong Joel's physical body is, large-scale wars will not be of much use. It is silly white sweet and natural nature, which is very popular among civilians. The combat power is bursting, royal sister, natural stay, human wife, all of the above. Coveting other people's wives, how am I different from CAO thief? Although the CAO thief dies, the will of the CAO thief will never be extinguished. At this moment, you and I are both CAO thieves. Madam, you don't want your husband to know that you are a spy. I don't pretend, I talked about it, I don't like to wear black silk, I divided. Don't just drink, eat food, don't go to the dog's table. Why do you like her? Because she has long legs and grows very well. I mean, is there any good quality in her that attracts you? Her legs are long, white and thin, and I want to touch them. Judging from the gold list, her husband doesn't seem to chase her much, and she has attacked herself. Dad plus daughter 800 heart eyes, 3 plus 799 heart eyes together. Isn't she a spy? This is exposed, she will be killed in the future. Number 1 on the beauty list, blessed by heaven. Memory erase, the killer identity described in this gold list will be erased from everyone's memory, leaving only the memory of the number 1 on the beauty list. In the world of Yule, the leader of the traitors who was about to send someone to solve Yoel suddenly froze in place. What is he going to do? How did he find a large group of subordinates? How did he lose any impression? Naturally staying like Joel, she couldn't help but rejoice for a while. Fortunately there was this reward, otherwise she herself was afraid that it would be difficult to move an inch in the future. But she always felt that something was wrong. Was she blessed, as if she had obtained it, and it seemed that she had not obtained it. Several women in Bulma's family have a bit ugly faces, and they think they can make the list. If they don't go on, forget it. The most embarrassing thing is that the 18th is on, and everyone else is not on, so that they are a little unable to hang their faces. Fortunately, they are all old acquaintances, and no one will really be angry about this little thing. To put it bluntly, it is just a woman's competitiveness. This gold list ends, and the next gold list announcement will be 1 day later. Bulma cleared her throat, and was about to greet the big guy to dinner when she was diverted by a booming sound of heavy objects hitting the ground. Vegito's brows frowned, and the first one reacted, instantly disappearing in place and teleporting outside. An all too familiar machine came into view. The time machine. Flew up to see who the future tenants was sitting in. Could it be that his own crossing has changed the development of history, and he shouldn't have arrived at Black Wukong after a period of timeline? After thinking about it again, Beerus was called away, and the tournament of the 6th and 7th universes could not be held 9 times out of 10. Goku and Vegeta were just a second slower than him, and Vegeta spotted the unconscious tenants and quickly carried him out. Bulma also didn't have the heart to think about whether she could be on the list, and seeing her son being beaten like this, she didn't feel good in her heart. Compared to Zayat who followed him, the future de special is too miserable. All of it was on his shoulders, and now it was beaten like this again. What happened? What happened to tenants? Fortunately, among the people who are also dining every day, there is no need to get fairy beans. Before waiting for daily treatment, the vision in the sky was changing, and a black swirling black hole appeared, exuding an aura that devoured everything. Black Goku was suspended in the air, his gaze swept over several people, and his hands were open and looked down at everyone. "O foolish and lowly human being, it is a boundless honor to be able to witness me as a god. If there is a golden list of mankind, then there must be a list of gods. Black Goku is confident that he will definitely be the strongest god. So, who starts with the killing?" For those present, Black Goku was not impressed. Goku's group of people are caught in self-doubt, and a combined person Vegeta is outrageous enough. This guy who calls himself a god is exactly like Goku. Just when several people didn't know what to do, an indifferent and calm voice came out. "Okay, Tregware, it's time for you to leave." Vegeta's body condensed in front of Black Goku's body. The right hand pressed on his abdomen, and a Kikong wave bounced him off, like a kite with a broken line, coming and going fast. Black Goku's throat was sweet, a mouthful of blood spilled, and the air circled backwards. Vegeta's contemptuous laughter came out faintly. "God, naked God!" Black Goku originally wanted to put 2 cruel words to save a little face for himself, and even humans dared to strike at the gods. As a result, as soon as he looked down, he found that under Vegeta's attack, his clothes were shattered, and only 1 ring was not broken on his body. "Who is this guy of yours? Is it Sun Wukong's family?" Vegeta is too similar to Goku, and Black Goku also regards him as Goku's relative. "I'm neither Monkey King nor Vegeta, I'm the one who wants to kill you." Vegeta waved his hand in the air, and an invisible fist erupted. Black Goku was wrapped in the storm, and there were several small wounds on all 4 limbs, and blood stains also flowed from his cheeks, slowly dripping down. The space-time black hole also burst out with terrifying suction, and Black Goku was just injured, plus he was deliberately controlled, and he was sucked in without noticing. Before the black hole was restored, there was a figure inside who looked at several people with a sinister smile, cold and emotionless eyes, looking at Vegeta intently, opening his mouth to say a few words silently. Vegeta looked at the direction of the black hole and did not turn his head for a long time. Just now he also thought about whether to kill Black Goku, and finally for some consideration, he temporarily dismissed this idea. Vegeta's brows furrowed. Goku was also a little unpleasant. Black Goku was obviously not a good thing, and he looked the same as him, it would be a little uncomfortable to change to anyone. Bulma was not in the mood to care about others, urging Tenunks to heal his injuries every day, and it didn't take much time. Tenunks's eyelids trembled, and he opened his eyes and looked blankly to the left and right. After seeing Bulma, her eyes were blank and she whispered softly, "Mom. It's okay, Tenunks, your Uncle Gaku and father are here, don't be afraid." Seeing that his demeanor was wrong, Bulma touched the top of his head, soothing his emotions. No matter how old a child is, in the eyes of the mother, it will always be a child. Chapter 20. Tenunks did not hold back, threw himself into her arms and cried bitterly, tears dripping from his eyes, and his voice filled with regret and endless pain. Vegito looked at the fire, looked calm, and reprimanded. "Don't cry, this is what you look like now, it's really disappointing me." Tenunks slowly raised his head, the corners of his mouth twitched, a little difficult to face his father. When he returned to the future during the Shalo period, Vegito faintly said a word to him. Let him take care of his future mother, that is, Bulma, but at that time Vegito could not say such words openly, but prompted him in a suggestive way. Not only did he fail to fulfill his promise, but his mother died in front of his eyes, and it was hard for him to imagine how his father would feel when he found out. "Sorry, father." Vegito's rare expression softened a lot, and his tone softened a little. "I don't know what's going to happen in the future, but I see that guy who looks like Kakarot, he ran back, there's nothing shameful about losing to his opponent, just get stronger and win back." Tenunks and Black Gaku came back one after another, thinking with their toes, and they could guess that the two sides were hostile. Tenunks's eyes were full of sadness, completely devoid of the idea of revenge, hating his powerlessness at the same time, but also fearing the strength of the other party. "No, Mom, he killed her, and I failed to protect her." The thought of his future mother being killed in front of his eyes, Tenunks's heart was dripping blood, and there was a painful feeling that it could explode at any time. "What did you say?" His words made Vegito's heart stop beating for a while, and he strode towards Tenunks, his eyes glowing with terrifying killing intent. After Vegito saw his state, he teleported to Taiza's side without saying a word, and an invisible aura barrier unfolded. At the same time, Vegito's energy climbed and changed into a super blue form, an endless stream of energy, making the sand and stones on the ground splash. Vegito is an arrogant and does love Bulma in her heart, and it is normal to be angry when she hears that her future wife is dead. Tenunks lowered his head, tears swallowing down his stomach, not daring to look him in the eye. "Mom, in order to protect me from leaving, I was killed by Black Gaku." Seeing that the situation was not good, Bulma blocked Vegito's way, blocking his way, and persuaded him with a good voice. "Okay, Vegito, don't scold him, Tenunks doesn't want this to happen, it's not easy for him to carry the future alone." Bulma didn't know what to say, she knew Vegito too well, and if she didn't stop him, she would have beaten Tenunks. Hearing that her future self died, except for what sounded a little strange, Bulma did not fluctuate, and the mother died in order to save the child, presumably she would not resent the child before she died. Gaku also cut in, his big eyes were hesitant, unable to understand what was happening. "Tenunks, what's going to happen in the future, how can that guy look like me?" Tenunks collected his emotions and described to them what had happened since he returned to the future. After killing the 17th and 18th, they killed Shailu, who had been found, and after a few years of peace, Baba died and they came. Fortunately, with the help of the Realm King God, he controlled Dapla for a moment, and relying on the characteristics of knot waves, Tenunks easily killed him. Without giving Babadai a chance to absorb energy, Majin Bu failed to revive until Black Gaku appeared not long ago. The destruction of the human city quickly killed the human being, and Tenunks could barely fight him. Who would have thought that the opponent's combat effectiveness was increasing every day, and soon Tenunks would not be an opponent at all, only to run for his life in panic. Before he returns with the time machine, in order to buy him time, Bulma sacrifices his life. Tenunks also did not know the origin of Black Goku, could not understand the identity of the other party, and did not have much useful information. Everyone was in trouble, and every day they spoke. So, Mr. Vegito, do you know his identity? Isn't the origin of the universe containing a lot of unknown information? Thinking every day that Vegito even knows the Book of the Sages, maybe there will be a little news. Looking at everyone's gaze, Vegito did not hide it, and told the origin of Black Goku. The trainee king god took a fancy to Sun Wukong's body, swapped his body with him, and then killed the future realm king god, so the destruction god also died, and no one could stop him. Vegeta and Goku were silent after hearing this, and the two did not expect the truth to be so tortuous. Goku took the initiative to take responsibility. Since he is using my body, then I will go back with you and solve him. Vegeta flatly refused. He had to deal with the revenge of killing his wife, and he must not let that kind of guy live. You are not allowed to interfere, Kakarot, I will beat him into meat with my own hands. Tenunks seemed to have unloaded his burden, his whole body was much more relaxed, and he laughed bitterly and laughed at himself. If father and Uncle Goku make a move, Black Goku will not be afraid, and with you here, then it doesn't matter if I can become stronger or not. At this time, Vegeta is still in a super blue form, different from the restrained breath of the super god, and the super blue breath can be perceived by mortals. Tenunks knew very well how strong Vegeta was, much more powerful than Zama's. The anger that Vegeta had just suppressed came up again. Something without ambition, don't you want to avenge Bulma? But he's too strong, and I can't beat him. Tenunks also wants revenge, but he understands the gap between them, and the speed at which Black Goku advances makes him desperate. His fighting spirit has long been worn out, and he is not as good as his father and Uncle Goku after all, and there is no way to become as strong as them. When everyone else thought that Vegeta was going to be angry, Vegeta put away his breath, glanced at him indifferently, and left without saying anything, leaving only a back for everyone. When people are angry to the extreme, they tend to react contrary to usual, and Vegeta is completely disappointed in him, so disappointed that he does not want to say another word. Bulma wanted to persuade Bulma, but she couldn't worry about her son, so she could only hold him tightly in her arms and encourage him softly. Don't give up, Tenunks, you can do it. Tenunks's eyes were moist, tears rolling in them, he lost his previous courage, and there was no spirit. I really can't win, Mom, I've tried all the cultivation methods, and none of the paths can let me beat him. Chapter 21. Men may go the wrong way, but men will always be men. Someone to help you this time, next time, your mother died to save you, next time there is a strong enemy to let who save you, with your girlfriend's life, or someone else's life. There are always moments when someone needs to step up, and men are made for that moment, maybe family, maybe lovers, or friends. You always have to make a choice to protect what is most important to you, otherwise the previous sacrifice efforts will be meaningless. Vegeta's voice was not loud, and it clearly reached Tenunks's ears, planting another seed of struggle in his abyss-like heart. Tenunks's expression stagnated, his brain went blank, and the future Bulma's appearance before he died was reflected in his mind. The mother with a bloody face, at the last moment before death, let him live well and never give up. Do you really want to admit defeat? Is there any point in your mother's death? Do you have to keep coming back for help? Countless thoughts collided chaotically, and there was an extra color in his eyes, called unwillingness and hard work, and it could also be called protection. If you want to say who Vegeta sympathizes with the most among the many characters in Dragon Ball, it is definitely the future master. When little Tenunks was still coquettish, he was working hard to cultivate, hoping to fight with the artificial human. The only brother Gohan, who is also a teacher and friend, died to protect him, making him the only guardian. Why does Gohan wave, Goten's little special wave? In addition to the nature of science, the subconscious also feels that with his father, it is impossible to make trouble that cannot end. Date never drags mud and water, let alone waves, can kill in seconds, and never wastes time. There is no Vegito in his world, no Monkey King, and all he can rely on is himself. He can't wave, and he doesn't dare to wave, because there is no such capital and no one to clean up the mess for him. Can mention it, Vegito doesn't mind a favor, finally came to the Dragon Ball world, don't change the tragedy, I'm sorry for the crossing of the king of the explosion. Thanks, your Vegito, thank you for waking me up. After the tea eased up, he walked in front of him, bent down and bowed respectfully, and said sincerely. After the immortal fighting spirit returned, Date went to Vegito to apologize, and he could understand Vegito's painstaking efforts as a father. Bulma went to collect energy, let them father and son talk, she will do what she can to help Date. Goku quietly walked up to Vegito's side and asked in a voice that only two people could hear. Did you let Black Goku go on purpose? Others can't see it, Goku's eyesight still found out that something is wrong, and Black Goku's strength is indeed very strong. There are few opponents in the super match state, but it is also limited to the super race, if it becomes super blue, Goku is sure to kill him in seconds. He can still do it, according to Vegito's strength, it is impossible to give him a chance to leave alive. Vegito shook his head, did not explain anything more, and said a perfunctory sentence. You'll know later, that guy is still a little troublesome. With such a big thing, the big guys are not in the mood for dinner, and Klin they know that they can't help much. Dateng is not an opponent, and they are even worse, so they simply stopped bothering them and left one by one. Gohan has the heart to help, but with Vegito and his father there, it makes no difference whether he goes or not, so there is no more. Goku plans to go together, not wanting to miss the rare battle, and fighting with himself, it's also fun to think about. With nothing to do, Tais went to look at the kitchen meals, and Vegito lay down on the couch alone, thinking about other problems. Radiant in the distance, Vegito and Date's chi fluctuated at an extremely fast speed, and it should have been fighting. It wasn't long before Tais told him the unexpected news. Fortunately she gave up interstellar travel, and her friend Gok was temporarily changed to a mission. Initially, her idea was that Gok was going to patrol the Muta galaxy and go together without worrying about safety. Now that Gok is not going, she can't go alone if she wants to. After a night of silence, the time quickly came to the second day and Vegito and Goku Daet were ready to go to the future world for a shame. Knowing that the other party has an immortal body, Goku proposes to learn the demon seal wave so that he can deal with the situation of undead. Vegito thinks that that kind of thing is not suitable for science, bells and whistles are useless, and in the end it is still necessary to rely on fists to divide the victory. Goku is still convinced, plus there is no time to learn the sealing technique. Before leaving, Vegito offered to go together, and the three agreed to join him without much thought. The premise is that they cannot be disturbed, and Vegito only wants revenge and does not want to be disturbed by anyone. Vegito said it didn't matter, if they could solve it, they wouldn't make a move. The time machine spewed out red and blue flames, broke through the barrier of time and space, and traveled to the future time and space. The once bustling and prosperous city has become a ruin, with severed limbs everywhere, and part of the ground has even been stained red with blood. When they saw this scene, the three of them were angry in their hearts, and they must know that killing people with gas is mostly a corpse without bones. The bloodiness of the future world, I really don't know how many people Black Goku killed to make it like this. The Vegito didn't say much, releasing his breath so that Black Goku could rush over to the decisive battle. Black Goku and Zama's arrived in less than 2 minutes, and Goku observed it carefully and complained wordlessly. This guy looks more stylish than me. Vegito, which one are you going to hit? Of course it's that fake you, I can even win the real you, how can I be afraid of an imposter? What a confidence! The two exchanged a few words, then rushed up to exchange hands with each other, and Tenunks did not look at Zama's, focusing on the battlefield of Black Goku. Mr. Vegito, do you say father can win? Last night, Bulma hid from Vegeta and secretly told him one thing: even Vegeta was not Vegeta's opponent. T realized that Vegeta was probably the strongest of the three, and he couldn't understand the battle situation, so he talked to him. Vegeta opened his mouth and held out a finger. 1 minute, Vegeta solves Black Goku, it's about the same in a minute. Chapter 22. Unlike Goku, who is habitually tempted, Goku uses the Super 2 form and has a back-and-forth confrontation with Zama's. Vegeta started with Super Blue, and almost punched Black Goku through. Black Goku no longer hid his privacy, pink aura sprayed, opened the distance and spread his hands, mocking in a mocking tone. Vegeta, a human being, also wants to confront the gods, let you see the true posture of the gods, elegant end. Before the words were finished, Vegeta hit him on his knees, and he couldn't say anything in the second half of the sentence. Bastard, I will never let you go. As soon as he thought of the future Bulma, Vegeta was so angry that he couldn't do it, and Black Goku backhanded a shockwave and hit it within the close range. The red glow exploded, and Vegeta changed to the Super God in seconds, giving up the energy-consuming Super Blue, and dodged with agility and ease. The battle situation became completely one-sided. Vegeta switched red and blue, and the Black Goku who fought was reluctant to even fight back. Tenunks was surprised to see it, but he didn't expect his father to be so strong. Zama's and Goku were still fighting each other, and Black Goku couldn't stand it anymore, and out of the corner of his eye, he saw the surviving humans coming out to watch the play, and punched Vegeta hard, shooting an air bomb. Vegeta, who was just about to end the battle with the ultimate flash, secretly shouted meanness, and could only give up the lore, move over the refugees at high speed, and flick his hand to knock off the gas bomb. Let Black Goku get a rare respite, and flew to the vicinity of Zama's without looking back. Stop playing, hurry up and use that move, we are not opponents at all. While speaking, Black Goku's face and nose were still oozing blood, and in less than a minute, he still suffered a lot under the full defense. Zama's hesitated, but finally nodded. Black Goku was much stronger than him, and he was beaten like a dog who lost his family, let alone himself. The two took out their earrings in sync and put them on their left and right earlobes. Goku could see at a glance that it was the earrings needed for the fit, and there was no time to stop them, and the two bumped together as if they were attracted to each other. The dazzling white light burst out, and the combined Zamas appeared, and the aura was greatly improved compared to just now. Goku's expression also became solemn, a little tricky. He knew that he had to bring out all his strength. This is the true gesture of God, worship me, mortals, lowly and filthy human beings, submit to my justice. Zamas felt the endless power, intoxicated with pleasure, and no longer looked at them squarely. Bah, less big talk, I'm going to make you go to ashes. Vegeta snorted coldly, opened his hands left and right, and brought them closer to his chest little by little, not placing his palms on his chest like the final flash. As his hands approached his chest, Vegeta reversed his wrists, and the golden thunder and lightning in his palms rang out, aiming at Zama's. Go and die, Gamma Burst Flash! The golden cannon was nearly 10 meters in diameter, and when it hit from the bottom up, the recoil force caused Vegeta's feet to sink and collapse the ground. Zama's, who was smiling proudly, also felt the crisis of death, and stretched out his hands to withstand the shockwave. Too hard to make the green tendons of the arm burst. Use all the strength of the body to resist, the palm accumulates energy, intending to break the attack strongly. Missing the opportunity to take the lead, it was already a little powerless, not to mention wanting to be distracted to fight back, and soon both arms were engulfed in the shock wave, gritting their teeth and gritting their teeth. Impossible, how do you have this power? After the fit, it is impossible that I can't win Vegeta, what is going on? Vegeta didn't answer, choosing to respond with an attack, releasing all the energy that could burst out in his body, and he wanted to determine the victory with one blow. Goku also fell from the height and returned to the vicinity of Vegeta, sighing softly. That guy underestimates Vegeta. Vegito felt the same way. Zama's was too arrogant, and Vegito's was indeed worse than him after the fit. However, with the stimulation of the future Bulma, he faintly played beyond the level, coupled with the sharpness of the attack moves, and took advantage of the preemptive strike, and the time and place were favorable and everyone was on his side. Just like the two of them speculated, Rao made the combined Zamas constantly explode, and it did not change the outcome of the demise. Soon the whole body was engulfed in light, starting with the arms and shattering little by little, then the body and finally the head. The golden brilliance scattered the dark aura of the sky, and Zamas, who only had half of his body left after the attack, fell powerlessly from the air. Goku also praising the strength of his best friend. "It's amazing, Vegeta, this trick, even I am not sure of the next move." This is not a lie, Vegeta's move is completely desperate to strike, with all his strength as a bet, it is bound to divide the victory and defeat in one breath. If it is really hard to connect, Goku is only 3 or 4% sure that he will carry it. Vegeta's voice became a little weak, and in his hoarse words, he still held on to his pride. "That's of course, this trick is my new research, and it was originally left to you, Kakarot." While speaking, his body swayed left and right, and he could fall at any time, completely relying on the last bit of strength, barely letting himself fall. Tenunks hurried up to help, and Goku rubbed his wrist, looked up into the distance, and did a warm-up exercise. "Okay, it's time for me to play." Day, who carried Vegeta back, didn't understand what he meant. "Wasn't Zama's solved, Uncle Goku? This is. Wasn't he killed by his father? That guy is not dead, have you forgotten that he has an undead body? That level of attack does not seem to be enough to completely kill him." Vegeta explained to him weakly, turning his head sideways to the indifferent Veget. He still has a lot of confidence in his ultimate trick, and chooses to fight desperately. He originally felt that there was a great possibility that there was a chance to solve Zama's, but it seemed that he thought too simply. Only Veget remained silent, and the look in his eyes never changed, as if he expected that his attack would not work. Chapter 23. As soon as Goku set out, blood-colored lightning fell in the sky thousands of meters away, and Zama's shattered body was quickly reborn again, and after returning to a full state, his breath rushed to his face. "O weak mortal, dare to injure me, let me see how many more times you can perform destructive moves of that level." Zama's body was trembling slightly, and he stroked his body intoxicatedly. He doesn't want to undo the fit anymore. The effect after the fit is surprisingly good, he is much stronger than when he was alone. The posture after the two are combined is the savior figure in his eyes, destroying the entire universe of mankind and making the world no longer ugly. Veget watched the play for a long time, and finally spit out a sentence. "There are limits to your integration, didn't anyone tell you that?" Zama's was startled, then became calm again, looking at him mockingly. "You want to lie to me? The Batara earrings cannot be removed, and the Realm King God will be permanent as soon as they are worn." It's not the first day he knows about the fitted earrings, so he hasn't heard that they can be lifted. Zama's admits that he has seen through Veget, and 9 times out of 10, he is afraid of the strong power of his own fit, and intends to deceive himself in other ways. Hearing his disbelief, Veget flicked his earlobe, shook his head indifferently, and the 2 shining earrings were seen by Zama's. "Impossible, that's. Jervis didn't tell you, is there a time limit for the earring combination? You are still just an internship Realm King God, and it will disintegrate as soon as the fusion time limit arrives, and the formal Realm King God will be permanently combined." Veget's words were like thunder on the ground, which made Zama's have to believe it. He also has fitted earrings, which greatly enhances the authenticity of the words, and Zama's does not believe it at all. Goku moved several meters away, blocking his path. "Next, your opponent is me." Goku took a deep breath, and the granular divine aura burning around his body was all absorbed into his body. Absorb energy into the body, forcibly burst out stronger power, superficially still Super Saiyan Blue, but no longer spray flames. In fact, the power that can be exerted in the battle is much stronger than ordinary super blue, and the breath that overflows from super blue is perfectly utilized. Vegito saw it clearly, and was very dissatisfied in his heart, and Kakarot broke through again before himself. Kakarot is a bastard. The two have actually been half a pound and 8 tails, and Vegito has also reached the critical point of full power Ultra Blue, just such a little, and he can successfully break through. However, his body was too tense, and he never let up, but let Gaku lead again. Vegito did not go to see Gaku, let alone Zamasu, just quietly looked at the rear of the battlefield between the two. Zamasu, at best, is an appetizer, not an opponent. Zamasu didn't notice Goku's changes, and thought it was the same ordinary super blue as Vegito, and waved his right hand to the sky, counting the blood-colored lightning that fell. It seems that you don't have new tricks anymore. Human beings can't match God after all, except death. Goku's right hand flicked, and 5 gas bombs came out of his hand, colliding with lightning, and in an instant the red and blue brilliance was intertwined. Then you can try it and you will understand. Tenunks pressed Vegito with both hands, and the divine power erupted, about to envelop his body. Father, I'll treat your injuries. In the future date period, he became a substitute realm king god, and also had the ability to treat others, but the time was too short. Only one person can be treated, and it will take a long time before someone else can be treated. Vegito pressed his palm and stopped his movement, and Date didn't understand what he meant. Father, what are you? Don't worry about me first, Kakarot is stronger than me, your ability to stay first, I'm fine. After living in Blue Star for so many years, the cruel and indifferent Vegito has long been gone, replaced by a good husband and father, Vegito who is willing to make concessions for the family. He had to admit that Gaku was more powerful, and Date's healing power could not be wasted, and it must be used in the most useful places. His own body is very clear, basically it is a minor injury, simple detachment, it doesn't matter if he doesn't treat it. While observing Gaku and the two fighting, Vegito did not ignore Vegito on the side. Vegito's mysterious look made him feel that something was wrong, and he couldn't tell what was wrong. I am the truth of the universe, look at this invincible gesture. Zamasu in the sky is unforgiving, leading to the heavenly thunder bombardment. Gaku is not to be outdone, his hands are fired repeatedly, and the prince's combat method looks for flaws in the other party. Beautiful roundhouse kick, Gaku grabbed Zamasu by both arms and shot him down with a full volley. Date couldn't help but shout loudly, if he continued to fight like this, Uncle Wukong could win. Look closely, it was Zamasu who won. Vegito's flat voice came, pouring cold water on the excited Date. Da Special tried to lock the position of the two, and the gap in strength made him unable to distinguish for a while. How could it be? At the moment when the two opened the distance and did not move at super speed, there was Vegito's reminder, and Date also found out that something was wrong. Uncle Goku's hands were twitching, as if he was using too much force, and his body couldn't support it. At this time, the situation is very bad, the full power super blue load is still too large, and Gaku gradually can't coordinate his body perfectly. Zamasu saw his anomaly and switched to long-range output, blood-colored lightning and dark red storms, continuous bombardment. Let Gaku find no chance to fight in close combat, and kill with one hit. Goku's pressure multiplies, as long as he drags on for one more minute, he will definitely lose, and he must take a risk. With his hands on his waist, blue air bullets condensed, Zamasu had Goku's body, how could he not guess his thoughts? Pretending to sell a flaw, Gaku was fooled and instantly moved behind his back. Zamasu's right hand aura materialized, and a pink light blade formed, and he stabbed it back without thinking. Goku's right arm was slightly raised, just right to clamp the light blade, and the fierce force made Black Gaku unable to withdraw, and a purple light bullet in his right hand exuded an aura that frightened him. Thrown at his chest, Black Gaku felt bad, he had a hunch that it would become very troublesome if he was really hit. A shocking scene happened. As soon as the gas bomb came off, it dissipated in the air, and it failed to hit Black Gaku at all. Gaku stayed on the spot. There was not much physical strength left, but he didn't expect that the final killing move was gone. Black Gaku sneered, kicked out his right leg and kicked on Goku's left chest, pulled out the light blade, and several blood-colored thunderbolts slammed into the defenseless Goku's back. Black Gaku laughed proudly. "You lose, this is God's will, and you are not allowed to blaspheme." Goku's backhand caught him off guard. He thought that he had missed a flaw and caused Gaku to be fooled. It was actually Gaku who saw through his intentions and abandoned the Kame Kigong as the final blow, replacing it with destruction. It's a pity that Gaku has not studied systematically, and he has completely watched Beerus use it before, so he is alone in the shadows. It is not yet mature, so it does not have any effect. Gaku fell at high speed, supporting the ground with his hands at the moment of landing, using the ground to unload the force, and the earth cracked inch by inch. Gaku also returned to normal. His physical strength was severely overdrawn, and he pondered the way to win. Even if he thought through all the moves, he still couldn't find the possibility of winning. Zama's undead body is too perverted, and Vegeta's ultimate blast energy flash shattered half of his body, and he can recover in 3 seconds. I didn't have a good way to try it with destruction, but I didn't expect to fail. With his current physical strength, after turning into Super Blue, he will deliver at most one blow and will fall into collapse. Chapter 24. Bow down, this is the power of the gods, how perfect and exalted, mortals. First defeated Vegeta, then won the Monkey King. Zama's has floated to the point where he can no longer float. He didn't have much interest in losing his strength, and he was not in a hurry to kill him later, and turned his head to look at Vegeta below. "The humiliation you gave me last time, this time I will return it all to you. You think too highly of yourself, trash." Vegeta's body rose little by little, intending to deal with Zama's personally, but even at this moment, he still did not look at the other party squarely. Zama's felt the urge to go crazy, and seeing Vegeta's indifferent expression, he wanted to tear him to pieces. "You say God is garbage." Vegeta smiled softly, not bothering to look at him, a poor bug who was treated as a pawn. No, I'm not talking about you, I mean you and the one behind you, it's all rubbish. You guy, give me death." Zama's saw the power of the fit, where he still put Vegeta in his eyes, raised his hands into the air, hundreds of blood-colored thunder fell, mixed with blood-red energy spikes. Vegeta shouted, and the energy of his whole body was urged to the extreme, and he smashed all the attacks with just his breath. If it weren't for the fact that there were human city ruins below, and there were still refugees alive, he would have had to block the large-scale offensive, and he would have hardened the attack in the flesh. Tenenx's mouth was open to swallow an egg, and he was shocked by the overbearing energy, and once again realized his insignificance. So powerful! Knew that Vegeta was very powerful, and he didn't expect it to be so powerful. Even if it was Uncle Gaku with Super Blue full power, it was impossible to do this. Gaku limped back and slumped to the ground against Vegeta. "Ah, that guy is so much better than us. So, can he win?" Tenenx was still a little uneasy, and Vegeta and Gaku also pressed and fought at first, but they still lost. "It should work, even if you can't win, you won't lose." Gaku can see that Vegeta has not yet given his full strength, and winning is sure to win. The problem of Zama's immortal body is indeed a bit difficult, whether it can be completely killed is still a matter of 2 words. He said there was someone behind Zama's, how did I not sense it? Vegeta leisurely interrupted the conversation between the two, bringing the topic to another question. Tenenx's mood is like riding a roller coaster, one will be high and one will be low, and he will be nervous to death. Zama's is so powerful, if there is really someone else behind him, wouldn't it be unimaginable? In the middle of the battlefield in the air, Zama's saw that the attack was defused, cursed angrily, burst out, and a huge pink scythe appeared in his right hand. After one breath, the dark clouds in the sky disappeared, pink and golden rays flashed, and two small colors flashed. Vegito was still standing in place, with Zama's facing back, neither of them making a move. No, it can't be. Zama slowly turned around, and the scythe in his hand shattered from the blade, triggering a chain reaction that shattered into points of light. There was an extra huge opening in the abdomen, and as soon as Zama's lowered his head, his body fell down from his chest, losing his support point, and he fell like this. Carving insect tricks, also dare to get an axe. The golden lightsaber in Vegito's hand retreated, his face did not fluctuate a little, and a confident smile was always on the corner of his mouth. When the two passed by just now, the golden sword slashed on the pink sickle, and as soon as the materialized weapon touched, the scythe was easily cut off, and Zama's was cut off with one sword. Zama's lower body became miserable, dark green blood mixed with human blood, and the sticky blood soaked him into a bloody man. Due to the merger with Black Goku, even Zama's immortal body has also been partially weakened. 70% of the immortal body and the complete immortal body sound a little worse, but it is not a conceptual physique. After suffering such heavy damage, the body's recovery rate slowed down. The limbs visible to the naked eye are being reborn, but they are too different from the single Zama's, who recovered instantly after death. Zama's is dying, still shouting, fighting the undead to provoke madly. I can't be killed by you if I have an immortal body, and the end of your life is death at the hands of God, rejoice. I'm curious, who gave you the courage to talk to me like this, and Liang Jingru didn't dare to give you this courage. You can't win me together, when the time for the fit comes, you won't have a chance, are you waiting for death if you don't run? Zama's smiled, a cruelty in his eyes, he could already sense that the guy was coming, he would never die, let alone die at the hands of filthy and lowly humans. God's power is really small, let me give you the last ride. Vegito's 5 fingers were open, and each of the 5 fingers had a purple gas bomb, which was thrown at him. The smug look on Zama's face was replaced by fear and confusion, and extreme annoyance. This is destruction, how can human beings? Is a prepared realm king god, he has not seen the destruction god make a move, and how can he not recognize the destruction energy? Unlike the destruction of Goku's rudimentary form, but it didn't look like a god, Zama's didn't see it for the first time. Vegito's destruction is full of energy fluctuations that destroy all the energy, and if he is really hit, he will definitely die. Vetali, save me. Under the crisis of life and death, he could not care about the dignity of God, and shouted to the sky, hoping to help him escape. Responding to him was endless silence, and Zama's could only watch as the destruction drew closer and closer to him. Can't dodge, too fast, Zama's can clearly see the trajectory of the attack, but he just can't dodge. The purple energy smoothly crashed into his crippled body, and his proud strength failed to protect him for even a second. In the purple flames, Zama's upper body turned into fine grains of sand, which were evaporated into ashes. Tenenx saw clearly that the guy who gave him the nightmare was dead, just like that. Vegito used a total of 2 moves, the lightsaber was severely damaged, the destruction was erased, and he killed Zama's, who defeated Uncle Goku and his father. Vegeta and Goku were also relieved. Vegeta was the last whole card, if he couldn't take Zama's, but it was really out of place. Fortunately, he didn't live up to his expectations. Win, we win. He saved the future. What a young man who has appeared, who has mastered the energy of destruction as a human being, and is really a troublesome guy. In the sky in all directions, there was a man's whisper, which made the 3 people on the ground tense and prepare desperately. Is this the man behind Zama's? Vegito wasn't surprised at all, the guy had been there, watching their battle, but it just didn't let Zama's sense it. Seeing that several people did not take care of themselves, the man was not annoyed, and he was talking to himself. If memory serves, you seem to be called Scions. I remember that you don't seem to be able to survive in space, so let this planet be your grave. And not making a movie, knowing the weakness of the scion, he was too lazy to do it himself, and blew up the planet. A destructive energy with a diameter of more than tens of meters fell out of thin air, carrying the destructive aura of the shattered planet, and Mount Tai fell with a bang. Vegeta and Goku's expressions were gloomy, too big. With their remaining physical strength, they couldn't stop it at all. Vegeta moved at this time. 1 second he was still at low altitude, the next second he was above the clouds, his right leg was raised and kicked up, and he kicked the energy out of Blue Star. Chapter 25. After the turtle Paikigong bounced and attacked, the action kept stopping, Vegeta's hands were folded, and the turtle Paikigong was instantly fired, and the blue Kigong wave shot out in the northwest direction. You can vaguely see someone being shot and flying upside down for a distance of tens of thousands of miles. Vetli was defenseless, allowing the attack to pour on his flesh, smashing several planets along the way before stopping. Vegeta, I don't know when, also came in front of him, and the two looked at each other from a distance of 100 meters. Are you the god of destruction? Vegeta asked the question in his mind. The Vetali lion has a long tail on its back and the same clothing as Beerus. They are all dressed up as specific gods of destruction, and they have the power of destruction, and it is difficult for him not to think of the god of destruction. Vitelli patted the dust on his body, able to burst Zama's blow, leaving only a little bruise on him. Destroying god, that's right. He was also a little curious about why Vegeta could be active in the universe. Could it be that he had been deceived? I didn't even think about it. Anyway, Vegeta was going to die soon. When Vegeta heard the answer, he kept silent and didn't ask any more miscellaneous questions. It is enough to know who he is, and there is no need to ask any more superfluous things. It was really useless to think that those two wastes could successfully complete the task, and finally capsize in that remote planetary gutter. You're all in the same league as Tenunks, and after killing you, I'm going to your universe and killing all your friends. His expression was rather disdainful, extremely contemptuous of Zama's abilities, and completely unconcerned about their life or death. He is simply a human being who wants to destroy the future time and space, and there are just two chess pieces, and with the mentality of not using it in vain, he reached an alliance with them. Originally, Zama's could not have died, and Vitelli could have saved him, but unfortunately they did not have much use value, and they had played enough. Come on, let me enjoy the fun of fighting for a long time, and use all your strength to please me. Vitelli doesn't think that humans really have the ability to hurt themselves, so he said so, and he also wanted to play more. Instead, Vegeta fell into a tangle, wandering between the two transformations of self-conscious skill and self-intentional work. Is he seconds his that, or seconds his that? Seeing that he didn't react, Vetali thought he was frightened, and laughed sarcastically. What's wrong? Listen to them, the Scions are all battle maniacs, shouldn't you be afraid? If you don't come, I'll come. As soon as Vetali took a left foot, he crossed 100 meters in the next step and slammed a punch into Vegeta's face. Vegeta's body turned into an afterimage, and dozens of more figures appeared in the universe, which could be used to avoid the fist. Vitelli missed the blow, and the fist wind continued to stop, shattering a nearby planet. Vegeta let out a low sigh, purple aura wrapped around his body, endless destructive energy exploded, and his black hair turned purple. All time and space could not stop twisting and deforming, and the planets on the side exploded one by one, reduced to dust in the universe, and burst out into brilliant fireworks for a moment. According to your name of destroying God, this move should be called self-extreme skill. You're really naive to plan to use destruction against me. Vetli is not afraid. As a god of destruction, there is no reason why he should not have a higher understanding of destruction than a human being. Heaven is not naive, you will understand right away. Today I will kill God. Vegeta's right hand was wrapped in destructive energy, and he threw two gas bombs from a distance, which were dodged by Vetli. Then launched a counterattack, one has not been seriously fighting since crossing over, the other has been sealed for an unknown number of years, just broken out of the seal and longing for opponents. The two said that they will meet good talents, chess meets opponents, and each other sees tricks and encounters solutions. Vitelli kicked out, but Vegito blocked it, and the breath of destruction rushed towards him, knocking him out abruptly. Vegito's purple aura soared, looking at the destructive energy that struck, and shattered all the air bombs in one go. Vegito's strength was greatly unexpected, Vitelli's expectation, dozens of moves passed, he could not take advantage of it at all. Unable to help but collapse the great power of the universe, his hands condensed a giant ball of destruction light and smashed towards Vegito. Good to go! Vegito roared, using his body as a weapon, and met the energy ball, piercing the center through a hole. Vitelli relied on the cover of strong light, killed him in the back, and clawed him in the chest. It's over. The palm easily passed through Vegito's chest, but his face changed drastically. In the next second, Vegito in front of him disappeared, and only the afterimage was hit, and Vegito was standing behind him, making the same movement as him. A palm pierced Vitelli's chest, and it turned out that Vitelli was also an afterimage, and his real body was on his left side. You were fooled. To his surprise, he thought Vegito was on the first floor, and it turned out that Vegito was on the fifth floor. The hit was still an afterimage, knowing that he had no time to dodge, and the energy eruption that destroyed the world forcibly protected the surrounding body. In the galaxy where the two were fighting, all the planets were gradually shattered, and the destructive energy raged in it. The two fought, and under Vegito's deliberate guidance, they were farther and farther away from the blue star, and they crossed several galaxies in a tossing and turning. Vegito, who had no scruples, knocked Vitelli hundreds of millions of miles away with a punch, clasped his hands together, and smashed him into the center of the planet behind him. With a wave of both hands, he dragged the two planets and smashed down, and the collision of the three planets caused huge fluctuations. Vitelli flew out in embarrassment, his expression calm, and became annoyed. Bastard, if you hit me with the planet again, I'm really going to be angry. I don't know how many billions of years have passed since the ages, and I have never seen such a strong human being. This pediatric method can't hurt you. Vegito smiled, not only did not take his threat seriously, but also took the initiative to lift the purple hair form. Chapter 26. The flame-like destructive energy still circulates around him, becoming restrained and depressed. Although he still wants to play more, but the universe is going to be finished when he fights again, and Vegito can only give up his plan to fight, or it's over. Vitelli has lived all his life, and he has never suffered such a big loss, and the destructive energy of his whole body has all been released, and countless cracks have appeared in the space above the path of movement. He wanted to use his true strength to teach this arrogant young man who did not know the height of the sky. As soon as he approached, Vegito raised his hand and slapped him, hitting him 3 times. Vitelli's whole person was not good, 3 teeth blurted out, only felt that the sky was spinning, and did not come to his senses for a long time. What? Has obviously been open all the time, no one is sure of winning steadily, how is this guy like a different person? Vitelli did not believe in evil and dived down again, different attack methods, same results. As if he could see through his attack route, Vegito slapped him out again. How long you can fight me is not about how strong you are, only how long I want to fight. Vitelli also did not move, falling into self-doubt, not understanding who was human and who was God. What he didn't know was that the current Vegito was only beginning to really get serious and use the power of destruction. According to the development of the plot, the purple-haired state is called the self-extreme skill by Vegito, which is the scion god of destruction posture. However, destructive energy is not a transformation, it is not right to use it as a form, it should be able to be freely retracted and integrated. At this time, Vegito's mastery of the power of destruction has reached an extremely high level, and there is no other thought in his mind except destruction. No matter how unwilling Vitelli was, he also saw that the gap between the two was too big, and he had to admit that he was not an opponent. If you fight again, there is only a dead end, and the right hand is placed in the space on the side, and a door to space appears out of thin air. Inside, there were dozens of men and women, either leaning over or opening their eyes and looking through the space door. Are you very good at hitting? You will have a fart use. Come out to mix to talk about power, have a background. With his companions present, Vitelli had enough courage to make a look, and the people on the opposite side, except for the middle one, did not move. The others all released their own breaths, crossing the distance of the universe, and a dragon with teeth and claws condensed under Vitelli's feet out of thin air, firmly protecting him in the middle. No one can keep the people I want to kill. Vegito roared vigorously, and a wave of hot white chi shot out, forming two protective shields with purple chi. Crackling silver-white lightning sounded, a white dragon condensed at the same time, and the hideous dragon head rushed towards the opposite side. Vitelli's eyes were about to pop out. What kind of breath was this, like an immortal creator? Himself and all his companions, the aura offensive of the gathering, even the angels could not resist head-on, and there were faint signs of invincibility. Is this the real strength of Vegito? He is not in the same grade as him, or even in the same dimension. Two divine dragons. One black and one white, circling and staggering together. The black dragon is fierce and fierce, the white dragon moves swiftly, and every time the dragon claw falls, it carries a hot wave. The body of the black dragon was torn in half in the blink of an eye, and Vegito turned his head and ran without a second of hesitation. Dignity is precious, life is more expensive. Run back by yourself, so as not to be ridiculed by your companions, but it is nothing compared to getting up and dying. How could Vegito let the tiger return to the mountain, and the second to catch up with Vegito, and his right hand was invincible? With an ordinary straight punch, Vitelli's eyes were another look, and he saw a shining sun, with a bright moon spinning in the middle. Countless stars, swirling around in the middle, Vitelli's heart fell into the dark abyss. This punch, don't say it's yourself, any god of destruction is death, except for the angels desperately, no one can stop it. Is this Vegito's killing move? The distance of more than 10 meters that can't be used in an instant on weekdays has become a heavenly barrier that cannot be crossed in his eyes at this moment. Vegito blocked his movement with gas, leaving him unable to do anything but wait for death. Dozens of people on the opposite side, the joint aura attack was cracked, and they were all shocked by Vegito's strength, plus there were other opponents next to them, they did not dare to act rashly. Just when the fist was only 0.01 centimeter away from him, a cold snort came. Vegito's fist stopped, and Vegito only felt that he was hovering on the edge of death, and one carelessness was not to be overborne. What a big boldness, my people, dare to move. A milky white light shield clings to Vitelli's body, blocking Vegito's killer punch. Which green onion are you, dare to come and pretend in front of me? Vegito did not dump it, it was all doomed to be an enemy, what else is there to say? The other party also threatened and intimidated, and a familiar and unfamiliar figure stopped between Vegito and them. Then the space door disappeared, and Vitelli wanted to fly over, but unfortunately he couldn't do anything. I can only watch the last life-saving straw disappear from my eyes, and the last hope is also a dream, shattered like a bubble. Vegito's eyes flashed, a little confused about what happened, who the other party was. They all seemed to be enemies with good strength. Vegito took advantage of Vegito's distraction to break free a little bit, the cold sweat on his forehead soaked his hair, and he thought for a long time about the cost of betraying his teammates, and the consequences of not betraying. Betrayal is also death, and not betrayal is death. Either die later, or die now, it is better to die than to live. First find a way to live. Although he has lived too long, often the more such a person, the more he is afraid of death when death comes. I am willing to tell us where we come from, can you let me go away? I promise to hide far away and never go to your planet again. These words were true, and the story of his betrayal was spread, and it was impossible to know how many gods wanted to kill him. If he wanted to live a little longer, he could only hide and live. "Where is your lair, do you know?" Vegito's words undoubtedly gave him hope in life, and it was better to answer than not to speak, and there was a chance for him to let himself go. "I know. I know, but I can't take you over, only the master knows the specific location." "Then you have no use value, it doesn't matter where you come from, I believe in dead people more than promises." "Wait, that punch you just made, can you tell me what the trick is?" As he spoke, Vegito grabbed Vitelli's neck with one hand, lifted him up, and crushed his bones a little harder. Without answering Vitelli's question, what is unusual about an ordinary punch, there is no name at all. Palm destruction enveloped his body, erasing his entire person from the world, and he didn't even have a chance to go to hell. As for the origin of the enemy, it does not matter how it came about, and it does not change the fact of becoming an enemy. If Vitelli could take him to the other man's lair, Vegito might consider letting him go. "It's okay if you can't go, come and kill one by one, kill and bury it." Chapter 27. Goku and Vegeta, who are still in Blue Star, don't know what happened yet. Vegito and Vitelli went to outer space to fight after a move, and they were powerless to help. Thankfully, Vegito pulled the distance far enough that the aftermath of the battle didn't reach Blue Star. The three had nothing to do but wait. Such a strong breath, just the induction made my whole body tremble. Vegito's chi is still improving, the opponent's chi is reduced, he is invincible or his physical strength has reached the limit, it seems that he should have won. Unable to see the battle scene, Goku and Vegeta can still judge the advantages and disadvantages of both sides according to the size of their chi. Vegeta and Vitelli's chi is so large that the entire corner of the universe can detect it, let alone the two of them. Tenunks looked forward to Vegeta's victory, and the few human lives left in the future time and space were equivalent to pinning their hopes on this battle. When he saw Vegeta's safe return, Tenunks's clenched hands bulged out. He wins, and those who are still alive no longer have to worry about death. He really helped himself protect the world, the only remaining light in his dark life. Goku and Vegeta have also recovered a little bit of physical strength, and the battle is definitely not possible, and there is no problem with free movement. Vegeta and Goku don't want to stay long, and plan to go back directly with Vegeta, after this battle. Only then did they realize how weak they were, which was almost insulting to the blood of the Scions, and they had to cultivate harder to catch up with Vegeta. Tenunks tried his best to save the world, and wanted to introduce them to the surviving humans. Goku doesn't have much interest in this kind of thing, and instead of liking it, Vegeta hates getting along with people he doesn't know. That kind of harmonious and beautiful life gave him goosebumps, which was really a little unacceptable. Tenunks couldn't help it, so he had to return to Dragon Ball Chrono with the three. Two women, Bulma and Tais, were pacing back and forth in the courtyard, afraid that they would be in danger. Seeing that they were all safe and sound, and that the big stone in his heart had fallen, Bulma brought out a large number of capsules for him before Tenunks returned. "Yesterday, I heard that the future world, which was full of holes under the destruction of artificial humans, took several years to rebuild the city. As soon as Black Goku appears, he is all back in a state of starting over, and Bulma can only help him in her own way. Roughly estimated that the materials in the capsule are enough for thousands of people to live for a while, worth more than several billion yuan. But for Bulma, it's all sprinkling, not worth a small amount of money. She has no interest in money, she has never touched money. It's just that the time is too short, and she found a lot of employees to get together." Tenunks is naturally happy. "No, this is all life-saving straw, the machine does not say anything. Food alone is the top priority, and there will be no food left to eat in the future. If it weren't for Bulma's newly developed capsule, it would be much larger than the old version's holding space, and even if it was a capsule, the time machine would not be able to fit it." Vegeta Goku was curious. Vitelli's identity, after all, can use destruction, in their cognition is only the god of destruction. Vegito did not hide it and told the two that Vegito was the god of destruction. They did have this guess, but they were still frightened to hear that Vegito had killed a god of destruction. Even the god of destruction is not your opponent. What a horrible fellow, but I won't lose to you. How strong the god of destruction is, probably no one knows better than them, some time ago when they were cultivating on the god of destruction planet. Beerus once got up angry, and the two fought with Super Blue, but they were still solved by a slap by one person. Even if Vitelli is not as good as Lord Ruth, it is estimated that it is not much worse. When Vegito was fighting with Vitelli, he finally burst out with all his strength, and the breath was truly endless. Goku and Vegeta don't perceive the end at all, only know that he is strong, very strong, so that they can't accurately judge it. After a lot of time in the future world, Goku does not plan to go home, and he and Vegeta go to fight in the gravity room. By the way, wait for the announcement of the gold list for a while. The first place in the peerless list is hopeless, they just want to see how many they are. Vegito sat on the eaves, head down and thinking. A question lingered in his mind for a long time. That is, whether he should pull out his tail and use the potential of scions to break through to the Super 4 realms. He also has a tail, but when he was a child, he had to take the initiative to cut off his tail under a very special accident. He had a hunch that as long as he had a tail, he would immediately become Super Saiyan 4, even if it was Super Saiyan 5, there should be no problem. If there is a Super 4, his strength can be further improved, which can be regarded as a new breakthrough in some sense. He thought so. Super 4 and Super Blue, the two are actually not in conflict. For example, Chao Sai Shen is superimposing the divine qi in the normal state, and the free extreme skill is the skill of the god, and the destruction is another ability. Super 4 is more like strengthening the evolution of the flesh, and under the all-round increase, the strength of the flesh is outrageous. Qi, technique, body, all three are essentially different. Like Super Blue, in the case of normal infection with divine qi, it becomes Super Blue when it becomes Super Blue. It's like he doesn't need to change his silver hair like Goku of the Power Assembly now, which can be regarded as a free effort. But like an angel, the norm is to be free and extremely skillful, and the difference is whether he is willing to use it or not. The normal strength surpasses the full power Super Blue, which refers to his normal hard power, not counting the combat power when superimposing the power of free extreme skill and destruction. When he killed Vegito, the ultimate destruction blessing was on the body, and it was the real strength that took out a part. Of course, destruction and freedom can also be superimposed, but when you do not cultivate extremely high, you cannot achieve perfect harmony. The best example is that Beerus is not only the god of destruction, but also the only one of the 12 destruction gods, and the destruction god who has successfully cultivated part of the extreme skill. He can use the effect of free extreme skill dodge while fighting, but he rarely uses it. The topic ran away. And what made Vegito hesitate was that the premonition was not a fact after all, and if it didn't work, it would be a wasted effort. After thinking about it, Vegito decided that he had to find someone to experiment. Time passed quickly, more than 2 hours passed in a flash, and golden light once again enveloped the universe. Heavenly Deo Gold List. The list announced this time is a peerless list, inventory of human beings of all ages, some of which have special restrictions, are not included in this inventory. The same person cannot be on the list more than once, and is classified into the special list announcement. 10th place, Future Tenanks. Tenanks, to tell you the truth, you will be killed by me in an instant. Chapter 28. A short lilac hair, Date, who is rebuilding his hometown with refugees, appears in the picture of the gold list. The light curtain in the air changes, and the life of the great Tenanks emerges, born from childhood in the family of Bulma, the richest man in the world. At an early age, the evil scientist of Blue Star created an artificial man. Sun Wukong died of a heart attack, and the big guy of Blue Star suddenly lost his backbone. Vic and Vegeta went to fight one after another, but they were not opponents, and they were soon defeated and killed. On the 18th and 17th, they killed the strong of human beings one by one, and Clin Tianjin Rice Yamcha died one after another. Gohan, who was still young, took on the responsibility of protecting Blue Star, and Tenunks continued to practice by his side. Under the killing of artificial humans, the population of Blue Star has plummeted, and the only remaining people are also hiding in the east. The turn of things happened a few years later, when Tenunks grew up a lot and desperately wanted to break through the Super Saiyan transformation. During the killing, the cyborg encounters Gohan, who comes to support, and the two quickly fight together. In the course of his cultivation year after year, Gohan's combat power has increased rapidly. Even though he only has one arm, his own combat power is still above that of artificial humans. Helplessly, the other party had two people join forces to fight, and Tenunks, who could not transform, became a drag. In the final moment of crisis, Gohan uses his scarred body to protect his young brother and use his own body to block the fatal injury. At the last moment of his life, he took out the only remaining fairy bean and left the hope of living to Tenunks, who had not yet grown up, believing that he could save the world. After waking up, Tenunks, holding Gohan's corpse, raised his head to the sky and cried bitterly, successfully igniting his anger and entering the realm of Super Saiyan. Bulma then creates a time machine, and Tenunks slashes Frieza with his sword, and hits the Kurdish king. After fighting the Dragon Ball Chrono artificial human, after ending the devastating enemy, after successfully returning to the future, he killed 17 and 18 and the incomplete body Shailu. After killing the Demon King Dopura and becoming the King God of the Reserve Realm, he defeated Black Goku and sought the help of his father Vegeta. 10th on the peerless list, blessed by the heavenly Deo. The power of the Realm King God, long lifespan, the special ability of the Realm King God. Tenunks, who was still trying to help people, was shrouded in pure white brilliance, and the whole person was sublimated in the light. His brain has a lot of various abilities, and there are new breakthroughs in the level of life, especially in terms of lifespan. He has the illusion that he cannot die. I don't know how long I can live, only that I can live for a long, long time. When he saw the big brother Gohan who was covered in blood in the gold list, Tenunks felt sour. Even if he grew up, he was still a little sad. Brother Gohan, how much I want you to see that I protect our world. As soon as he mentioned the future time and space, Goku thought of another thing and shouted to discuss it with several people. How the hell did I get a heart attack? Vegeta has said before that Saiyans have a special physique. Not only slow aging, physical energy is at the peak for a long time, and Saiyans rarely get sick. The general illness is a type of dark wound left after serious injury. Anyway, Vegeta has never seen a Saiyan die. Why did he die of illness? If this had not happened, the future time and space would not be so dark. No one can give an answer to this question, not even Bulma. When Goku became ill, there was no drug to treat it, let alone study the disease. Everyone's gaze fell on Vegeta's body again, and I don't know when they encounter something they don't understand, they are used to asking Vegeta. It may be that he ate food indiscriminately when he was a child, and it is more likely that he was the star of Idrit. I heard that the air of the planet over there is harmful, and it is fine for the Adraths. Other races live for a long time, leaving invisible viruses to the body. It is difficult to say whether it is the cause of Goku's heart disease. There is news in this regard in the origin of the universe. Vegeta casually said two perfunctory words. Dati's ranking is quite normal, and he currently has the strength of Super 2 evolution, and the level of Wukong Super 3 is similar. Among the 12 worlds of Dragon Ball Super, there are not many with this kind of strength, except for one Jilin Chaolan. Other human beings have Super 3 strengths, and they are very few. Of course, unlike the previous two lists, the Peerless list represents absolute force, and the strongest people in various universes abound, and naturally do not accept a young man on the list. Just kidding, our bald cloak man doesn't deserve to be on the list. Bald, The platoon is also in the top few, what's the hurry? That is there a possibility that baldness has special restrictions, so it is not classified in this list? It seems that there is nothing remarkable, it is all city-level destructive power, and my Konoha laughs wildly at Madara, who is the head of the four masters. Not convinced? Then hold it. How many years have you been dead? How can you get up when you are all dead? He's so handsome, and a serious man is so charming. Are you sure you didn't fancy his identity as the son of the richest man? He's broke. Bankrupt, itself is also a savior, with this strength, power, and money are not within reach. He is a decisive man who never drags mud and water. I seem to have seen Son Gohan in his life. It's not that the teenager is how powerful, this adult, but why does it feel very weak? Everyone's talent is different, and some people have average talent, but they can develop a way that suits them to become stronger, and produce twice the effect with half the effort. Some of them have amazing potential, but they are not good at finding cultivation methods that suit them. Obviously, Son Gohan is the latter. Just like a piece of beautiful jade, someone must carve it to maximize the value, and the achievement is general without guidance. Tenunks, who has flowing movements, a resolute look and an extraordinary appearance, has also gained a lot of popularity among women. The emergence of the peerless list has made 99% of the forces break their minds of wooing. It is clear that people are stronger than the strongest in their own universe, and they are really drawn over, whether he is the ruler or himself. They want to drive away tigers, not lure them into the house. In the picture of the golden list, a pink fat man appeared on the table, lying stupidly on the table, eating small pudding one by one. The ninth on the peerless list, Majin Buu. Majin Buu, I want to eat, Satan. Majin Buu, a product born before the primeval period, after large-scale riots and long-term dormancy, absorbed a large number of evil thoughts and created the ultimate Majin. The body stretches freely in length, never gets sick, can survive in space, and can trigger supernatural disasters such as tsunamis and earthquakes by roaring alone. With almost unlimited physical strength, as long as it is not completely killed, it will never really die. Chapter 29. Millions of years ago, they invaded the Realm King God realm, devoured several Realm King gods, and integrated into their power. The kind and simple heart of the great Realm King God indirectly affected the evil Buu, making him no longer pure evil while improving his combat effectiveness, but also good and evil, all according to his preferences. Of course, because Buu has survived for too long, most of the graphics are teleported, skipping most of the scenes quickly. A few years ago, he was lifted by the evil Babadai, defeated Scion Vegeta, and then met the fighting champion Satan, and has since changed his evil. No longer hurt life at will, love small animals, like to eat all kinds of food. The ninth on the peerless list, blessed by the heavenly Dao. Divine power reshaped, lost divine power returned. Buu looked left and right, and did not see anything different about himself, nor did he feel anything more. Several people in Bulma's family, Goku and Vegeta, subconsciously turned their heads, and Bulma followed suit. Buu, how does a demon have the power of gods? Vegeta thought for a moment and gave a surprising answer. Didn't evil Buu devour the great Realm King God? There is a lot of divine power in the body of the great Realm King God, and later little Buu and fat Buu separating most of the divine power. There is not much to say about the meaning of divine power, and the benefits that can be brought to Buu are far better than blessing strength. Vegeta's statement is reasonable. There is no problem at first glance. The great Realm King God has a lot of divine power, which is completely reasonable. Vegeta still found something unreasonable and raised his own doubts. No, the divine power is really strong. How can it be devoured by Xiao Buu, such an opponent? In other words, Vegeta really didn't have much interest, and it was different to have something to do with God, and he was now so bad and had the spirit of God. Because the great Realm King God was already seriously injured when he met Xiao Buu, and he couldn't exert his full strength, otherwise he wouldn't have taken Xiao Bu. This is not nonsense. 10 million years ago, the great realm king god and a powerful monster demon Luo fought to the death, and most of the divine power was exhausted. Majin Bu attacked, and in order to protect the eastern king god, he was also injured, and he would eventually end up in defeat. Wanja's reaction to Bu can be regarded as decent, and the identity of the monster is still too amazing and terrifying. In addition, he has lived too long, and the picture jumps too fast, and few people can see the content of the picture clearly. He is not outstanding in appearance, but he has a yellow sponge and regards him as his friend. A small number of people with special hobbies are more curious. His body can be freely contracted, is it true? Bu's figure was shrouded in a white light curtain, and a figure in the center of the white light sat and flew in the air, and the cloak behind him fluttered with the wind. The 8th place in the peerless list, that makes Vic. Bike, I am neither a god nor a bike, just a nemesis who forgot his name. They, gods, who were originally native to Blue Star, separated their evil side from their bodies in order to be able to become a benevolent qualified god. The evil side of human nature has become a demon king who likes to kill and destroy. And before dying at the hands of Sun Wukong, he gave birth to an egg with his last strength. Hatched Bike, worked hard to practice in order to defeat strong enemies, and lost to the hands of Sun Wukong for the first time in the world's first martial arts association. Later, he was attacked by the Scion Radits, and in order to fight against future enemies, he took the son of the Monkey King away for special training, hoping to use his power. 1 year of cultivation time completely changed him, and he considered himself a demon king since birth, and something called family affection appeared in his heart. Even the great demon king will have people who want to protect. In order to protect Sun Gohan, he received a fatal blow head-on, and then practiced in hell, and after returning to join the same clan, his combat effectiveness increased significantly. During the cyborg period, he was defeated by his opponent, and he reunited with the celestial god, and the cyborg 17 of the horns of the mutual horn. Defeated by the complete body Shuru, he was shocked by the king god of the upper realm, which led to the sneak attack by the king of the demon realm, Dopura, and was petrified and sealed by saliva. Teaching the son of Son Goku and Vegeta, the two children successfully mastered the metamorph fusion technique, but were defeated because they were too proud and arrogant. A few years later, he successfully found the sealed Nami Nemesis secret technique, the Book of Sages, and his combat effectiveness soared. The 8th on the peerless list, the Blessing of the Heavenly Way. Time Pyramid, magic talent increased tenfold. Vic, who was cultivating in the spiritual time house, suddenly had a kind of empowerment experience, and the magic that he didn't understand was as simple as drinking water when he looked at it again. In terms of combat cultivation, Vic did not encounter much problem, and his magical talent was still a little worse. Fortunately, Vic entered the Spirit Time House the day before yesterday, otherwise there would be no hope for this list. The gap between him and Goku was too big, and in order to catch up with the two as soon as possible, he decisively chose to use the Spirit Time House to smooth out the gap. The spiritual time house of the Heavenly God Temple, at the beginning, a person entered at most twice in his life, and later, under the transformation of Tian Tian, the function was improved, otherwise Vic would not be able to enter. Bike's growth rate makes Goku very excited, and he can't wait to fight him now. It's hard to imagine that Vic has become so strong, and Bu is no match for him. Originally, Vic was also above the level of about 2, but I didn't expect that in such a short time, he would be more powerful than Bu. Vegeta snorted coldly, as arrogant as ever. Vegeta was also a little surprised. The role of the Book of Sages is really against the sky, but after thinking about it for a while, it is actually quite normal. Goku and Vegeta didn't practice with Whis for a long time, and they successfully learned Super Sai Shen, and even Super Blue. It's hard to say how strong the sages were before, but the Book of Sages must be the most suitable for Bike. Vic also attracted a lot of discussion and barrage, and the strangest thing is that it is not because of strength, but because of skin color. Does that count as being able to cuckold at all times? It's the first time I've seen a green creature. I'm curious if they really don't have to eat. He and that son Gohan seem to be father and son when they get along. No matter who wants to fight Gohan, Vic can give up my life. 7th on the peerless list, Saiyan Son Gohan. Son Gohan, my dream is to become a scholar. 2. Most people's surprise, Gohan is on the list again. Ben has a strength higher than the Super 3, above the Fat Bu, and has been blessed by the Heavenly Deo to further develop the mysterious state. At this time, Gohan's strength can be regarded as the first blue star under the 3 of Vegeta's Goku, and he has the combat power to stabilize others. In the original plot, after special training some time ago at the Assembly of Gohan Power, he broke through the realm of mysterious Gohan and single-brushed Kefra at the Conference of Boundless Power. With the advent of the Gold List, he had the power to break through the limit in advance. The introduction is still about the same as the last time, and Vegeta didn't bother to look at it, so as not to be talked about water. Chapter 30. 7th on the peerless list, blessed by the Heavenly Deo. The heart of comprehension, the ability to see through the source. 4. Son Gohan, even with the double reward of Heaven's Deo, Vegeta does not feel that he has the possibility of surpassing Goku Vegeta. Even if it is a high probability of surpassing it, it will be short-term. The reason is also very simple, it is not correct to say that a person with good talent must be strong in the future. To be precise, it is divided into several elements: potential after birth, combat talent, martial arts attainments, enthusiasm for combat cultivation, etc., all of which add up to be an all-round genius. At the top of the list is potential, which Gohan and Broly are not disputed to be the first. The two are a little different. Broly Burst is able to control power, but his mind will be lost, so he can't tell the difference between enemies and friends like beasts. Gohan is the opposite. When he erupts, his mind is still there, but he can't control his power. In the Z period, the potential development ceremony of the Old Realm King God is not to be precise, it is another ability. It is not that Gohan's potential is unleashed, but that Gohan can perfectly control the power when he is angry. Gohan's other weaknesses are not obvious. Even if he is not good at finding a cultivation that suits him, Goku and others can help him, which is not too much of a problem. The biggest flaw was that he was not particularly interested in cultivation unless his family's life was in danger. 3 days of fishing and 2 days of drying nets are the strongest fatal injuries he can't get to the top. Goku and Vegeta are comprehensive hexagonal warriors, their own talents are not low, their cultivation talents are good, and they are battle maniacs, and they are cultivating all the time. The talent is poor, just use double or 5 times the time to cultivate, and always reach the strongest. If the effort is useful, it is necessary to do something genius. This sentence is true, but depending on where it is used, in the case of genius, it is not impossible to make up for it with diligence. Not only is Vegeta cranky, but it is obviously Gohan of the Tianjiao list, and he has reappeared on the peerless list, which has also attracted more people's surprise. Isn't he second on the Tianjiao list? How can he still be on the peerless list? The young man now is terrifying. Is this the protagonist aura of the legend? Have you ever thought that Tianjiao is second on the list? Is the first place on the Tianjiao list still above him? It is estimated that the next one is. Anyway, it is still too young, there is no reason to be in the top 3. Not necessarily, I think Vegeta may be in the top 3. Gohan didn't cause much discussion, but Vegeta's ranking made people quarrel. If there really is a young man who is in the top 3 of the peerless list of 10,000 worlds, they really want to cry without tears, and they have cultivated to dogs for so many years. Fortunately, the picture of the golden list prevented the continuation of the quarrel. A man in golden armor, standing on the peak, the immortal will of the god of battle Heaven Do was almost materialized, affecting the spatial fluctuations. 6th on the peerless list, God-killer Sagittarius Caea. Caea, burn it, my little universe Pegasus. Caea, the legendary Saint Caea. Born in the Saint Caea universe. Athena, the goddess of war, was reincarnated into the world in order to protect mankind from being destroyed by the gods, becoming the only god who protects mankind. Under the goddess Athena, there are 108 Saint Caeas, whose fists can tear the sky and their feet can shatter the earth. Bronze is the weakest, followed by silver, and standing at the apex of Saint Caea are 12 gold Saint Caea. Each Saint Caea has a matching zodiac sign and holy robe, and the 12 gold Saint Caea are the chosen existence of the 12 zodiac signs such as Gemini Archer. They develop the small universe in the human body as the main means of fighting, and wearing holy clothes, they have unparalleled combat power. As early as ancient times, a bronze Saint Caea boy of Pegasus, in order to protect the goddess Athena, personally injured the true body of the god, leaving a supreme legend. Hades and Poseidon, the god of the sea, have a crush on humans and are reincarnated as souls to the world, hoping to defeat Athena and rule the world. Whenever Athena is reincarnated, the Saint Caea of Pegasus will follow, and all generations of Pegasus are the boy of the mythical era. Even without memory, his body and soul have changed, and he is still the Saint Caea who is most loyal to Athena, and he has an undying will to fight. Even if he has no strength, even if the holy robe is shattered, even if he fights for his life, he can't defeat the enemy. Caea will rely on the high small universe to protect his goddess. Pegasus Caea challenges the zodiac and helps the goddess Athena regain her status. The human spokesperson of the god of war Odin, and later used the power of the golden holy robe of Sagittarius to injure the sea god Poseidon. Hades descends to earth, and Caea and many Saint Caea break through the underworld and arrive in the pure land of bliss created by Hades. Encounter invincible enemies, loyal to Hades, the god of death and sleep, and are defeated by each other, in a moment of despair. The sacred robe of Pegasus, which was infested with the blood of the god Athena, underwent a wonderful change, and advanced to a sacred robe that surpassed the golden sacred robe and was comparable to the battle robe of the gods. Solve the Grim Reaper with one blow Pegasus Meteor Fist and work with his companions to rescue the trapped Athena. However, the terrifying Hades, who comprehensively crushed several people, saw that the goddess Athena was about to be killed, and his anger allowed him to break through the limit and hurt Hades with one blow. Giving Athena the opportunity to obliterate Hades, the scepter pierced his body and destroyed Hades' body. In the decades that followed, he became the Sagittarius Golden Saint Caea, hostile to various gods who tried to destroy mankind, and protected Athena. The goddess Athena hated war and blood, and Caea had to carry the wrath of the gods with her companions, killing countless gods over the decades. Wound Poseidon, kill the gods, wound Hades, the moon god and the sun god are also defeated under his hands, and the goddess of strife and the archangel Lucifer are not able to bargain. Equal to the god of war, in the case of his body being eroded by the power of darkness, he is on par with the god of darkness, Apis. In the endless Saint Caea universe, the only human being who received the attention of the ancient god early and the king across time and space, Saturn. The body is stained with too much god blood, and it has a unique god-killing power, which can seriously injure the Saint Caea who kills the gods. Is the strongest generation of Pegasus Saint Caea in all generations, and in the battle with his arch-enemy Titan, Caea returned to his heart and recognized his heart. From ancient times to the present, the reason why he fought desperately, the reason why he did not hesitate to fight for his life, was not what the Saint Caea had to do, he fought as a man. Eternal life or strength is good, he doesn't need anything. It was never Athena or a human to protect, but the maiden named Jodo Sayori. The reason why he hates the gods is because the gods want to kill humans, and the human beings who want to protect the human beings have also become the target of the gods, and they want to hurt the girl they like. How can they be allowed to succeed? Note, Jodo Sayori is the human name of Athena's reincarnation this time. The holy robe has undergone a new metamorphosis, gaining power far beyond before, and the Sagittarius golden holy robe echoes it, and has undergone permanent changes. It is no longer the divine clothing posture obtained with the blood of the gods, and the small universe that belongs to Caea has a new posture. Caea surpasses the reincarnation of Pegasus and possesses the power to kill gods. The universe star arrow cannot be completely blocked even if it is the main god, and after releasing all the small universes, relying on the small universe beyond the gods, the super god blow used. No god in the Saint Caea universe except Saturn, the god of time and space, could block this blow. As an adult, Caea has the energy beyond the Big Bang and is a symbol of invincibility in itself. Chapter 31. Sixth on the peerless list, blessed by the heavenly Deo. With the body of a human being, beyond the gods. There is no upper limit to its own small universe, and the power of the gods killed is absorbed into the flesh. Still looking at Caea in Athena's palace, a white Pegasus soared into the sky, neighing into the depths of the universe. In the next second, the figure of Pegasus is even bigger than the planet, and the lofty little universe has changed to a certain extent in the galaxy. Caea's figure is also deeply imprinted in everyone's minds, and it is impossible to forget the back of that man for the rest of his life. Goku's hands were itchy, and he didn't expect that in the 10,000 worlds, there would be humans who were stronger than Gohan. It's really powerful, killing the gods. Arrogant as Vegito, he had to admit that Caea's excellence made him also have a little seriousness. The power of the Big Bang is indeed a good opponent. Saturn, the god of time and space, the god who predates nothingness, is a god who does not exist and will not be defeated. Saturn is more interested in Vegito than Caea, and his expressiveness is incomparable in some ways. For example, each time will have a different timeline, and if there is a little bit of a different change, there will be a new direction of development, and the future time and space are examples. In the Saint Caea universe, there are more than billions of known worlds with different timelines, but Saturn has only one. Time cannot affect his existence, nor can it be killed or destroyed in his body, and can reverse time and space at any time. Even if it is a full king, there are multiple different timelines. Of course, the strength of the two cannot be generalized. The reason is that in different worlds, there will be additional bonuses. Some of Saturn's abilities can only be used to their greatest in their universe, and the Dragon Ball universe is the universe of all kings, and in this universe, he is the supreme king. Only in the universe they have created are they invincible, and in other universes, they lack the blessings of their own universe. Taiza's expression was red and white, through Gohan's listing, plus Caea's description of combat effectiveness. She also realized that her younger brother seemed to be more powerful than she thought. As a mortal, she also doesn't understand what it means to be the first on the Tianjiao list, and Gohan wins Vegeta. It's just roughly clear that Vegeta is powerful, very powerful. If you have to describe it, it can almost burst the planet, which is the pole she can imagine, and even stronger, she can't imagine it. Caea's inclusion on the list is groundbreaking, and so far, the only existence that uses the universe as a unit of measurement. Caea's countless times for the guardian goddess, the figure of people dying and not retreating, also made most people marvel. I found that it seems that the goddess of war can't do it, it seems that no god can defeat it, and in the end, Caea always has to strike. What is the role of her reincarnation into the human world? This is called, for the sake of the beloved girl, even if it is a god, I will kill you. A realistic version of princes and princesses. I'm already on fire, shine, my little universe. I'm about to hang my husband and beat him to death, and he still doesn't admit that he is the reincarnation of Pegasus. Then fight a little longer, if he still doesn't admit it, it means that his mouth is harder. That is there a possibility that your appearance is not as good as a goddess? Impossible, I am 1.50 in height and 1.5 in weight, and I am the perfect goddess in my husband's heart. This water tank lady, please stop your barbaric speech. He is dressed in a golden holy robe, it should be very valuable, if I want to sell it. Do you have the strength to pick up big dung and not fragrant? I have the strength. Can I eat spicy strips without giving money? Dreaming so cautiously, not only can you not give money, but you can also let the store give you money. Sia on the gold list disappeared, and a man sitting on the sofa with a cold and unkind look appeared, wearing a blue Scion combat suit. When Vegito saw it, he immediately cursed angrily. Bastard, Lao Tzu is only in 5th place. It is not yourself in the picture, and who it is, and the mentality of others who want to be on the list is different. As soon as he was ranked 5th, he appeared himself, which made Vegito very unhappy. It seemed that he was suppressed by Kakarot again, and this means that in addition to Vegit, there are 2 people who are stronger than him. 5th on the peerless list, Scion Prince Vegito. Vegito, among the tough Scions, the one who has reached the pinnacle is Lao Tzu and me. Scion. Prince Vegito, born on the planet Vegito, is the prince of the Scion of the fighting nation. He was born a genius with extraordinary talent, and at the age of 5, he was able to easily destroy ordinary armies. With a vicious personality, he never takes life seriously, just seeing unhappy creatures, he waves his hand to smash the planet. The Scion race was soon destroyed by the cosmic emperor Frisia, and even the planet was destroyed. In his 20s, he received news of the Dragon Ball and came to Blue Star hoping to gain an omnipotent desire to defeat Frisia, the evil emperor of the universe. Met his lifelong enemy, the subordinate Scion Kakarot, and the Blue Star was named Monkey King. The first time he tasted defeat, Sun Wukong did not kill him, allowing him to escape back to his lair. Relying on the characteristics of the Scion, after being seriously injured on the verge of death, his combat effectiveness was greatly improved after recovery, and he had the idea of rebelling against Frisia. He traveled to the planet Namek and used his grasp of the timing of the battle to successfully destroy the Kainuit team. After dying at the hands of Frisia, he was resurrected and lived on the Blue Star, and after the arrival of the future Trunks, he understood the fate of his future death. A person began a hard practice, and he was not willing to lose to anyone, especially Kakarot, who was a low-level warrior. In extreme anger, blue lightning fell, and Vegito gained Super Scion powers. Chapter 32. Blue Star got along for a long time, was with the richest man, Bulma, and had his first child. Playing with the android, in the case of being able to end the battle, deliberately let Dr. Gro go. The belief that Super Scions are invincible directly led to the birth of Cyborg 17 and 18. Relying on strong strength, fighting against artificial humans, at first occupying some advantages, over time, it still lost in the hands of artificial humans with unlimited physical strength. After entering the Spirit Time House to practice, he gained strength far beyond what he had ever done, and crushed the semi-complete body Shuru in all aspects. Let Shuru again and devour the Cyborg 18, thinking that how Shalo evolves, he will not be his opponent at this time. Unexpectedly, he was completely physically Shuru, and his combat power was so strong that he desperately lost to his opponent again. After Shuru was defeated by Son Gohan, he was depressed for a while due to the death of his archenemy Son Goku. Soon he re-engaged in cultivation, and 7 years later, the world's first martial arts conference had one of the best combat powers. Then he found that he was still no match for Sun Wukong, and he cultivated in the realm King Star, and he was not able to defeat him at all. Willingly driven by the dark magician, improve some of his strength, and fight against Sun Wukong, the peak of Super Saiyan 2. After living in Blue Star for 10 years, he has long been not the once ruthless Scion Prince, and he even feels that a stable life is not bad. It is precisely because there is no way to kill others and force Sun Wukong to fight himself, so that he uses Babadai's magic to make him evil and indifferent. With extreme self-esteem, even if he is controlled by magic, he does not obey Babadai's orders, and he only fights for his own will. After waking up, he sneaks up on Sun Wukong and decides to atone for the crime he has committed. To solve Majin Bu alone, he has no choice but to have too big a gap in strength, and in order to protect his wife and son, and make up for his mistakes, he is determined to fight to the death. Before he died, he told his son that he had never confided his love to his wife in his life. Tenants, take care of mom later. In a miserable beam of despair, a warrior disappeared. A few days after his death, he arrived in the underworld and was summoned again to fight the demon Bu. Even if he knew that he was invincible, he still refused to merge with his old enemy until Sun Wukong said that Kobayashi, Kiki, Gohan, and your Bulma have all been eaten by Majin Bu. After the merger, the most perfect and powerful warrior Vegito was born, playing Bu in the palm of his hand. After defeating Bu and resurrecting Vegeta again, he lived a peaceful life for a while, until one day, the god of destruction, Beerus, came. Vegeta, who has been proud since birth, puts down all self-esteem for the first time, like a clown, trying to appease the god of destruction, afraid that he will destroy Blue Star. He is not afraid of death, but he does not want his family to die, and he is willing to bow his head for the sake of his family. Even if he achieved this point, he still had to conflict with the god of destruction, and all the Blue Star warriors were defeated. Vegeta, who was quietly waiting for death, burst out of hidden potential the moment she saw his wife Bulma being beaten. Suddenly lost his mind, and there was a leap in combat power, making the god of destruction almost think that he was the legendary Super Saiyan god. The outstanding potential was affirmed by the angel Whis, and with the help of intention, he went to the planet of the god of destruction to obtain the power beyond the gods. The fifth on the peerless list, blessed by the heavenly Deo. The power of destruction can erase the power of destruction of all things in the world. Vegeta, who was still disdainful, had purple aura all over his body, and the ground under his feet was just out of thin air. As if it didn't exist in the first place, it turned into nothingness, completely erased from the world. Goku was envious, Beerus's destruction, even he couldn't learn I didn't expect Vegeta to be like this. Destruction, is it the destruction of God? Vegeta shook his head and denied his words. No, Vegeta is at most a beginner, and she is far from mastering the power of destruction. If you have to divide the power of destruction, it is the first layer that can be used to destroy, and the whole body is wrapped by the power of destruction, and becoming the god of destruction is the second layer. Back to basics, normal driving destruction is the gap between the third, second, and third layers, and the big one almost has a universe. Not to mention that Vegeta is just getting started, and there is still a long way to go. Unlike Goku, who guessed, Vegeta did indeed experience the power of destruction, and there was a purple light mass rotating in the palm of his hand. This is the maximum limit that he can master at the moment. According to the blessed power of destruction, destruction has no upper limit and can be condensed to an infinite degree. Of course, this does not mean that the bigger the more powerful, the degree of comprehension of the power of destruction is different, just the condensed destructive energy is large enough, cannot represent anything. What's more, according to their own strength, the same destruction can produce different effects. Kakarot, I'm ahead of you. It's hard to say anything else, at least my current self is definitely stronger than Kakarot. Goku did not deny it, but waited for the gold list with anticipation, maybe the next one would be himself. For Vegeta is stronger than Seiya, some people can't accept it, and Seiya, who has the power of destroying the universe, will lose to a Saiyan who has obtained the Chi of God. Only Vegeta thinks this is normal, and Super Sai Shen can shatter the universe with 3 blows with all his strength, without converging his power, let alone Super Blue. Simply because they control their power well, they won't let the energy of the attack leak out, so their performance is a little worse. Besides, it is said that it is the Chi of God. There is also a difference between God and God, the God of Realm King and the God of Destruction, both are gods. Can the combat power be the same? This person named Vegeta has such a rich experience, from a murderous demon king, he has subtly become a good husband and a good person. Although he loses every time, he never gives up and can always catch up again. I prefer what they would do together, what Sun Wukong said. Son Goku, Klin, Kiki, Gohan, Bulma, Tenunks were all eaten. Vegeta ears, Abba, 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 Bulma, Abba. After talking for a long time, Vegeta listened to her daughter-in-law's name. Could it be that every powerful man has a very good woman behind him? Then there is no need to cultivate after that. If you can't beat the enemy, let them fight Bulma. The fit is also called Veget. Seiya also fights for love in order to push the limit every time. The love between the prince and the daughter of the richest man, either the record is poor, or the proper script of the cool male protagonist. How come he always has an expression of wanting to eat people? He's not handsome, and even I think he's a little shorter, but I like the confidence in his eyes. I think a man with confidence, that's a handsome guy. Depend, you are crazy, the prince still picks and chooses, Puxin girl. Fuck you, Puxin man. Chapter 33. While the gold list was still being announced, the sneak attack of the pirate world began, and a new round of tentative attacks on the Hokage world began. It was also this special time that caught them off guard, but they fought on home and quickly reversed the decline. Agents from different universes also inquired about Vegeta's address. The position of the richest man was too easy to find, and before they could find a way to win over, they were called back by the leaders of their respective forces. Obviously, the Dragon Ball world is different from what they originally thought. They are all star-popping players, and the original pulling plan will not work, so they can only make plans slowly. Fourth on the peerless list, Scion Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong, my name is Sun Wukong, and I am a blue star person. He was born with low combat effectiveness and was sent to Blue Star, where his personality inherited the violent evil of the Scions. Adopted by Son Gohan, the apprentice of the Turtle Immortals, he fell from a cliff when he was a child and accidentally fell on his head. After that, he became polite and kind-hearted and sincere, and at first did not know his Scion identity. After seeing the full moon, he turned into a big ape, and the grandfather, Son Gohan, who could not react, was secretly attacked and killed on the spot. After living in Bunzishan for a while, he met Bulma, who was out exploring, and the two hit it off and embarked on the journey. Collect the Dragon Balls to make a wish, worship under the door of the martial arts god Turtle Immortal. After a series of cultivation, the strength has been greatly improved. It was also during this time that he met his lifelong friend, the little monk Klin. The three masters and apprentices went to the world's first martial arts conference together, and the Turtle Immortals considered that the two apprentices were only in their teens, and if they won the championship, they would inevitably have a too-good mentality and affect their future cultivation. Disguised as the old man Jackie Chan to compete, win the two apprentices, let them understand the truth that there is a sky outside the sky and there are people outside the people. Sun Wukong passed by the champion and met Tianjin Fan, a high apprentice under the Crane Immortal, for the second time. After several twists and turns, it was difficult for the two sides to win or lose, and finally fell out of the ring at the same time, and he was hit by a moving vehicle, and he landed first a second to lose. After the match, his friend Klin was killed by the Demon King's men, causing him to lose his mind and desperately find enemies in a hungry state. After climbing the Karin Tower, drink the Super God water and successfully defeat the Great Demon King after hard work. Time passed like a white horse, and after a few more years, Sun Wukong also entered adulthood. The girl who made an agreement when she was a child, Kiki, the daughter of the Bull Demon King, asked him to marry at the Third World's first martial arts association. Goku, who thought that marriage was food, got married in confusion. During the day and night relationship, Goku was also touched by Kiki and fell in love with this woman, and he never said love but never forgot her. After giving birth to his eldest son, he named it Son Gohan in honor of his dead grandfather. After defeating Vegeta, in the Battle of Namex, he encountered a strong enemy that he had never seen in his previous life, the Cosmic Emperor Frieza. He saw no chance of victory, and the gap between the two sides was too great, until Frisia killed his friend Kling, stimulating him with contemptuous and sarcastic words. "You will soon die at my hands like that Blue Star Man." "That Blue Star Man, are you talking about Klin? I'm really angry." The death of his friend filled his body with anger, and unprecedented anger ignited his power. In the flashing golden light, he transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan and successfully defeated Frisia. Before the explosion of the planet, he traveled to the planet of Adrit, and after returning to Blue Star, he learned about the attack of artificial humans and the torment of his own heart attack. After sensing the power of the complete body Shalu, he realized that he was not his opponent for the time being, and specially trained his talented son to normalize the Super Saiyan and exert his strength to the fullest. After Son Gohan gets angry, he doesn't want to quickly solve Shuru, giving Shuru a chance to self-detonate, and Goku has to use his life to save Blue Star. Before dying, say goodbye with a smile with friends. "Goodbye, everyone. Gohan, say sorry to my mother for me." At that time, the Realm King was confused. "No, what is it about yourself? What is the matter with you getting Shalo to the Realm King God Star?" With no physical limitations in hell, Sun Wukong's crazy cultivation became stronger, and after breaking through the limit of Super Saiyan, he broke through himself again. Later, he completely killed Little Bu with the Genki bomb and saved Blue Star, who was on the verge of destruction. After encountering Beerus, through the righteous heart of the Saiyan, he successfully comprehended the power of the Super Saiyan God, and absorbed it into his body by relying on his talent. The fierce battle between Super Sai God and Beerus, the aftermath of the confrontation, has the destructive power to destroy the universe. Then, on the basis of Super Saiyan, he became a Super Saiyan and got the Super Blue state. "My name is not Kakarot, I am the Monkey King who grew up with Blue Star. I don't cultivate to become the strongest, I just want to become stronger and stronger." Goku is able to give people a special feeling. No matter what kind of danger he encounters, he will make people feel that he will have a way to deal with it. Fourth on the peerless list, blessing from the heavenly way. Freedom to the rudiments of extreme skill, give up the mastery of the body, not use autonomous consciousness to fight, but let the body react on its own, and exert the body to the point of invulnerable. Scorching waves of chi erupted from Goku's body, his whole body was enveloped in silver-white aura, and his eyes became ethereal and mysterious. Like Vegito, he not only received the Freedom Extreme Intention Gong, but also explained the cultivation method and origin of the Free Extreme Intention Gong. Is this the ultimate skill of freedom? To be precise, it should be called the Extreme Omen. Vegeta explained lightly, and when he spoke, he also had a silver-white aura, which became the same as Goku. However, his aura is restrained and majestic, and it will not be the same as Goku, and it seems that there is still a little uncontrollable. The complete state of freedom should be autonomous in both attack and defense. The free extreme sign can only be automatically dodged, and when attacking, there will still be thoughts of thinking. This is also the reason why Vegeta later could not learn, and from a young age he was in an environment where he either killed or was killed. Vegeta is accustomed to nervous tension, and relaxation is not a way to enter the freedom of mind. In layman's terms, silver hair is free extreme work, black hair silver and white chi wave is free extreme sign. Freedom is the ability of Weiss and their angels, no wonder it's so powerful. Goku was immersed in a new realm, and nothing made him happy than being stronger. The people of the 10,000 worlds have become numb, there are 10 places on the peerless list, and the Dragon Ball world accounts for 6, and they don't let other worlds live. Chapter 34. Just fooled an invincible husband, Kiki's life is so good. It seems that Sun Wukong doesn't seem to like her. This wife is not very considerate of her husband. I can't say that. People and couples drive out to buy vegetables and go shopping, Kiki deals with it by herself, and it is also very difficult to live. Being a wife is very qualified, and the burden of the family is on a woman, and it is normal to have a little resentment. But Sun Wukong saved the world several times. And then, what's the good of saving the world? Isn't the situation at home still not changing? Through the picture of the gold list, I judge that Vegito should be the second oldest in their world. I seriously doubt that Sun Wukong watches people order dishes. Others, Cockroach. Monkey King, my name is Monkey King, not that name. Vegito, Cockroach. Sun Goku, yo, Vegito. Frieza, I knew it would be like this, and I wouldn't have touched that bald head if I killed it. King of the realm, thank you Lao Tai for the Shalo brand bomb. I'm curious why Klin is so special to him. Playmates from childhood to adulthood are still different from those they meet halfway. If you look closely, you will find that except for Klin, everyone else appears as an enemy, which is different from Klin's essence. You guys found no, Vegeta hasn't made the list yet, he's really in the top 3. Be bold, he's number 1 on the peerless list. Be bolder a little more, directly the first on the list of gods. Monkey King's life experience, other cosmic fluctuations are relatively small, the most important thing is the Dragon Ball World Friar. So it was not the savior Satan who saved them, but this seemingly kind and gentle Monkey King? The whole country began to search for the location of his home, and the figure on the gold list changed again, a tall man shirtless with his upper body and animal skins on his lower body, sitting on the shore of the dark green lake. The third in the peerless list, the legendary Scion Broly. Broly, Vegeta, I'm going to kill you. Vegeta only felt inexplicable, she had never seen him, how could she want to kill herself? Is there something wrong with this man's brain? Broly's life experience is presented in the gold list, with a combat power of up to 10,000 at birth, and was feared by King Vegeta and threatened his son's dominance. Exiling him to the uninhabited Wampa star, his father Paragus hopes to use his powers. They also followed, living with Broly in Wampas, instilling in him the idea of revenge and hating the Vegeta family. There are no living people in Wampa, and Broly knows a Paragus and is extremely lacking in common sense. Growing up with the beast, Mao drinking blood is commonplace, very filial, listening to his father, does not like to fight, with Scion blood, he is also eager to fight. The more angry you are, the stronger your combat effectiveness, and after being angry, you lose your mind and launch indiscriminate attacks on everything around you. It will take 1,000 years for one, the legendary demon Scion. The third in the peerless list, the blessing of the heavenly way. The human heart, after falling into a violent state, can distinguish the difference between enemies and friends, and retain part of its consciousness. Many of the rewards of heaven's blessings are linked to me, and for Broly, who is kind and naive under normal circumstances. The most cherished and rare are friends and family affection. Being able to pay attention to his relatives when he runs away is the most suitable, and the ability to make up for his shortcomings. Big black eyes, bare and smooth head, a red hand-to-hand combat uniform, and Jillian, who was sitting cross-legged and cultivating, appeared on the gold list. The second in the peerless list, the ace of the 11th universe, Jillian. Jillian, strong is justice, strong is absolute. Born in the 11th universe of the Dragon Ball Ultra universe, he had a happy family. One day the evil enemy appears and kills his parents in front of him, and Jillian is rescued by his mentor and narrowly escapes. Hoping to pursue the right path and protect the entire universe, Master's apprentices are becoming more and more powerful. On a certain occasion, to punish evil and promote good, the evil enemy reappeared, and with the power that surpassed them by several dimensions, he overwhelmed everyone. Even the Master was not an opponent and died at the hands of the enemy, and Jillian stood up with all his strength, encouraging the brothers to resist together and avenge the Master. But except for Jillian, everyone was frightened, and when the enemy was stronger than you, he would be unwilling and would practice harder, hoping to be humiliated. But when the gap is so large that they can't see the end, all that remains is powerlessness, unattainable strength, which makes them lose confidence in themselves. The mentor is killed, and the brother betrays him, causing Jillian's mentality to change, and he no longer believes in friendship. Only believing in absolute power is the only truth in the world, and only with strength can we have everything. Following Master's wishes, he joined the Pride team of the 11th universe and fought on the front line for justice and peace. No matter how vicious the opponent is, he can't escape from Jillian, and he has the strength of a completely different dimension from the other people in the Pride team. Not only is he a member of the Pride team, but also the pride of the 11 universe. Even the god of destruction regards it as pride, and without using the power of destruction, even the ordinary god of destruction cannot defeat him. He has dedicated his life to the 11th universe, never killing criminals, and will not fight for selfish desires. He does not like teamwork, prefers to act alone, and has a deep grudge against joining forces to fight. But deep down, there is a desire that I want to realize even if I violate my principles. Master taught him many times during his lifetime to try to trust his companions and become stronger by relying on each other's bonds. Jillian did not recognize such strength. Even if he was outstanding, he could not be recognized by the Master. He hopes to be able to resurrect his Master, gain the approval of his mentor, and be able to avenge his family master. The second in the peerless list, the blessing of the heavenly way. One chance to resurrect the dead. Even the soul after reincarnation can be resurrected. Chapter 35. Jillian, who was originally looked at by countless lights and could remain calm, also had unusual fluctuations on his face. Strength or something, he does not need, he will become stronger on his own, stronger than everyone. The reward of resurrecting Master was a dream opportunity in his life, and he longed to be able to make Master look up to him. I have become stronger than before, stronger than Master, to prove that trust is meaningless. Topo is also very excited that his friend can be on the list, and he is happy that he can achieve his wish. Jillian, you really did it, you can resurrect your Master immediately. Tiz shook his head and stood aside, snorting. I really don't understand, is there anyone stronger than Jillian? Jillian was not in a hurry to resurrect Master. He wanted to let himself be in the most perfect posture, so that Master could see himself after growing up. In the Bulma family of the 7th universe, Goku and Vegeta were a little throbbing, but I didn't expect that there were so many strong people. Not only Jillian, but there are also stronger than them among the Scions, and the flame in their hearts burns after looking at each other. Vegeta, we can still get stronger. That's of course. Lao Tzu is the strongest Scion, and I must fight them when I have the opportunity. Bulma poked Veget, doubting for the first time the accuracy of the gold list. Veget, do you know that Scion named Broly, is he really that powerful? In the picture of Broly's life, in addition to fighting beasts as eating beasts, he does not cultivate, there is no reason to be better than Goku. Well, better than them. Veget replied in the affirmative. Broly of Dragon Ball Super is undoubtedly powerful. As long as he is angry, his combat power will skyrocket. Unless you can kill him with one hit, the stronger you beat him, it is impossible to win at all. Broly is also a meat, strong physical defense is terrifying, Super Blue is difficult to kill with one hit. Who is stronger between Broly and Jillian? This Veget is not sure, he has not met them, and he can't analyze the upper limit of both sides. According to his estimates, Broly is no worse than Jillian, and the reason why he will be in third place. The biggest possibility is that Broly's combat effectiveness is unstable, and he needs to stimulate his potential little by little. The strength of the life and death battle calculated by the Heavenly Dao Gold List, if it really fights, Jillian will use his full strength when he comes up. And no matter how good Broly's potential is, it is useless. Just don't give him a chance to grow, just nip him in the bud. How can Broly win? There is also a point that Jillian's comprehensive strength is not as good as the God of Destruction, and his so-called surpassing God of Destruction is in the case of simple combat effectiveness, and the clown God of Destruction does not use the power of destruction. Why don't people use the power of destruction? About their combat effectiveness, this point is explained in detail in the comic plot that Vegito saw in his previous life. With Goku's free enemies, Beerus opened his mouth to solve him quickly, so Jillian was definitely not as good as destroying God. Soon Jillian's picture disappeared from the gold list, and Vegito's lazy figure appeared on the gold list. The first place in the peerless list, the invincible warrior Vegito. Vegito, you better be more serious. Only to this extent, there is no way to fight me. Replayed his life, everyone has seen the first half, and the timeline soon comes to the battle against the future time and space Zamas. He defeated the 4th and 5th in the peerless list, and Vegito's combined Zamas, and only lasted 2 rounds in Vegito's hands. The audience could also see that Vegito was completely unserious, and the cynical smile on his face hung on his face from beginning to end. It caused an uproar, and it was good to compare with others, but the strength of Goku and Vegito was just announced, and it also made the barrage brush madly. Really fake, is the gap between the top 5 of the peerless list so big, obviously 3 or 4 places behind, why do you feel that they are not at the same level? That is there a possibility that they can be in 2nd, 3rd and 4th, that they can only be in that ranking? Vegito is ranked first because the highest in the peerless list is only first. 18-year-old Tianjiao is the first on the list, the peerless list is the first, and the newly grown human being is the strongest. Envy 2 words, I'm really tired of saying it. Why am I not Vegito? If I were Vegito, can I still be this hanging? That sister named Ties, can you tell me where I picked it up? I also want to pick one up. Pick up a child who is the first in the universe, what kind of luck is this? Buying a lottery ticket is not a jackpot every day. The key is that even if the strength is strong, he looks so handsome, and he always has an invincible momentum with me. Let me ask for a friend of mine, does Vegito have a girlfriend? Classic, I have a friend. I mean it's okay to have a girlfriend, I can be small. Seconded, I will be the 4th. Seconded, I should be 10086. Wait, don't be foolish, I seem to have seen him punch through a planet. One sentence brought everyone's attention back to the picture, and the other ones on the list were also claimed to have various destructive powers. In the actual experience of the life picture, there are really no planets that have really exploded, and when Vegito was young, he destroyed ultra-small planets, and it can be said that it is a larger meteorite. I saw Vegito grabbing Vetli's tail, throwing him out as a cannonball, using his body as a weapon, and breaking a hole in the middle of a planet similar to Blue Star. Subsequently, every blow made the planet shattered, the space of the universe was distorted, and even the situation of the collapse of the galaxy evolved one by one. The impact is so great that the barrage of the gold list is less, not strong enough, but too powerful, so that people forget to complain for a while. There were few planets that exploded in the first few places, and when Vegito appeared, the galaxy was annihilated in an understatement, and the contrast was so great that they didn't know what kind of mood they were in. The planet is a toy, the universe is a battlefield, the galaxy is their own weapon, and the battle between the two is shocking. Wrapped in purple and silver breath, Vegito is like the only true god in the world. A very small number of strong people who are proud and disobey others in their lives also have to admit that this man is an existence that they can hardly match in this life. If I have to find an adjective for invincible, it is the 3 words Vegito. Number 1 in the peerless list, blessed by the Deo of Heaven. Cosmic origin, which can offset the ability of a part of the Lord of the Universe. A familiar feeling of patency emanated from his body, as if every cell was beating, indescribably comfortable. Vegito had an indescribable cheerfulness, and he couldn't wait to beat the god of destruction now, and the strength of his whole body made it inexhaustible. As he expected, the second cosmic origin only changed part of his body, and there was no sense of depression under his chest. Above the neck, there is still no change. It seems that if you want to completely get rid of the shackles, you must at least obtain another cosmic origin. Chapter 36. Husband, look at me, can I enter your fish pond? You guys are still whining, I've packed my belongings and prepared to go to the Dragon Ball world. This man and wife are going to decide. Bah, I'll go too. Near the water building platform, first get the moon. Our pirate world and Dragon Ball world are close. When you come over, I have already cooked raw rice to maturity. It's okay, it's useless to laugh early, laugh until the end. This cabbage I arched. After this gold list, in the short term, there are unknown women in the Dragon Ball world, asking everywhere for Vegito's exact location, hoping to meet him. Except for a small number of girls with average appearance, who plan to try their luck and are not confident in their appearance and figure, they have given up the opportunity to try. Even though most of them know that they have no chance, only a small number comes, and the number is still one more, which makes people stop at the number. Handsome, strong, and rich, isn't this the realistic version of Prince Charming? Compared to what domineering president, isn't that too much incense? Just imagine, after becoming Vegito's girlfriend, don't say what identity you used to be, others will call you. Look, that's the girlfriend of Vegito, the strongest human in the 10,000 worlds. What woman can resist this temptation? Vanity is directly full. Not to mention his identity as the first in 10,000 worlds, at least he is under one person and above 10,000 worlds. At this time, Vegito did not realize how much trouble would come to the door in the future, chatting happily. There is a cosmic passage, and there are indeed many opposing forces, but this has nothing to do with civilians. After all, every world does foreign trade, and it is necessary to exchange materials with other worlds, and the soldiers guarding the passage are only against spies and enemies. Ordinary people casually check, make sure that there is no problem with the identity, and will let them pass. The inventory of this gold list is over, and the next gold list will be 3 days later. The golden curtain in the sky slowly dissipated, bringing down today's list. Vegito is in a good mood, and there is nothing more joyful than being able to hold his life in his own hands. Vegeta and Goku also have new goals, and it is hopeless to catch up with Vegito for a while, surpassing Broly and Jillian first. Tai's and Bulma's dignified lady sat in a dignified posture, not knowing when it was gone, and scanned Vegito's whole body with strange eyes. I was joking, you are really the number one on the peerless list. What is it like to fly in space? Can you take me to see it next time? If I have a chance, I will definitely take you out when I have time. Vegito smiled and agreed, it was not difficult anyway. The inability of scions to survive in outer space is the Achilles heel of scions, and it has long been no problem for him who has cultivated destruction and freedom to the pinnacle. Otherwise, no matter how strong the scions are, they can't survive in outer space. Isn't that chaotic? In the end, it is a problem of physical function, and God's power can solve this weakness very well. The two women are increasingly interested in Vegito, especially Tai's, who is eager to reveal all his secrets. Asking him questions and asking all kinds of strange questions, he couldn't run if he wanted to. He could only honestly talk to them. Vegeta and Goku begin a new round of friendly exchanges, fighting together in the gravity room. Goku is adapting to the extreme omen, and Vegeta is using the power of destruction to fight Goku. Kakarot, how do you feel now? I don't know, I didn't think about anything, dodging attacks is also physical action. Humph, sure enough, that thing is not suitable for me at all, ethereal and elusive, I still have to rely on myself. We have to be stronger, and I want to be able to win on my own regardless of the opponent I face. Humph, me too, I'll never join forces with you to fight again. The two fought hotly, and the newly acquired ability was still a little rusty, and after 2 minutes passed, with an explosion, the gravity chamber shattered. The two who were still in the head, was willing to stop like this. After saying a word, they ran to a wilderness together. After dinner that night, Tai's receives a contact from Gok and learns a news that frightens her. The Muta galaxy is gone. In this way, the world evaporated, and there was no proof of his existence at all, and the huge galaxy was as if it did not exist. Yesterday, there were members of the Galaxy Garrison patrolling there, and today it is gone along with the Muta Galaxy. Gok was actually not small, and after hearing the news, he also shivered. This is not a chicken and a dog, but a galaxy with trillions of life. I don't know how many planets, just gone. Even if the environment and temperature of the Muta Galaxy are not good, most of the planets cannot live in people, and there are still many races and beasts. Why is there no news at all? If you can't say it, it's gone. Tais broke out in a cold sweat, and then was glad that she listened to Vegito's persuasion and did not insist on traveling. Otherwise, he is estimated to be gone, he can't find a place to cry, there is no clue, no matter how powerful Vegito is, he can't save himself. After Vegito listened to her words, his first reaction was that Vitelli's organization was related, and the next second he shook his head. It should not be, look at them like that, what strong enemy they are dealing with, how can they have time to engage in such small actions? Tais told Gok to be more careful, and he must pay attention to safety in the future, and he will lose his life if he is not careful. She didn't have many friends, and she didn't want to lose another one. Needless to say, Gok was also afraid of death, broke the idea of running blindly, and decided to honestly patrol his territory. Nothing else happened, and early the next morning, the phone rang to wake up the sleeping Bulma. Answered the phone in a daze. Who, make me sleep in the morning. The tone is very impatient, disturbing the girl's beauty sleep, but it is a serious mistake. It's me, Satan, someone is going to take Bu away, can you call Goku and Vegeta to help? Satan's timid voice came from the other end of the phone, his name as a savior was useless to Bulma, and if he provoked her, he would not have his own good fruit to eat. Bulma was not happy or unhappy, but still went to find Vegeta, who has been friends for many years, and will not really see death without saving it. Chapter 37. Goku and Vegeta were lying on the back hill of the villa, one of them with a blanket under it, and the sound of sleeping was everywhere. Just got a new power yesterday, the two fought day and night for a long time, and came back in the middle of the night and were still fighting. The angry Bulma did not wait for him to sleep with him, threw them 2 sets of bedding, and left them to fend for themselves. Kicking Goku a few times didn't wake him up, but Vegeta was woken up and looked up and asked in amazement. Bulma, what's wrong? Bulma and the two briefly explained the situation, and after Goku woke up, both of them were a little unable to accept reality. It is good to say that Bu is also very strong, and where there is anyone, he can be arrested at will. But since Satan's calls are coming, he can only go over and take a look, and Goku stretches out his hand to signal Vegeta to catch up. Vegeta turned his body sideways in disgust. From here to Satan's house, it won't take 5 seconds, so I don't want to touch you. The distance is not far away, less than 5 seconds to count the time to take off and slowly descend. Goku smiled and moved to Satan's house in an instant. Bulma did not tell Vegeta about this, after all, he was not familiar with Bu Satan and was embarrassed to let him help. When Goku arrives at Satan's house, he sees several people moving Bu, who is tied to a stretcher, to the spaceship on the side. Satan intimidated several people and asked them to put Bu down, but unfortunately his face was afraid, even if he was pretending to be tough, could not scare anyone. Seeing Goku coming, he immediately had the confidence to be strong and dry in the outside. Hurry up and put Bu down, or give you a good look. Mr. Satan, we are not bad people, there is something to discuss with Mr. Bu, and Mr. Monkey King is also here, which is great. The handsome man at the head of the visitors, after seeing Sun Wukong, had a very happy expression and took the initiative to say to him. Who are you? Before Goku came, he also wanted to communicate to see if the other party was an enemy, and seeing that Bu was knocked unconscious, he couldn't care too much. The figure flashed one after another, knocking several men unconscious, and the handsome man's expression changed and he sighed. I'm sorry to turn out like this, Mr. Goku. In the next second, he teleported behind Goku, and the special gun in his hand flashed, and Goku's whole body was weak, and he fell to the ground on his stomach. Vegeta, who just landed to watch the play, was stupid. What happened? However, before he could react, his whole body was shocked, and he closed his eyes, and was caught by the man without waiting to land. Bring both of them on board. Satan's psychological shadow area is very large. He failed to find a helper, and he grabbed one and got two free for the other party. Yesterday he also looked at the peerless list. There is no such number one person. Where did it appear? Suddenly, Goku and the two had no chance to transform, which indirectly proved how big the gap in strength between the two sides was. When Bulma received the news, the other party drove away with the spaceship. Knowing that Goku and Vegeta couldn't save people and were taken away by being knocked out, Bulma was top-heavy, and a whirlwind of vertigo came. Angry found Vegeta and told him about it, hoping that he could help. Vegeta didn't answer immediately, and Tais, thinking he didn't want to help, slapped him. Go quickly, Bulma is my sister, and you are half a sister, you should be able to handle it. No, I'm thinking, the other party is not a bad person, just to ask Vegeta for a favor, you don't have to worry too much. Just now, he did sense a special chi, and although the fluctuation was very weak, he was still sure that it was the angel's chi. Much weaker than Vis, 9 times out of 10 he is a trainee angel and will not do anything to Goku. Through the memories of his past life, he knows most of the plots of Dragon Ball Super, including the apprentice angel Myers who appeared after the Congress of Force. Come to Blue Star, and not a real angel, then only Myers, there is nothing to worry about. Bulma is still not at ease. If she is really not a bad person, why kidnap Bu and talk to him and take it away? Vegeta looked at her look, he couldn't go if he didn't go, so he had to lock Myers' position and teleport into the spaceship. Myers was waking up the two of Goku, his falling hand stopped in the air, his shoulders drooped, he took out his gun and turned to aim, and the action was done in one go. Vegeta clapped his hands, praising his reaction. It's fast, no wonder you can stun the two of them. After Myers saw his appearance, the gun in his hand still did not put down, but asked calmly and politely. Mr. Vegeta, are you here to find Vegeta and Mr. Monkey King? He listened to his brother Whis some time ago and talked about Vegeta and Goku before he trusted the two of them. Vegeta, he didn't know, except that he was the first in the universe, he didn't know much about anything else, and he didn't let his guard down rashly. Well, why are you looking for them? Vegeta pulled over a stool, sat up comfortably as he did in his own home, and asked casually. Myers hesitated, still risking punishment, and said what he meant. A felony in Galaxy Prison escaped, and we need to use the power of both of them to get that person back. Mels is an elite member of the Galactic Guard, in the same force as Gok, and is a subordinate of the Galactic King. The place where they keep criminals is the Solid Galaxy Prison, from which no one has been able to escape for nearly 1,000,000 years, and it is also something they are proud of. Now being easily escaped is a shame for the Galactic Garrison, and it can't be spread out. However, considering Vegeta's strength and the relationship between Goku, Myers revealed part of it. Vegeta nodded, and this answer was not surprising at all. It's understandable to ask Bu for help, why tie him up? Myers smiled bitterly. It's not for me to tie, Mr. Bu has entered a deep slumber, and I can't carry it to the spaceship without tying it. According to Myers, it seems that after the blessing of the heavenly Deo, Bu has a new change, enters the dormant period in advance, and cannot wake up no matter how it is called. Vegeta did not doubt the veracity of his words, and Bu's chi did change subtly as he said. Goku and Vegeta, both woke up in front and back, touched their lower back, and looked at Myers with grins. Originally, he would only fall asleep before the conference of force, but with the promotion of the blessing of the Golden List, he advanced to the dormant period. After Myers revealed his identity, Goku and Vegeta hesitated and did not immediately answer his words. Is that guy strong? Very strong, that criminal is called Moro, who destroyed several galaxies 10 million years ago and is known as the Planet Eater. Goku couldn't resist the urge to fight, so he vaguely agreed, and Vegeta was still hesitating. He thinks that Meluo is not strong, or how can there be a place in the peerless list, not a powerful character, and it was a waste of time in the past. Mel's face was heavy, and he also saw his reluctance, and repeatedly asked for his help, wanting to use his strength. Mr. Vegeta, please help me, Moro has already rushed to Namesing. If it is late, I am afraid that the Namexes will be massacred. Hearing the words of Namex, Vegeta's heart was touched and she looked up at him. What about Miji? That's right, Moro is going to use Dragon Ball, and he will definitely hurt innocent people. Moro is too strong, so strong that Myers can't deal with him, and can only rely on others to fight. He is an angel, and he has the restrictions of the angel family, and he can't really make a move, so he will find Bu and them to help. Vegeta was silent for a moment, and uncharacteristically agreed to the request, deciding to go and help a few people. Chapter 38. Myers' expression moved, looking at Vegeta expectantly. At first he only thought about Bu, and after meeting Goku and them, he had the idea of asking for help. They both came, and if Vegeta came too, then it would be really foolproof. Myers had a hunch that Vegeta was super strong, and if he was willing to help, he would definitely be able to solve Moro. He also watched the picture of the golden list, but watching it on the golden screen is different from being there. Mels could see that Vegeta's destructive power and self-determination skills, how high the level was, he couldn't see through, at least it was similar to himself. Who knew that Vegeta was the same as if he didn't see it, and he chatted with Goku and them, and he was about to leave as soon as he turned around, and he had no intention of mixing at all. Myers quickly grabbed his arm and prevented him from leaving, and pleaded sincerely. Mr. Vegeta, aren't you here to help? No, I'm going home, you guys go. Vegeta refused without thinking. Mels didn't let go, making up his mind to let him help. Don't you have the ideal to do something for the world? No, do less and take more, getting something for nothing is my ideal. It's good to sleep and sleep when you have nothing to eat, and fight with the strong. Myers nodded excitedly and smiled slyly. Meluo is very strong, just right to compete with you. Vegeta glanced at him with an idiot's look. What's the matter? I slapped him to death in the past, it's still strong, he can't even beat you, it's weak enough to be home. In his opinion, Meluo's strength is just like that, he can slap him to death, and he is bored to fight. The most important thing is that Vegeta is still waiting for the two of Goku to grow stronger, they are unchanged stronger, how can their strongest opponent appear? Moro is the most suitable whetstone, let them brush the experience. Otherwise, he will strike if something happens, and those 3 sentences will be over. Slap this enemy to death, slap the next enemy to death, and slap the final boss to death. Mels didn't know what to say. Did he have to thank him and see that he was better than Moro? But... Vegeta was a little upset, shaking him away with a little force, and looking at him expressionlessly. Mels involuntarily took 2 steps back, distanced himself from him, and almost used the power of an angel. Fortunately, Vegeta did not make a next move, no longer paid attention to him, and teleported away from the spaceship. Even if it was a look, it still made Myers' whole body cold, and the sense of crisis of death lingered around. Myers realized that he was very wrong. Vegeta was different from what he thought, he was much stronger than himself, and the momentum exuded at that moment, even in his brother Weiss, he had never seen it. Fortunately, Vegeta did not have killing intent, and if he really exchanged hands, he was likely to not be able to take a few moves. Goku smiled and explained to Vegeta, saying that his intention was not bad, but he didn't like to communicate with people very much. Vegeta snorted, "Don't say Vegeta, it's about the same for himself." They all said that they were leaving, and they were forced not to leave, and who would be unhappy if they changed. Vegeta didn't know the name Xian, and what did the stranger's life and death have to do with him? Mel's quickly calmed down, let his subordinates pilot the spaceship, and flew towards Namesing. Gaku tried to go in the direction he was going, searching for the breath of Mora, hoping to get some clues. It's good to look at the appearance of the other party, and the size of the breath, know yourself and know the other, and fight 100 battles. Gaku concentrated his spiritual power and searched for a guy who might be Moro, and finally fixed on a black-robed man. Gaku tries to see through his hidden true face, and in an instant, Goku's face changes drastically, and he gives up continuing the search. Vegito can also see that Gaku is frightened, and wonders what kind of enemy he is capable of scaring Gaku like this. "What's wrong, Kakarot, did you find it?" "Found it, his gas is terrible." "Yes, then I'll take a look." Vegito did not pay attention to it, but also had to find the coordinates of the enemy. Gaku quickly stretched out his hands to stop him, stopping his move. "No, he has detected me, if you look for it again, it will expose our location." The other party's breath is well hidden, and it exposes a little bit of chi. Even if Gaku wants to use teleportation, he can't do it. When the other party arrives at Namex, they have to speed up, otherwise it's too late. Vegito didn't believe it. It was easy to find someone with mental power, but the other party could not sense him. Is that guy really so powerful, with a strong aura? Gaku shook his head. No, his chi is not strong. Vegito was even more puzzled. His chi was not strong, how to scare Gaku into a cold sweat? Another chaotic spirit like Zama's. Gaku then denied it. No, it's not the breath of God, there are many voices in his breath, as if there are endless people crying and wailing. The two couldn't talk about a reason, they didn't know much about Moro, and Myers came over and explained to them in detail. Maluo is a demon head 10 million years ago, destroyed a certain galaxy, can rely on its own magic power, devour human chi, tree animals can swallow even the chi of the planet itself. After being sucked dry of life, the planet became a Death Star, and according to statistics, Moro ate all the life of hundreds of planets. The strength also increased by leaps and bounds, and no one in the Guardians of the Galaxy at that time was his opponent, and in the end, he could only turn to the benevolent king god of the great realm. The two sides fought a decisive battle in space, and Moro used magic to control the comet impact, plus a steady stream of absorption of vitality. The great realm king god slowly fell into the downwind, seeing that he could not defeat Maluo, so he could only use his own tricks. Kai Matolu, also known as Kai Matoru. At the expense of most of his divine power, forcibly seal all of Moro's magical power. The king god of the southern realm, who was assisting in the battle, was stunned at that time, thinking that there was such a great trick. The great realm king god explained with a smile that this trick was too dangerous, and he did not intend to teach it to anyone. Maluo, who was sealed with magic power, fell in combat power and was caught by the Galaxy Patrol and entered the Galaxy Prison. It's a pity that the Galaxy Patrol has no masters. Even if Maluo loses his magic power, he still retains a part of his chi, and his flesh is strong and indestructible. They couldn't kill him, they could only be locked up in prison, one detention for 10 million years. After so much time passed, Moro recovered a little magic and escaped from the galactic prison, rushing to Namex without stopping. The great realm king god was also deeply damaged, and when he encountered Xiao Bu, he was finally defeated. The reason why Myers found Bu was also to awaken the great realm king god in his body. After all, the great realm king god was swallowed by little Bu, and it should still be in Fat Bu's body now, just to use him to solve Maluo. Myers' explanation also indirectly explains the reason why Moro failed to be on the peerless list. He lost most of his strength, and the remaining point was not enough to be on the list. Gaku marveled at the fact that Moro had lost his original magic power and could live for 10 million years, and he was really an old monster. Vegito, who was sharp-minded, quickly discovered a loophole in this and raised his own questions. How would Luo know that Mizing has Dragon Balls? Could it be that there were Dragon Balls 10 million years ago? Mel smiled bitterly helplessly, indicating that this had a lot to do with Vegeta. Goku used the Dragon Ball to revive the people killed by Frieza's army when they fought Momikashi and Frieza. The original intention was to resurrect the dead Nemesis, and by mistake also resurrected a trash fish of the Frieza army. He was fighting Sob when Vegeta exploded and shook him up, right towards Sob. Sob, who prides himself on being a beautiful man, does not want to be defiled with his body, and kicks the trash fish to death casually. In this way, he was also killed by the Frieza army, resurrected together, and then caught by the Galactic Patrol and imprisoned in the Galactic Prison. He kept describing the efficacy of Dragon Ball in it, and happened to be learned by Moro and rushed to the planet Namex, taking him with him to escape from prison to lead the way. Vegeta grinned, saying that he was finally blaming himself. Without mentioning Goku for the time being, Vegeta, who returned to Blue Star and Bulma and the two said Goku's decision. Hearing that her husband was not in danger, Bulma was not worried, and as for what he wanted to do, he must have his own reasons. Vegeta didn't deliberately lock the position of the two, he felt that it was too much to look down on the two. In terms of safest approach, I have been paying attention to the two of them, and as soon as they are fatally attacked by death, I will rescue them. But Vegeta won't do this, who are Sun Wukong and Vegeta, not to mention that they were killed by the Corpse Mountain and the Sea of Blood, that's about the same. It's not a greenhouse flower, it's okay if you can't beat it, just let yourself see how far they can grow. Most importantly, he also has his own things to be busy with, and he doesn't have so much time to wander around the universe. Chapter 39. The words are divided into two ends, and Goku's side is sailing quickly, arriving at the Moro of Nameseeing, and beginning his journey of liberation. It's been 10 million years, and I finally breathe the air outside, which is really nostalgic. With the Frieza Legion trash fish on the side, he looked around for the whereabouts of the Dragon Ball on Namek. The Dragon Balls of Namex were handed over to the elders of different tribes to take care of, and he did not have the Dragon Ball radar, so he could only kill them one by one. If you hand over the Dragon Ball, you will give them a pain, and if you don't hand over the Dragon Ball, let them die a painful and slow death. In less than half a day, more than half of the casualties of Nameseeing, and the tough Moro made them desperate, and it was not an enemy they could fight against at all. The great elders of Namex did not give up, and after experiencing the Frieza incident, they understood one thing. The Namex people will be kind to people, and they must also have the strength to protect themselves, and 20 or 30 combat-type nemesis have been born one after another. At this point, they have to use their final hole card, which is to assimilate all the combative nemesis and become the strongest fighter. Only in this way could it be possible to defeat the powerful Maluo, and dozens of white beams galloped in the air, assimilating each other while rushing to Maluo's location. After arriving at Namek, Moro did not stop absorbing the energy of the planet, and by the way, absorbed the energy of the Namex people. Although the magic is dry, it still has the strength to sweep most of the galaxy, and before the warrior arrives, he finds the location of the next Dragon Ball. The village also knew that they would be found, and hid the Dragon Balls in advance, and Moro had no time to waste with them, and raised his hand to crack the gap in the ground. The hot magma gushed from the bottom up, turning into several walls, trapping all the villagers inside. Every 5 seconds a person is thrown into the lava, and the wail of pain is endless. The nemesis who is still alive can't wait to kill him with his eyes, but the situation is not as good as people, and he can only wait for death to come. They would never give Dragon Balls to such a guy to endanger the universe. Moro didn't care about their expressions, just one by one, slowly killing the nemesis present. Stop me! All the warriors were assimilated, and with the hope of the entire race of the nemesis, they killed without hesitation. With his right hand clenched, he punched the strongest punch in his life. Mo Luo did not look back, his left hand was palmed into a knife, and he stabbed towards the rear. Before the warrior's fist landed on Mo Luo, it was pierced through his body, and Mo Luo threw him into the magma with a flick of his hand. Controlling the magma to block his mobility, the warrior exploded to break free. Meluo's breath is also attached to the magma, which is not something he can resist at all. They underestimate Meluo. Meluo was like pressing an ant to death, and he didn't look at him squarely from beginning to end. The strongest warrior of name Sing, the last hope, was killed by Meluo in a second. The elder of the village watched the people of his clan die, hating his incompetence. The nemesis was hermaphroditic, and many people in the village were still his children. When he saw that Meluo had killed the adults almost and attacked the children, he could no longer bear it, and his struggling heart made a realization, and he knelt on the ground hoarsely. The Dragon Ball is in a cave 100 meters away in the west, go get it yourself, don't hurt my child anymore. Many of the nemesis had stiff expressions, and wanted to make a final resistance, but they were stopped by the elders. They are not opponents, and there is no point in fighting except to send them to death. It is better to hand over the Dragon Balls and let the clansmen survive. Moro quickly took out the Dragon Ball and ticked his fingers. A minute later, Karanberry, the trash fish of the Frisia army, left, leaving only dozens of Namexing's corpses in place. Any living form is his source of energy, how can he let the rest go? The last hope was dashed, and the nemesis began a life in hiding, hoping to delay time. Vic, who was far away in Blue Star, stopped cultivating, and he had a special feeling, as if something was leaving him. Something happened to Nemesis. Without much thought, he guessed the truth, saying that it was his feelings, rather than that Niru in his body was giving him a hint. Every day he knelt in pain on the palace square, weeping for his dead compatriots, and as a god, he felt it better than Bike. Even if he doesn't know what happened, he can still know every day that his people have been killed, and many former partners have died. Vic thought of Vegito for the first time, and decisively gave up cultivation, so that Tian did not worry, he would find a way. He had seen Vegito use teleportation, and there should be a way to get to Namex, and it was the only way for him at the moment. The strength rose sharply, and it didn't take a while to reach Bulma's house, flying in midair without choosing to land at the first time. The following scene frightened Vic Chen, and the door of Bulma's house was almost trampled down, and at a glance it was crowded, so crowded that there was no extra place to stand. Women, all women, no less than a few hundred women, all flocked to Bulma's house. They are all the closest to their respective cosmic passages, and the gold list is announced, and with the idea of first come, first served, the first to come to the Dragon Ball world. The location of Bulma's house is too easy to inquire about, it doesn't take much effort, you know, I want to be the first to see Vegito, plus Bulma's family basically has no bodyguards. It was a surprise that they didn't even stop them and let them get to the yard smoothly. Bulma couldn't think of a good way, and her home had never been equipped with security. Although she is known as the richest man, there are too many high-tech in her house, and ordinary bandits can't get in. Later, with Vegito, it was even more useless, and the most important thing was that they were not malicious, and they couldn't beat them out with a mechanism because people wanted to see Vegito. Thais was in a good mood, and she couldn't wait to find a daughter-in-law for Vegito, and even wanted to find more. All of a sudden, the scene was chaotic, and the girls who came here were all beautiful and bumpy. In addition to most of them coming spontaneously, a small part was sent by their respective forces to see if they could get a marriage with Vegito. As the old saying goes, since ancient heroes are sad and beautiful passes. Not to mention that Vegito's strength is unparalleled at a young age. If you are not interested in rights, you must be interested in beauty, and you can't pursue anything without anything. I couldn't help but send my most beautiful female subordinates, and I also wanted to give it a shot, and the bicycle became a motorcycle. Chapter 40. Early in the morning, when Vegito saw a woman coming to show love, his heart was still quite cool, not that he was invincible in the world, and that kind of dick mentality. To put it bluntly, anyone who does not want to be sought after is an individual with vanity. Vegito is no exception, he has been in the Dragon Ball world for 18 years, let alone women, and he has never seen anyone on the isolated island except for Thais. But he doesn't plan to find a wife. There is no woman in his heart, and he punches the natural god. Looking for it is not now, he has not been able to completely get rid of it, the ability of the whole king to erase, there is still no way to feel at ease. But as there were more and more people, he was a little embarrassed, especially many of them pounced directly on him. Even if they are not a decent gentleman, let alone lose IOI, they can't be so straightforward. Looking at their posture, Vegito's words can go into the house and study the birth and reproduction process of human beings. Vegito was a little overwhelmed, but Bulma and Tais stopped them and didn't give them access to Vegito. In the face of Vegito's sister, the women obviously did not dare to be too presumptuous, for fear of leaving a bad impression, they could only come one by one in an orderly manner. Tais was addicted to it, registering their origins one by one, and wanted to pick one to be Vegito's wife. Bulma gritted her teeth secretly, and in a moment she went to find the bodyguard, and tomorrow she began to close the villa. In fact, Bulma is thinking more, and as time goes on, women show no signs of decreasing, and they are becoming more and more. Vegito originally wanted to leave the Dragon Ball world and go to GT world to find someone to experiment with to test the possibility of Super Saiyan 4. Now he can't go, there are more women on the side of the universe passage, he breaks the space crossing by himself, and he has to change his position. Breaking the space-time barrier is not difficult for him, if he breaks the space at home, it is estimated that all creatures within a radius of 10 miles will have to be sucked in. So they can only go to outer space to break the space, and the women in the family let Tais send them away. Just as he was about to act, Vic approached him and told him about the tragic situation of Namex, hoping that he could help him. Vegito looked up at the sky, expanded his spiritual power to the whole universe, and saw Goku and the two who had just arrived in Namek. Goku, they've arrived, are you sure you're going to, and honestly you're not that guy's opponent? Although the Book of Sages is powerful and can greatly increase Big's combat effectiveness, his cultivation time is too short. In the past 3 days, he entered the spiritual time room once, and after a year of cultivation, he came out, and he did not choose to complete the cultivation in one breath. Practicing alone always affects the state of mind, and Vic has been practicing outside these 2 days. Vegito could see his chi, and in terms of combat effectiveness, he had a level close to that of the Super Saiyan God. Coupled with the magic of the Book of Sages, Vic should not be weaker than the Super Sai God, and ordinary enemies can also cope with it, but they are a little worse than defeating Moro. Vic still insisted that he was going to help with Nemesis, not because he couldn't fight the problem, but because he had to go. Vegito looked at him twice, but still nodded. GT Universe can go today, tomorrow, not less than a day. Tais was still dealing with the girls, and when she turned around, she realized that Vegito was gone. Vegitna. Bulma crossed her hands at her waist and pointed up a little speechlessly. I don't know where I went with Bike, and I disappeared with a swoosh. Tais didn't think much about it, after Vegito's strength was exposed, he always had all kinds of troubles. She gradually understood that why Vegito used to hide his strength. Ordinary people's life is really easy and simple, like now there are always people asking him to help. When Vegito and Vic arrived at Namek, they happened to meet Goku, who had just arrived and stepped down from the spaceship. When Goku saw them, he opened his mouth and was just about to say something, when the sky suddenly became dark, and a light flashed in the distance. Mel's was the first to strike, and before he had time to greet a few people, he flew towards the center of light. Oops, it's Dragon Ball. Goku and Vegeta followed, and after Vic arrived at Namek, his face was gloomy as if he could drip water. There are basically no living people on this planet, and the breath of living people is no more than 10, what this means, Vic knows better. Moro summoned the dragon, took a child of name Star, and made a wish with a brain controller. Restore your magic, restore your body to peak state, and free all the prisoners of the galactic prison. Rao made Mel's hurry, but still failed to stop him, allowing Moro to successfully complete his goal. Seeing Meyer's arrival, a cruel smile hung on the corner of Meluo's mouth, and instantly disappeared from the ground. Mel's looked ugly, looking around, trying to find the exact location of Moro and see where he was hiding. When Gaku and the others arrived one after another, Meluo didn't know where to run for a long time. Not far away, Myers saw Kronberg's body, and strengthened his mind to capture Moro. That guy actually killed all his companions, there is no humanity at all, and letting him live is a disaster for the universe. The condition of Kronberg's cooperation with Moro was to give him a wish to go to a border planet without the Frisia Legion and without the Galactic Patrol. Hoping to live safely, Moro also agreed to him at first, and after gathering the Dragon Balls, he turned his face and broke his neck. The premise of cooperation is that the strength of the two sides is equal. Kronberg is a Legion trash fish, in the heart of Meluo is a pawn, useless waste can be erased at any time, how can he give him a wish? Gaku and Vegito burst out with all their strength, taking out their super blue form and looking for the breath of Moro. Soon discovered by them, the explosion rushed towards that side, and Vic gritted his teeth together, desperately trying his best to follow behind them, to avenge his dead compatriots. Go and die, monster! In the western sky, Moro flew in the clouds, and Vegito raised his hand to punch, and the moment he hit, he sensed that something was wrong. Meluo's body did not feel flesh, and after being hit, Meluo was so beaten away by the fist. Vegito's attack is not the main body at all, but the magic doppelganger that Moro placed here to deceive them. The two turned around and flew towards another breath, but they turned out to be doppelgangers, after being teased 6 times. Only then did he finally find the true location of Moro, which was near the place where the divine dragon was summoned. The earth is shaking, and the flowers and trees on the planet are rapidly withering and losing their luster, all of them emitting the breath of silence. It's not good, he's absorbing the life energy of this planet. Chapter 41. The magic returned to Meluo, who was in its heyday, and it didn't take 10 seconds to successfully extract the life energy of the planet, and a blue ball of pure energy bloomed in the palm of Meluo's hand. Meluo threw it into his mouth and swallowed the energy into his body, and his thin body became a little stronger. Although it is not obvious, it can be seen that Moro is a very special race, and his body will age quickly if there is not enough energy. Moro picked up the fallen nemesis child in his hand, took him in his hand, and killed him with a hard grip. Vegito quickly flew forward, kicked him in the wrist, and as soon as the pained Moro let go, the child was held by Vegito and sent back to the few of them. I've done sorry for the nemesis before, and now I don't want to let their numbers go down. Vegito had a rare explanation. Vegito yawned, waved his hand and returned to Bluestar. Okay, then you deal with it, I'll go back, otherwise I'll have to cause you trouble. Gaku didn't understand what he meant by that. Trouble? If I leave, you can still win, if I am here, you will not be able to win Meluo. Moro can absorb energy, they themselves are also absorbing the range, let Moro absorb their own energy, Gaku they don't have to fight, and there is no chance to win. Myers frowned, considering the strategy of the battle, View had not yet awakened, so there was no way to seal the magic of Moro. If Vegito doesn't help, can he really kill Moro? Vic knew that he was not an opponent and proposed that everyone do it together. Vegito didn't answer, and Gaku was the first to shout for a fair duel and faced Moro alone. You've killed so many people, I'm going to put you back in jail. As a battle maniac, Gaku can't accept joining forces against the enemy, not to mention that he has the confidence to solve Moro alone. The two looked at each other, their gazes collided with fierce sparks, and Meluo smiled evilly. Sun Wukong, the 5th in the peerless list, your energy is very good, I accepted it. Goku's power changed beyond Sai 2, and he took a fighting stance, moving quickly towards Moro with his hands one after the other. Meluo's right hand aimed at the rushing Gaku, pressed down hard, and Gaku, who was still moving at high speed, smashed his body straight to the ground. Moro raised his hand again, and Gaku was also lifted up by the invisible energy. Goku couldn't resist that force, and was manipulated and smashed into a rock, shattering the rock and burying his body underneath by rubble. Vegito folded his arms and pouted, very disdainful. Magic? Boring trick. Moro didn't speak, just looked at Vegito with a smile, and the red light of the pile of rubble not far away exploded, and Goku turned into a super god and rushed out, bursting out again at great speed. Let's continue. Moro slid his hands in front of him, but Goku had already taken precautions and attacked in an S-shaped line, not simply sprinting in a straight line. After being guarded, Moro's magic lost its effect, and Goku punched out a series of fast punches, and Moro barely took the first few punches, and the last punch hit the corner of his mouth firmly. Luo unloaded several backflips, wiped the blood from his mouth, and cast spells with his right hand. A tree rises from the ground, the tip of the bottom stabs down at Goku. Goku does not raise his head, and his index finger points a ray of light from above, shattering the attacking tree. You should have more strength, so don't hide it anymore. Moro didn't answer, and controlled a few more stones, and Goku's right arm flicked, and the air wave shattered the attack. Seeing that even the Super Sai God could make Moro so embarrassed, Vegito lost interest a little. Listening to them say how powerful you are, and how much it looks like that, it really disappoints me. Even if he was ridiculed, Moro had no intention of taking Vegito. His 5 fingers parted, and several streams of magma erupted from the ground. Goku moved several meters across, grazing the edge of the magma to dodge, and Moro repeated his trick and summoned all the magma around him. Trapping Goku in it, the magma frantically converged towards the center, and soon formed magma rock. Goku's roar came from inside, and the explosion shattered the magma rock, and to his current strength, the magma has long been ineffective against him. It's better to solve it quickly, it's not fun to capsize in the gutter. Vegito cut Goku from the side. He also thought that it would be Vegito who made it, but he didn't expect Goku to be the first to fight, so the situation was a little unoptimistic. Goku didn't understand what he meant by this. Wasn't he pressing Moro to fight? He was testing what cards he had, why he said that he would capsize in the gutter. Vegito suddenly gulped. Kakarot, hurry up and solve him with all your might. He didn't notice anything wrong, but Vegito could see that Moro was stalling for time and must be plotting something. At this moment, Luo smiled viciously. You're finished. A huge spaceship broke through space and floated above Moro, on which stood densely packed prisoners in prison uniforms. They are all prisoners of the Galaxy Prison, and Moro's last wish is to make the prison doors open automatically. The prisoners escaped from the prison wounded guards, grabbed the space shuttle, and crossed space to reach Namex. The galactic prison was originally for prisoners, and in order to facilitate the containment of prisoners, the only spaceship of the galactic garrison that could fold space travel was there. What can be shuttled is only space, there is no travel to other universes, but ordinary space jumps can be achieved and long-distance cosmic journeys can be carried out in a very short time. Luo slowly flew to the spaceship, and his right hand shot out a large mass of light, which merged into the prisoners' bodies. This is said in advance, Moro gives them stronger power, and they are loyal to Moro. With his subordinates, Moro did not plan to personally make a move, allowing a group of prisoners to charge Goku and several people. Vegito found a mountain peak to watch the play, and by the way, he took the Nemesis imp aside, and looked down at the battlefield with Erlang's legs, ready to strike. As things stand, it won't be long before Goku and they finish playing. Goku's personality is too procrastinating, he doesn't like to use his full strength every time he fights, and he always has to test his opponent's strength a little bit. Switching to Vegito is long over, can it still be fought for so long? Moro, A3. Vegito, Ultra Blue Final Flash. Vegito, who is limited to this timeline, is replaced by him in the Z period, and it is estimated that he will have to let Moro go on purpose, and then let him eat more energy and return to his heyday in fighting with himself. Knowing that the other party was able to devour life energy, Goku didn't use his full strength at the beginning, and he didn't know what he thought. Thinking of this, he thought of a possibility, should Myers forget to say. Goku and Vegeta Big Mellies faced dozens of reinforced prisoners. The two sides immediately got into a mess, and Vegeta maintained the character of being able to kill BB, and together he was Super Blue. Even with the strengthening of Maluo, plus these prisoners are all people who have committed heinous crimes, their own strength is not weak, and they still can't compare with Kaolin. Vegeta punched one prisoner, and in a blink of an eye, he leveled more than a dozen, just when they were about to solve it with a bang. Chapter 42. Vegeta returned to the transformation of the Super Sai God and could no longer maintain the Super Blue state, as did Goku. What's going on? I don't seem to have enough strength to transform. Super Blue is more physically demanding, and it won't last only a few seconds. What happened? Mel's eyes widened and he asked incredulously. Didn't I tell you that Maluo can devour life energy, and the longer you fight, your physical strength will also drop rapidly? Life energy is different from Qi, it is two different concepts, more like life force and physical strength and breath mixed together. Mora devoured Goku's life energy, which does not mean that Mora's strength becomes the sum of Moro plus Goku. Life energy is a mysterious thing, and the strong are more delicious and stronger than the weak. It can also greatly increase the strength of Maluo, but it is limited. Unlike Bu, devouring a person, you can add the devoured person on the basis of your own combat power. For example, Goku is the energy of 5, Bu is 3, and after devouring Goku, he is the energy of 5 plus 3 equals 8. Goku simply thought that Mora was devouring energy, and that the breath of God was not something he could devour, so they did not consider that they would be physically exhausted. What? Now it was Goku's and Vegeta's turn to be dumbfounded, and when Myers explained Moro's abilities to them, one of them was thinking about something else, and the other didn't pay attention to listen, and they didn't expect this at all. Goku didn't care about dealing with Jiao, rushed out of the encirclement, and punched Maluo in the sky. In the next second, a prisoner with a red body, Tarzan punched Goku like a top, and the force shocked Goku back into the encirclement again. Before Goku could launch a second attack, he took back another level and returned to the state of Super 3. Since he was the first to start the battle and was also devoured the most life energy, it was not so much a punch from Chao Sai Shen as it was as powerful as Super 3. Not to mention the extreme intentional omen, he can't even change Super Blue, where is the physical strength to use the extreme intention? Vegeta didn't need to destroy it, and he struggled to maintain the situation with the Super Sai God, and Bike's situation was no better, and the situation suddenly became precarious. The best in state is Mel's, relying on the equipment of the Galaxy Patrol to fight, wandering among the prisoners. The prisoner who repelled Goku is called Sagangbo, and he also has a good status among the prisoners, and he also has his own cosmic power before he is captured. His own combat effectiveness is extremely high, and Moro also deliberately gave him a part of his energy to allow him to block Goku's punch. Slowly the scales of victory have fallen to the prisoners, and Goku has changed back to normal, and even Super Saiyan can't change. Vegeta was slightly better, maintaining the super race, and obviously could not hold out for long, and was extracted from the life energy by Moro every moment. Goku dodged the attack with difficulty, questioning Mora's purpose. What the hell are you going to do? I don't want to do anything, I just want a universe that can allow me to devour the planet at any time. Mo Luo did not hide it anymore. The current Wukong people are the fish on the chopping board. If you want to kill, they have the final say. The situation is the same as their own plan, there is no need to cover up. Due to the particularity of Moro, his own food is life energy, and when conditions permit, he does not like to swallow it in one bite. He prefers to chew and taste slowly, just like humans eat food, and he is certainly not happy that someone prevents him from eating. By the way, I hate your so-called peaceful universe. If someone wants to maintain that universe, I will also kill him. Several people understood that Moro was the kind of completely evil person, completely inhuman. Gaku was annoyed in his heart. He should listen to Vegito, and as soon as he came up, he would use his own extreme omen to solve Moro as quickly as possible, without giving him a chance to absorb. Vegito and the others could only form a circle, unable to fight back, relying on the little physical strength left to resist. With a wave of his hand, the besieging prisoners retreated to the side, making way for him. The life energy of the two of you is very good, and the person who is the one who is the next star is also okay. I will slowly eat your life energy. Gaku and Vegito were tense and ready to make a final counterattack, and after losing most of their strength, they still had no strength left. Gaku guesses that if he fights, he will not even have the ability to use teleportation. Just as the two were about to desperately fight back, Vegito blocked between the two sides and said in a commanding tone, "Okay, let's hit here today, you can roll." Luo paused in his steps, his expression was strange, and he laughed. "Who do you think of yourself, a peerless list? You shouldn't really think you can win me." Vegito's name was known to everyone present, but Moro had absolute confidence in himself. Until now, he has devoured the power of Vegito Gaku Bike, and Vegito has also been sucked away by him a lot of life energy. That life energy is much more than Gaku and Vegito. I am afraid that Vegito in front of him has at most a little strength, and it cannot be his opponent. Vegito let out a long sigh. Hey, today's young people really don't know the height of the sky. With a press of his right hand, he choked a trash fish that had quietly come to his side to sneak up on him, and pressed it down the ground. Without saying a word, his body sank deep into the ground, and the burning purple flames turned his body into nothingness. Young people, arrogant, do not know whether they are dead or alive. This is not a problem, just pay attention in the next life. The few prisoners closest to him, you look at me, I look at you, all took a few steps back. They have all killed a lot of people, but they never want to be killed. Unlike Gaku who can't kill him, Vegito fights, he really kills. Luo was also wary in his heart, and that chirp was hinted at by him, just to test Vegito's strength. It is a monster that has lived for tens of millions of years, and he will not make a rash move before determining the accurate strength of his opponent. But he didn't see Vegito's shot. Could it be that he still had extra physical strength? You look a little weak, hey. Chapter 43. Moro's temptation failed to hide from Vegito, so he wanted to see his strength and simply fulfill them. If you don't leave, don't waste time, let's go together. Moro gave a few looks, let his subordinates strike at the same time, and the trash fish slowly contracted the encirclement, killing them when they were a few steps away from Vegito. A universe first, standing alive in front of him, even if he does nothing, ordinary people dare not make a move. No matter how small the gap between the two sides is, the shock is completely different. Gaku, they can clearly see that they are weak, and there are pictures of their lives in the gold list, and there are also times when they are exhausted, and there are battles that will be lost to others. Vegito has fought twice, crushing Frisia and crushing Vetali, and has not lost a single game from beginning to end, giving the impression that no one can beat him. Vegito's face did not change color, and his sharp gaze alone made everyone dare not look directly. As far as the eye can see, the trash fish retreat uncontrollably, and their hearts are drumming. You only have one person, we have 100, even if you are the number one in the universe, you may not be able to kill us before your physical strength is exhausted. The prisoners are also proud people, where they can stand being so suppressed. In order to cheer themselves up, some people take the initiative to shout loudly. Vegito's movements were also not seen, and the trash fish died in a circle. From the innermost circle, one was burned by the chi flames, and even the shouts did not have time to come out, and the body turned into ashes. In less than 2 breaths, the trash fish were all destroyed, and only Sagangbo, who remained on the spaceship, escaped. Don't joke, my Maloo can be different from those guys' level, don't underestimate people, I'll come back. Luo did not hesitate for a second, put down a cruel word to find a venue, exploded gas and flew to the sky at full speed. Even the spacecraft could not care, broke through the atmosphere, and flew into space. Smaller ants, and larger ants, are essentially the same. Luo was still thinking about going there to absorb energy, and then come back for revenge when he became stronger, and as for the spaceship to give up. I heard Vegito's faint words in my ears, looked left and right, and did not find him. I thought I had auditory hallucinations, until my back was stomped on, and my body hit an extraterrestrial meteorite like a rocket, only to find Vegito above his head. You guy, how could it be? Moro thought that he had increased his speed to the extreme, and did not sense that someone was approaching him. How Vegito did it? Since he was caught up, Luo did not run, and dozens of meteorites in space that exceeded hundreds of zhong were pulled by his magic power and bombarded Vegito. In the next second, his figure was drowned, and Luo released his attack, changed directions, and ran again. The picture of Vegito's second killing of miscellaneous fish made him clearly understand that he was not his opponent at this time. With a snap, Luo's body fell again, and his left cheek became puffy. I haven't said you can go. You came back to me, but you are broken. A few minutes later, Moro lay alone in space and drifted around, unable to figure out how Vegito did it. He absorbed a lot of life energy by himself, and he was so brave. And he didn't kill himself, he just beat him. Could it be that he came after him specifically just to beat himself up? Vegito returned to Namex, and Myers saw him return, expectantly asking. You killed him? No, he fled. Mels didn't believe that Vegito was more powerful than himself, and Moro couldn't escape from him. Even you can't kill him, it's impossible. Vegito rightfully replied. Who said I was going to kill him? I let him go. How can you let him go? Do you know how many more people he will kill? Such a guy can't let him live. Mels's face turned red and white, and he was very dissatisfied with Vegito's behavior. Vegito's tone became cold, and he said unkindly. The reason why they are killed, it can only mean that they are too weak, and the weak will be killed, isn't it normal? He is not a saint who maintains the peace of the universe, and what does the life or death of others have to do with himself? Luo killing is also killing other races, and he does not dare to come to Blue Star to make trouble. What does it have to do with himself as a scion? Being a scion, a human heart, and other aliens have a half-dime relationship? Moro is a very good experience baby, keep it for Goku Vegeta to level up, and there is a lot of use value, it would be a pity to kill. What else Myers wanted to justify? But that's all life. Vegito interrupted him without giving him a chance to say more. Why don't you kill Frisia? Aren't the Galactic Patrolmen upholding justice? Frisia has ruled the universe for decades, and he hasn't seen the Galactic Patrolmen go to trouble him. In the end, it is not to provoke Frisia, but can only self-righteously solve some small characters, so as to bear this high-sounding justice hat. Vegeta didn't bother to deal with him, nothing was more important to him than Goku and them getting stronger. The angels are more powerful than the other, but they still remain neutral, and the god of destruction destroys a race when he is in a bad mood. Who said Beerus, and why didn't anyone say him? Because they all tacitly assumed that the strong dominated the world. Except for a part of the Virgin, who has no thoughts of their own, and thinks about being the savior all day. Let's be the first to kill Beerus. He only obeys his own will, and no one is allowed to kill the person he wants to save, and if he does not want to save, he will not do anything superfluous. The world is the law of the jungle, and survival of the fittest is right everywhere. If you really have to blame them for being too weak and not able to protect themselves. Then why did you catch up? Before leaving, he still talked ruthlessly with me, was in a bad mood, and wanted to beat him. Vic stopped Myers, who was still talking, and saw that Vegito was a little upset, and did not let him touch Vegito's brow, and changed the subject. Don't say it, it's good to use Dragon Balls to revive them together then, now find a way to treat Gaku and them. Gaku and Vegeta are Moro's main targets, the two of them do not have Vegeta's ability, and now they are unconscious. Melz took out the communicator and asked the pilot to drive the ship over and put the two of them in the treatment room. He didn't understand what Vic meant, but Vegeta still understood. Vic was prompting himself to help get the fairy beans so that they could recover as quickly as possible. Before Vegeta could move, the Namex child, who was standing on the side, ran to Gaku and the two of them, holding his hands on their backs. The soft green light soaked the bodies of the two, helping the two recover quickly, and it didn't take them a few minutes to successfully heal. This child turned out to be a therapeutic nemesis, or the best one. Chapter 44. The current Great Elder of Namex also followed the movement of the battle and found the location of several of them. After seeing the unconscious Gaku and Bike, his whole body trembled with excitement, and he walked quickly to hold Bike's hand. You came, everyone was killed. He also knew about the assimilation of Niru, and Bike had a natural closeness. Vic could only comfort him that it was all gone. It's okay now, you guys go find the Dragon Ball, Moro will solve him. Even if there are Dragon Balls, it is not difficult to resurrect the dead, but those who are sucked dry of life energy by Mora are dead forever. They are not dead, nor alive, in a state similar to dry corpses, strictly dead, all life energy has been sucked dry, even Dragon Ball cannot resurrect them. Gaku and Vegeta also soon woke up, and after learning that Moro had escaped, they felt a sense of crisis in their hearts. The magic power of Molo's devouring ability is too strange to fight against. The only way is to use the strongest strength to end the battle quickly, otherwise Moro will absorb life energy all the time in the battle, and there is no chance of winning a long-term battle. Sagangbo also ran away in the spaceship, the boss ran away, and he will not stay here and wait for death. Melz couldn't help him, Gaku Vegeta fainted, and Vic only had the physical strength to barely stand, watching him go away. After Myers pondered for a moment, he made a decision. Mr. Gaku, you go to a place with me, I have a way to make you better grasp the extreme omen. Ah, to be able to better grasp the extreme intention, you are really not an ordinary galaxy patrolman. Gaku didn't doubt his words, he had already guessed, Myers must be very powerful. Being able to knock himself and Vegeta out instantly is not something anyone can do. Let's go now, we must quickly defeat Mora, the longer the time, the more people will be killed. Melz was in a hurry to solve Moro, didn't want to waste a little time, and took Gaku and left. Vegeta clenched his hands and stared at the Great Elder seriously and asked. Before leaving, I want to ask, I once killed your people, what do you think about this matter, why do you help me? There was a lingering kindness on the face of the elder, and the tone was very sad. You mean, we haven't forgotten that incident in Xeno village? When he and Frieza fought in the Nemesis decisively, Vegeta was unscrupulous in order to get the Dragon Ball, and there were many Nemesis who died in his hands. Vegeta, who has always been decisive, hesitated for a rare moment before asking the confusion in his heart. Don't you hate me? The Nemesis are not that kind of person, hatred will only cause new wars, we just want to protect peace. Vegeta could see that the Great Elder was not lying, his eyes did not have the slightest resentment towards himself, only the great sadness of the tragic death of his companion flashed in the depths of his eyes. Vegeta glanced at Vegeta first, and then at the planet that had been sucked dry of energy and devastated by the Death Star. I will definitely give you an explanation for this matter. In fact, if he wants to become stronger, the best way is to find Vegeta and let him guide his control of the destructive power. However, after listening to the words of the Great Elder, he changed his mind, and he wanted to redeem something in his own way. Vegeta glanced at him appreciatively, and sighed in his heart that Vegeta had really changed. Changed to the previous Vegeta, how could he say such a thing? He could feel a deep sense of atonement for Vegeta, and understood that his previous self had done wrong. I hope to make up for the Nemesis for myself through my own methods. Near Zhu is red and close to ink. Should I say whether Gaku changed him, or Bulma changed him, or both? Several people left with Myers, and Vegito returned to Blue Star with teleportation, bringing the King God of Realm with him before leaving. There was no time to delay. Vegito was going far from here, and it would take more than a week to drive the spaceship. It's better to let the ready-made Realm King God be a teleportation tool and bring him over. At the moment, this situation seems to be impossible to walk away. Malloy may not necessarily come to take revenge, he has to protect Blue Star. I had to temporarily give up the research on Super Race 4, and wait until Malloy was completely solved, but fortunately, even if there was no suitable target, Vegito could pass through his body. Try the Super Saiyan 4 experiment, but the accuracy is slightly lower. The number of women who came to Wu from all over the world was still increasing, and Tais sent away batch after batch, and after remembering their information, asked them to go back and wait for notice. When Vegito found out, she complained that she made it like a blind date meeting, and asked them to wait for notice. As a result, he was scolded, and Tais directly ignored the pic, saying that if he wanted to deal with it himself, he would beat everyone who came to death in one go. Vegito can only leave angrily, can't afford to provoke or hide. He also looked at the people on the list. In addition to some young and beautiful ordinary girls, there was also the inheritor of the Earth Shadow, which was the Leg Shadow. The other 5 shadows also sent people, and Draco even specially got a female Draco over, hoping to let him into trouble. When they came, they brought a lot of people and made a mess of the scene. Even before they came, the real rulers of the Draco, the 5 old stars, repeatedly told them to keep a low profile. Don't provoke Tais, Draco is powerful, and you can't afford to provoke Vegito. The picture of the gold list bursting the galaxy yesterday is still vividly remembered, and when the time comes, you can't get married, and then become an enemy. They had no place to cry. But they still underestimated the arrogance of the Draco, or overestimated the IQ of the female Draco. With a group of their own bodyguards, they even want to do something to the girls who are queuing up one by one, and they don't want to queue up like ordinary people and register their own information. Just in time for Tenenx and Goten to return, he saw his beautiful sister full of yards, bullied by a man next to a woman. This machismo came up at once, and 3 times 5 divided by 2 leveled a group of guards. It attracted the attention of many girls, and the younger 16 and 17-year-old girls had the urge to bring him home. The years are small, the strength is still so good, bring him up as a child husband, and make a lot of money in the future. Tenenx obviously couldn't stop the beauty, a few words were confused. If not for Bulma to pull him, he would have followed the good-looking ones. Vegito is helpless and funny about this. And Vegito is not, whose genes Tenenx inherited. Chapter 45. Bulma was also angry enough, and Gokuten touched his head, not understanding what Tenenx was angry about. Goku's straight male personality was fully played by him, and he has not yet figured out the relationship between men and women. Goku and Myers arrive at the headquarters of the Galactic Garrison, and in order to better understand Goku's strength, Myers takes him to a special training room. Goku used his normal attitude to strike seriously, using full strength in each attack, and to his surprise, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't touch Myers. Goku then turned into Super 1, Super 2, Super 3, all in vain, and Myers' dodge was seamless, so that Goku could not find a flaw. Just as he had just become a super god, Gark stopped their fight, and the walls of the room showed signs of shattering, and I was afraid that he would not be able to hold up if he fought any longer. Even if it is a special room, it is still too reluctant to withstand the fists and feet of the super god. Goku also stopped decisively, although this time Myers did not move the whole time, but only kept dodging the defense, but still let both sides have a general judgment of each other. Mel's turned around and led Goku to a room, and after pushing open the door, it was white inside. Let Goku think of the Spirit Time House for the first time, and when he walked in, he found that it was much worse. Myers explained that this is a special space, the flow of time is almost 30 to 1 outside, and the outside day is a month inside. Myers mainly sees the particularity of this space, and is in a state of isolation from the outside world. Even if he exerts all his strength, he will not be discovered by others. Unless someone is specifically observing themselves, then there is no way. Mel's right hand was open, and an angelic scepter similar to Wes was held in his hand. The only difference was that it looked a little shorter and thinner. Gaku did not use the super race, maintained the normal fight with Myers, and asked about his confusion while fighting. Mel spoke unhurriedly, explaining to him little by little the specific ability to be at ease. Strong emotions can trigger their own potential and burst out huge energy, just like you Scion Super Scion, who use anger as an opportunity. Only when you can completely control your emotional changes and maintain a mentality when fighting, can you perfectly control your own mind. The cultivation of the two continued, but they did not know that in the palace of the great priest, Ves was seeing everything. In order to avoid this stupid brother of his and violating the principles of angels, he found the troubled great priest. The great priest was in a very bad state now, and the pale and weak expression on his face was clear. After hearing Weiss's words, his heart was even more weak, and Mel's went to join the Galactic Guard, which he proposed. The original intention was to let his stupid son feel the goodwill of the world in it, and save it from being able to distinguish between good and evil in the future. But obviously Myers is too kind. Once he really touches the principles set by the king and interferes with the affairs of the world, even angels will be erased. The great priest couldn't go away, and he still needed to control the situation himself, and Weiss saw his embarrassment and took the initiative to ask him to deal with this matter. The great priest thought about it and still agreed to his request, and Ves had made himself feel at ease since he was a child, and it was better for him to deal with it. The great priest himself did not want to lose an angel, and after this war passed, it was not known how many angels and destruction gods would die. Mel's is still his own son, and it is not impossible to let Weiss, who is an older brother, enlighten him. After Weiss left the Grand Priest's palace, he did not go to Myers at the first time, but deliberately delayed time so that he had enough time to guide Gaku. It's okay just to teach Gaku and then bring him to yourself. The principle of angels is that they cannot interfere with the world, they are not allowed to stand on either side of good and evil, and the most important thing is that they cannot fight with all their strength, let alone actively kill. If Myers wants to win against Moro, he will inevitably use most of his true strength, even if it is a violation. Competition guidance is not a violation of principles, just like Weiss, if he goes to deal with Moro, one hand is enough, then it is not a battle, at most it is a competition, and it will be fine if you don't kill Moro. Weiss is also looking forward to Gaku and Vegeta becoming stronger and helping in future battles. On the other side, Vegeta was sent to the Star of Adrat by the god of the realm king, and was welcomed by many of the people of the Star of Adrat. The reason why he came here is the news he got from Gaku, knowing that the Star of Adrat has many magical abilities, and he wants to find a move that can help the nemesis. His heart is still very unwilling. In his opinion, as a fighting nation Scion, he should rely on the flesh to win. What kind of magic, these messy moves, are not worth mentioning at all. In order to make up for the nemesis he owes, he can only let go of his pride first. Dozens of Adrath starmen lined up in 2 rows to welcome them, and Vegeta was a little uncomfortable with their enthusiasm. The leader took him to meet the great elder of the Star of Adrat, and the originally lively crowd and bubbles shattered, leaving only a young boy. The great elder saw Vegeta's surprised look and explained to him with a smile. We Adrats are relatively bold, so when greeting guests, we will conjure up more people to bolster ourselves. What Vegeta saw was actually a doppelganger, and the only one who really went to receive him was the teenager. As for the fact that they would welcome Vegeta, it was when Gaku was cultivating here many years ago and had spoken to them. Tell them that Vegeta is the one who defeated Frieza with him, and that the Star of Adrat, who has long been oppressed by Frieza, naturally welcomes their savior. Vegeta wondered what was going on with their doppelganger abilities, and even his eyes were hidden. How did you do that kind of doppelganger? It is a simple soul force split, doppelganger, teleportation, giganticization. In fact, they are all different control effects on the soul. The Great Elder smiled and spoke, not hiding the special abilities of his race. After learning Vegeta's intentions, he said that he did have this move, but he explained it in advance. The Adrathians themselves do not have particularly many abilities, they are only good at a little. That is the control of the soul, which can also be understood as the balance between body and soul, which can exert the power of the highest peak of the body. Vegeta nodded gladly, making up his mind to cultivate here until he successfully cultivated that trick and then went back. Chapter 46. The Realm King God saw that there was nothing to do with him, and planned to return to the Realm King God realm, but was stopped by Vegeta. Do you have anything like a spirit time house? The situation was too urgent for him to waste, and he didn't want to spend too much time here. The Realm King God was a little embarrassed and laughed. I don't have that thing, but I can use my ability to slow down the flow of time in the area you are in. First of all, I use this trick at most once a year, and I have just learned it. This trick itself should have been able to do it a long time ago. The god of such a small planet as Blue Star, the heavenly god, can study the spiritual time house. How can the Realm King God who corresponds to the destruction god not be able to do it? He didn't know these abilities before, and he couldn't blame him. The great Realm King God died too early. The Eastern Realm King God is still the youngest of the 4 Realm King Gods in the southeast, southwest, and northwest, and it can be regarded as an orthodox Realm King God that is put on the rack of ducks. As a result, everything had to be explored by himself, and then the Old World King God was released, and 9 out of 10 times he was watching the beauty. The remaining 10th of the time will occasionally teach him, and over time he will learn more things. Once is enough, just use it on me, Maloo, that guy, I will solve him with my own hands. Vegeta raised his head, his expression full of confidence, filled with absolute trust in his own strength. In order to give Vegeta a better grasp of himself, the Great Elder made him stand on a spike, step on the side with one foot, and sit cross-knee on it. Carry out the most basic soul power cultivation, little by little hone his will and ability to control his body. By the way, it took Goku 150 days of meditation to be considered a preliminary success, not to mention that Vegeta was more restless, irritable, and willful than Goku's soul. 2 days passed quickly, and Moro attacked no less than 100 planets in 2 days. Absorb all the life energy of the planet and the creatures above into your body. Sagangbo did not leave Mora after Nami Nemesis sailed away, even though he knew that he was abandoned as a pawn, he still cheekily found Moro. With Maloo he can live freely, without Maloo to enhance his strength, he will soon be captured by the Galaxy Patrol. He really does not want to return to the dark prison. Out of dignity and freedom, he chose the latter. Maloo has the nourishment of life energy, his strength has skyrocketed, and at this moment, even if he faces Chao Lan, he is sure to win easily, and he no longer has to delay time to absorb energy like before. In addition to the prisoners who were killed by Veget, there were more than 100 criminals around him. The spaceship can accommodate up to 100 or so people, and last time they were all ordinary spaceships, and there was no way to jump in space, so they didn't rush to the Nemesis in the first time. Morodu gave them a boost of power, allowing them to go around looting and killing and plundering the planet's resources. The size of the life energy of each planet is different, and it is not distinguished by size, and Moro also asked them to pay attention to the good planet not to destroy, and inform themselves to absorb energy. Moro is no longer interested in Goku and is desperate to eat Veget. He has lived for tens of millions of years, he has never seen better life energy than Veget, and if he can eat and digest, he can become stronger. But he did not take the risk, but made a private explanation, and a conspiracy against Veget was quietly carried out. Blue Star Heavenly Temple, Vic, who was still cultivating, meditated alone, simulating his own moves in his mind. Several spacecraft passed through the ozone layer, landed in the valley, and wreaked havoc on the surroundings. Vic and Gohan were the first to be alert, and the Tianjin Rice Clan Turtle Immortals also put down their work and rushed towards the location where the breath came from. In 2 days, Vegito basically judged the possibility of becoming a Super Fourth after pulling out his tail. The success rate is as high as at least 90%, and you only need to kill Maluo and go to GT Universe to experiment by yourself. Say CAO will arrive. Vegito clasped the back of his head with his hands and looked back to the west, waiting for the arrival of the Lord. There are not many cosmic pirates who have landed on Blue Star, only more than a dozen looks, deliberately attracting a few people from Vic to fight, just waiting for them. Vic arrived first, saw the enemy below, and without saying a word, raising his hand was a Qigong wave. The ground was shattered, and in the midst of the smoke, Vic was killed in the dust, and the figure moved at super speed. When they walked out of the smoke, the invading space pirates all fell down and fell to the ground, not knowing whether they were dead or alive. Only a tall, expressionless man with emerald green complexion still stood in place looking at Bike. Vic saw that he was not human, and the fingers of his right hand were stretched out sharply. The purple spiral beam of light of the magic light-killing cannon. Wrapped in golden light, fast as lightning, the man was as scared as stupid, so dumbfounded and did not dodge. Until the attack reached his eyes, one of the 3 crystals above the man's head flashed the appearance of Maluo. Opening his mouth wide, he ate Bike's attack like this, and his breath also rose and improved a lot. Gok was belated, loudly reminding Vic not to be careless. Bike, that guy is an artificial robot that can copy other people's abilities, don't be touched by him. For the identity of the man, Gok is no stranger, the artificial robot 73, also called Cybensley. It is a dark organization in the universe, the ultimate war weapon created, able to copy all the abilities of others, can store up to 3, and can switch at any time to choose which one to use. In addition to being the best at the ability to invisibly devour life, Mo Luo can also devour chi, but the restrictions are relatively large, and you must use your mouth to devour it. It's good that Gark didn't speak. As soon as he spoke, Vic was blindfolded, secretly cursing not knowing to say it earlier, and his vigilance increased. It was such a fleeting flaw that Cybensley came behind Vic and grabbed him by the back of his neck. A crystal on his forehead flashed Bike's appearance, and Bike's right hand slashed down behind him in a palm. He cut off Cybensley's right arm, stepped on the ground hard, and rushed forward for a distance before stopping. Even if it's too late, Cybensley has already completed the copy, using Bike's regenerative ability to regenerate the broken arm. Bike's heart sank. The situation became troublesome. Cybensley returned a tooth for a tooth, and raised his hand to fire a magic light-killing cannon. Vic did not have a hard connection, so he could only choose to dodge, knowing that Cybensley could absorb energy like Moro. Vic gave up his ranged attack and fought hand-to-hand combat with Cybensley, which lasted 10 minutes with a dozen. The movements of the two sides are exactly the same, it is exactly 2 identical people fighting each other, and Vic's magical abilities have been copied by him. Chapter 47. Fortunately, Vic was originally focused on combat, plus the time was too short, and he had not learned a few of the magic of the Book of Sages. Under the all-out battle, the wear and tear of physical strength was very serious, and the speed and strength were affected, and it soon fell into the downside. After Gok realized it, he remembered that he had forgotten to remind Bike. Bike, Cybensley is physically infinite, don't go head-to-head with him, his ability to copy can only last 30 minutes, just delay time. If it wasn't for being pressed and beaten, Vic really wanted to punch Gok. Couldn't you have said it earlier? But if I say a little earlier, that thing has unlimited physical strength, I will run to fight him. But now it's too late to say anything, and Cybensley's Qigong wave and Vic collide hard. One equivalent to the Vic in his heyday, one physically dissatisfied, the result can be imagined. Vic didn't hold out for a few seconds before he was defeated, and seeing the energy cannon shooting, he could only protect his chest with both hands. Just as the attack was about to fall on him, Gohan came to the rescue in time, holding up the energy with both hands, and threw it into the air with a loud shout. "Uncle Bike, are you all right?" Seeing Gohan coming, Vic breathes a sigh of relief and tells him to be careful not to be copied by Sebensly. Goku and Vegeta are not there, Vegeta is not coming, Gohan is the strongest of Blue Star, if he is copied, then there is really no way. After knowing that Sebensly could replicate 3 abilities, Gohan thought for a moment and whispered something in Bike's ear. Vic was surprised at first, then nodded in agreement, thinking that Gohan's idea was not bad. Vic stood behind and tied his hands, and Klin and the others also rushed over, and the big guys gathered together, none of them came to help Gohan. The gap in their strength is too big, and if they have to go up, they are also dragging their feet, not to mention that they are not qualified to participate in the battle even if they are the 18th. After a few moves, Gohan was careless and copied his own abilities. Everyone who watched had a bad premonition, only Vic smiled mysteriously, and after saying a few words to the 18th, he stood out from the crowd and walked next to Gohan. Watching Gok had a question mark, how could Gohan still look happy after being copied energy? What he didn't know was that Gohan was deliberately copied for a simple reason. Sebensly can copy 3 abilities, and all but one of the core abilities will be squeezed out by the newly copied abilities. Although in Gohan's opinion, Sebensly, even if he copied Bike's ability, was not his opponent, he had no intention of letting him go. His ability is too dangerous, just solve him here, give him time, I don't know how tricky it will become. It just so happens that the last ability that Sebensly copied was the space wormhole, and unless he could kill in one move, no one could keep him if he wanted to run. Gohan will plan and let him copy his own ability. The core is the ability of Moro plus Vic and his own, it is the ability of 3 people. Sebensly's space wormhole was not used, and he ran again. Gark thinks this is adding strength to Sebensly, and with Gohan's energy, he doesn't have to run at all. Sebensly fired another magic light killing cannon, and Gohan drew a circle in front of him with both hands. And the golden light formed a round shield. Blocking his impact, Vic hid behind Gohan, and instantly fired a magic light killing cannon. Sebensly could not dodge, and his right arm was directly shattered. The wound in the limb squirmed, quickly completed the regeneration, switched to Gohan's ability, and gathered his hands on his chest, a golden mass of light condensed. More than 10 golden shockwaves shot out from the light mass and fell, hitting Gohan below. This time it was Gohan who attacked, and Vic fired air bombs to cover and neutralize Sebensly's attack. Gohan flashed in the light wave, and with a punch he punched Sebensly out and fell into the water. This is Gohan and Bike's plan, to perfectly replicate one person's abilities, then 2 people strike together. No one knows each other's abilities better than either of them, fighting tiger brothers and fathers and sons. Gohan and Goku are different, he wants to protect Blue Star, and he doesn't have the scion idea of defeating his opponent alone. In order to protect his family, Gohan does not mind joining forces to fight. Gohan put his hands above his forehead, his energy greatly increased, releasing a stunt magic flash, and Vic also used the magic light killing cannon again. The magic flash killing cannon. Double trick combined into one, knocking out Sebensly, who had just surfaced, and shattering his small body in one go. Everything was as expected, Sebensly had no room to fight back in the face of the 2, and could only switch to the form of Moro. He opened his hands to absorb their life energy, and before he could make a move, he was kicked in the face and flew out. Your opponent, it's me. Number 18 moved, as an artificial human, she does not have the so-called life energy, which is equivalent to scrapping Sebensly's absorption ability. A series of attacks gave Sebensly no time to fight back, and it was even more extravagant to want to switch abilities. After all, he copied Maluo, who had not devoured energy at the beginning and recovered his full strength, and where was the opponent against the 18th who had been enhanced? Constantly hit hard and beaten to a semi-crippled state, number 18 jumped high and kicked him in the head, and Sabensli fell to the ground. The 18th accelerated to catch up, and before he could hit the ground, another whip kick kicked him in the abdomen, causing him to fall backwards quickly, and his half-crippled body could not even stop his figure. As soon as the 18th ruffled his hair, the energy of his right hand was about to come out and completely kill Sabensli. The upside-down Sabensli was caught with one hand, and Moro fell from outer space, grabbed his head, and threw him behind him. He is still useful to me, don't let him die. Several large spaceships in the sky slowly descended, and a small green-skinned man caught the flying Sabensli and returned to the interior of the spacecraft. Moro arrived with a large army, preparing to launch a general attack on Blue Star, and Sabensli was just a test stone. Go, little ones, go grab what you like. Chapter 48. Countless cosmic pirates swarmed out and rushed in all directions. Gohan opened his hands forcefully, and a huge shield trapped the people present inside. However, even if Gohan reacted quickly, there were still a few fish who slipped through the net, ran out of his captivity, and swept towards the sky. Klin and Tianjin Tianfang, knowing that they could not help, went after the miscellaneous fish. In Bulma's home, Tais and Bulma could also feel the mountain shaking, curious about what was happening. Bulma was worried about a few people, afraid that Goku Vegeta was not there, and a few of them couldn't stop it and walked to Veget's side. Veget, aren't you going to help? Veget's hand slid wildly, gesturing at something, without turning his head. I didn't go, I didn't come to our house. Bulma was anxious and could only ask a rhetorical question. What if Gohan can't beat them and the other party comes to the door? They come here, I will destroy them, don't worry. Bulma saw that he just didn't move, and could only turn her gaze for help to Tais, whether she couldn't say that she couldn't move Veget, or she had to let her sister say. Just now she received a telegram from Vic asking if she could bring Veget over, and the situation was a little out of control, and she said this. The relationship between Tais and Veget, there is no need to say it tactfully as Bulma, and two fingers are pinched against the side of his face. Didn't you tell me to go over and take a look, why are you dragging your feet? For the children she has seen since she was a child, Tais does not want Veget to take risks, but she can't ignore Blue Star. 10 minutes ago she asked Veget if she was sure of winning the Moro, and Veget smiled and held out a finger. At the same time, he told her that when the fight was almost over, he would go to help see, and he still looked indifferent when he knew that the fight was about to start. Veget patted her body and put her hands on their shoulders. Haven't you heard that the protagonists are the last to appear? The three of them moved to the battlefield in an instant, and Veget put them behind him and found a comfortable place to sit. Regardless of it, Veget has been observing this side and still has some understanding of the current situation. Instead, Tais and Bulma were taken aback and accidentally kicked a space pirate under their feet. Except for Gohan Bic and 18, Moro and Sagangbo beside him, the other cosmic pirates were lying down. Gohan took out all his strength, like an autumn breeze sweeping away fallen leaves, sweeping through thousands of armies like a sweep, knocking out all the miscellaneous fish. Moro didn't stop either, and waited until Gohan was solved before attacking him. Gohan and Vic 18 teamed up to make Moro defeat and return to his peak state, and his hard strength was much stronger than that of the three. Fortunately, Gohan was able to barely carry the frontal attack, and Vic and 18 were in charge of flank support. Oh, I haven't seen you for 3 days, you still have this virtue, Maluo. With a roundhouse kick, Moro knocked off the three of Gohan together, pressed his right hand to the ground, and dozens of boulders smashed towards the three. Veget, I said I would come back. Looking at Moro's confident expression, Vegeta couldn't help but laugh softly. You can't come back, what does it have to do with me? If you want to find death, you will commit suicide. Luo drank lowly, and the energy of his whole body soared, showing a different momentum than just now. No kidding, I'm in my prime, have you seen my heyday? Gohan's three faces turned livid, According to this situation, when Mallow fought with them, he didn't bring out all his strength at all, otherwise the three of them wouldn't be able to hold out for so long. He deliberately dragged out time. What the hell is it for? With a snap, a figure flashed beside Mallow, and his left face had an additional slap print, and he turned around in place 3 times. Are you thinking too much? I don't care if you are in your heyday, and I don't feel any difference between you and the previous 2 days. Vegito shook his hand and didn't even give Moro a straight eye. The expressions of Gohan and the others at that time were shocked and did not know what to do. Mallow himself is also a big fire, he can guess that Vegito is not simple, he may not win the fight now, so he left the backhand. But I didn't expect that I couldn't even see the other party's shadow, so I was slapped. Vegito turned her head and looked at Gohan. Open the shield, you close the gas, how can your dad come? Gohan's protective shield not only traps the enemy inside, but also seals the breath, and if he can't feel the chi, Goku will teleport and can't come back. Gohan opened the light mask after realizing it, and no longer worried about Moro's problem. Anyway, Ties is here, if there is danger, Vegito will definitely strike. At this time, Wukong, who was far away in outer space, had just finished 2 days of cultivation, and in that special space in Mel's, he had been cultivating for 2 months. Perfectly mastering the state of freedom and extreme intention, he felt stronger than ever, and as soon as he finished cultivating, Whis appeared just right. He scolded Myers and left with him, without telling Goku how to go back. Just as Goku was anxious, the sound of Klin's wailing came from the depths of the distant starry sky. After the cosmic pirates have been strengthened by Mallow, their combat power is much stronger than the original, and the 3 sisters on Klin will also have the ability to merge. Even if it is not as perverted as the fusion of dance steps, he will be bitter after the fit, and he hopes that Goku will come back soon. After detecting Klin's chi, Goku teleported back to Blue Star, blocking in front of Klin, and punched hard into the stomach with a second blow. After saving Klin, he rushed to the side of the battlefield in a hurry, sensing that Goku was coming, and an imperceptible sinister smile hung on the corner of Mallow's mouth. Moro signaled to SA Gang to wave his hand, and it was time for him to strike. Knowing that he was not an opponent, Sagangbo raised his hand and fired gas bombs at Vegito. His power was given by Moro, and he did not have the capital to resist Moro. Vegito smiled faintly, watching the gas bombs get closer and closer, and when they were less than 10 meters apart, a wave of gas gushed out from behind, and several air bombs were flown to the side. SA Gangbo, who was sprinting quickly, only felt a sharp pain in his right leg, an unstable center of gravity and half kneeling on the ground, and then another pain in his chest, how to rush out and fly back. Goku appears in the middle of the field and blocks the path of Moro and Sagangbo with normality. Luo. Today I want to make a conclusion with you. Luo looked at SA Gangbo, who flew back upside down, and pointed his right hand at Sagangbo's back, knocking him back again. Continue. Sagangbo, who had lost his ability to fight, stood up again and roared out, and the energy around his body went up another level. Moro's finger sent a lot of energy to him. For him Sagangbo is a pawn, it doesn't matter if he lives or dies, and if he can force Goku's full strength, he can provide a little help to his plan. Chapter 49. Goku didn't mean to make a move on Sagangbo, he could see that the other party's state was very bad, and he was on the verge of life and death. If you want to save him, you have to use the fastest speed to incapacitate him. Goku's blue light around his body soars, turning into super blue, holding the incoming fist with one hand, and smashing a punch on Sagangbo's lower back. Sagangbo suddenly lost consciousness, lying on the ground and unable to stand up. Mallo's right hand was another finger, injecting his own energy into his body. Sagangbo's eyes were red, his clothes were bursting, and the huge energy seemed to break his body. Goku couldn't stand it anymore, and the jab punch was dodged by Mora, and a head hammer hit his forehead, interrupting his energy output. SA Gangbo, who was still trembling, softened, lying on the ground and losing his motion, and hot blue smoke was bubbling all over his body. Everyone's physical fitness is different, but they have their own limits of capacity. Even if there is energy given by Mora, Sagangbo's body cannot withstand the energy that exceeds the limit. Mo Luo forcibly injected one after another, causing his entire body to be destroyed, and the blood and meridians inside were shattered, leaving only half a breath to hang. Mo Luo was not surprised to see him wasted. He originally wanted to use Sagangbo to force Goku to use his full strength, so as to observe how likely his plan was. Goku's eyes closed, and he entered the realm where his heart stopped like water and there were no other thoughts, and a faint wave of silver-white chi erupted from his body, and his whole body was covered with a mysterious aura. That's the sign of freedom. After Vegito saw Goku's transformation, a look of satisfaction flashed in his eyebrows, and it seemed that he didn't let Maluo go in vain. The original relatively unfamiliar freedom extreme intentional omen, Wukong has now fully mastered it, and he is only one step away from the freedom extreme intention gong. The apprentice Angel Myers, who is a good master, makes Goku's entry into the realm very fast. But Moro is not the same as he was 2 days ago. According to Vegito's estimates, the current victory and defeat of the two sides is still 5 or 5, unless Wukong can break through to the free extreme skill to win steadily. But that's unlikely. Goku punched with both hands, high-speed fist pressure and chi waves struck. Moro resisted hard with his body, and was beaten back one after another. It does not deal effective damage, and this attack is convenient for the weak, and it is not much use for people of the same level. Moro shot several air bombs with one hand, and Goku's figure disappeared in place, and when he reappeared, he came to the sky above Moro. The high dive right hand slammed out. Moro covered his chest with both hands, just blocked the impact. Goku jumped behind his back with the force, and kicked him on the back with one leg. The moment Moro ate the pain, he turned around and aimed his hands at Goku. Go and die! A purple aura wrapped around Goku's limbs, and Moro saw that Goku's move was only fast. As long as it was restrained, there was nothing to fear. Slammed down on the ground, and before he could hit, Goku's whole body power exploded, breaking the aura away and turning around and shouting. Gohan, you guys stay away! Gohan and Vic 18 looked around and stood behind Vegito. Due to the particularity of Moro, even when fighting, he can absorb the life energy of opponents near the battlefield. Vegito had to open his protective cover. He didn't care about being absorbed. The Kibulma and Tais are two ordinary people. In case of being absorbed energy, it is not fun. Goku clasped his hands together and shot out a turtle school Kigong bombardment, and Maluo also shot Kigong waves against waves. The two were halfway through their strength, and Goku moved at high speed again, and Moro saw that Goku was in the air and also raised his breath and chased after him. The punch was blocked by Goku, and his right leg raised his knee and kicked up. Goku threw his head back to dodge, his body rotated and kicked out, and Moro had to raise his right arm to block hard. When the attack was about to fall, Goku Sheng stopped the halfway attack, and with his left hand, he slashed at Mount Hua, slashing at the top of Mora's head and knocking him down. In the process of falling, Moro once again used his magic power to pull Goku down, not giving him time to charge his power. With this force, Goku also accelerated his fall, instantly approached Moro, and punched him in the abdomen. Mo Luo's reaction was not slow, and he returned a punch, and the two landed on the ground and flipped backwards, so as not to be attacked by each other. Gohan and Vic clapped their hands and cheered Goku on. Dad, come on, beat him. As things stand, Goku has the possibility of winning. Vegito broke their conjecture angrily, not understanding what Goku was doing, contradictory ways of fighting, how Goku could do such a thing. What to win? If you fight like this, Goku will lose. Shouldn't we use the strongest force to divide the victory and defeat as quickly as possible? Goku really can't win if he drags on like this. Goku didn't give Moro time to slow down, and burst out again, and Moro planned to actively absorb life energy and aimed in the direction of Goku's attack. Gaku moved at super speed, so that Malou could not successfully devour, and he was overwhelmed with continuous fast attacks, and Malou who fought kept retreating to block. Forced to shoot Kigong cannons indiscriminately, briefly won a little respite, obviously in the downwind, Malou smiled. Sun Wukong, you seem to be in a hurry. He could feel the difference between Gaku and the last time. Without that steady fighting style, there is a sense of wanting to end quickly. Gaku didn't answer, this is indeed his current weakness. The freedom extreme intention gong is incomplete and the physical depletion is very serious. According to Myers, it is more physically demanding than the freedom extreme mind. That's why Gaku wants to end as soon as possible, and he hasn't used the maximum power from the extreme omen, while wanting to maintain it for a while and ending as soon as possible. This is also what Myers said, as soon as he came up, he used all his strength, and it was estimated that he would not be able to hold it for even 2 minutes. Malou's surroundings were wrapped in magma, and a steady stream of life energy was poured into his body, as if he had eaten something delicious. For me, devouring life energy is eating, and weakening the opponent's strength is just an additional effect. I don't have to fight you at all, delay until you are in this state, and I can't keep it. Chapter 50. Gaku took a deep breath and made a judgment in his heart, judging another thing through Mora's words. He didn't want to fight with himself, wouldn't it mean that Malou was not sure of winning the battle? Gaku put aside all his distractions in his heart, thinking only about this battle and no longer worrying about foreign objects. A bang of chi raised the breath to the limit, the silver-white chi wave climbed, Malou was not to be outdone, the fiery red light flashed, and the energy of the two people collided together. The two people in the energy center moved forward little by little, and in the end, Gaku was better and flew the Moro bullet into the air. Malou's right hand condensed a super-large energy cannon, Wukong Fei stepped forward and kicked away, and after a few moves, relying on his keen speed, his feet kicked on Malou's chest. Stepping on him and smashing to the ground, without waiting to fall to the ground, Moro grabbed his calf with his right hand, and in turn smashed Gaku to the ground, and he spewed out a mouthful of bitter water in pain. Just as he was about to smash the second time, Gaku pressed his hands to the ground, and a flip in place, throwing Moro who grabbed his calf and flew out. When the two broke through head-on again, the fingers of both sides were clasped, and Gaku was still able to preemptively knock Moro away. When Tais and Bulma saw it, they didn't know how to fight, they just thought that Gaku had the upper hand, and asked Vegito what he thought of the current situation. Vegito's gaze swept across the starry sky, he sensed Vegito's chi, and estimated that his cultivation was completed, before answering the questions of the two. Lost. Gaku, isn't it the upper hand? No, he's right, Gaku will lose. Vic looked a little unpleasant, not only Vegito, but also he and Gohan. The current situation is very unfavorable to Gaku. On the surface, Gaku attacks more than he defends, taking advantage of the offensive battle. In fact, Moro did not suffer any major blows, and the damage caused by Gaku was all minor injuries, which did not affect Moro's combat effectiveness. On the other hand, Goku's tired panting, his breath became unstable, and he could fall at any time. Obviously his physical strength was exhausted. Wukong is also out of helplessness, Malou has devoured too much energy, and he can only open 5 or 5 by relying on the extreme omen, but he can't maintain it for a long time. He thought that when the Scions were on the verge of desperation, they would burst out with incredible power, so he would use all his strength to make a desperate bet. No miracle happened this time, Malou fought more and more bravely, and Gaku who fought slowly could only defend and passively beaten. Vegito, who was far away in the Star of Adrit, had finally completed his cultivation of soul power. Relying on the ability of the Realm King God, he used 2 days into 3 months and got the move against Malou. Gaku meditated for half a year to complete the initial cultivation of soul power, and Vegito completed it in just over a month. The great elder of the Star of Adrit was originally going to teach Vegito from the most basic soul power control and teleportation. But time was too tight, and Vegito had no time to learn, so he could only skip the beginner stage and learn advanced abilities. Due to the successful cultivation of soul power, Vegito's body and mind reached a state of balance, and he was able to exert his strength 100%. Initially, I wanted to test it with a small air bomb, but I knew that a 2-meter diameter ball of light was directly condensed. The Great Elder's explanation was that Vegito originally had this kind of power, and before the soul power and the physical body did not match, he would not be able to exert his full strength. After the battle with Zama's 2 days ago, Vegito followed Goku and broke through to full power Super Blue. Coupled with this training, he got his exclusive form, and the evolution blue can also be called Deep Blue. After learning the skill he wanted, Vegito urged the Realm King God to quickly take him back, and the Realm King God slumped by a lake, weakly refuting. "This is the ability of time flow speed, I just knew it, I can't move now, let alone teleport." After 2 days of continuous casting, the muscles in his whole body were sore, and he was the king god of the realm, and the nether healing technique of the Adrath Starman was useless to him. Vegito could only look at the Great Elder, who also shook his head, indicating that there was nothing he could do. The Adrath Starmen have ancestral motto, are not allowed to use teleportation to leave their planet, and cannot return to Blue Star with Vegito. Vegito could only learn to sell now, teleporting to the trash can the first time, falling into the lake the second time, and failing many times in a row. The Great Elder couldn't stand it anymore, and decided to go against the rules of the ancestors and make an exception for the benefactor. Vegito stopped him. "No, I will definitely be able to succeed this time, thank you for taking care of you during this time." After saying that, the Upper Realm King God disappeared, and the Great Elder's evaluation of Vegito was that this was a genius who worked hard. On the Blue Star's side, Wukong couldn't stand it, and he couldn't maintain his own intentions, and he was beaten by Malou and flew to the peak. Gohan and Vic moved at the first time, blocking Goku and protecting him, ready to resist Mora's attack. Who knew that Mora was standing behind, and had no intention of killing Goku or absorbing his energy? "What the hell does that guy want to do? Don't want to kill Goku, the big enemy." Goku's eyes narrowed into a slit, his clothes were torn, and the pain of tearing his whole body made him lie on the ground and convulse slightly. "Oh, Kakarot, it looks really embarrassing." A familiar voice came, and 2 figures descended from the sky and appeared in front of Goku, the prince of the Scion people, and Vegito who had returned from cultivation. After Goku saw Vegito, he struggled to half support his body and climbed up, looking at him in disbelief. "Bae, Vegito, did you use teleportation just now?" For the first time, Goku realized the gap in the talents of the two, knowing that it took him a full year to cultivate his soul power and perfectly master teleportation. It only took Vegito 2 days, how exactly did he do it? Goku still didn't know the time flow speed ability of the Realm King God. In his opinion, it was 2 days, and he didn't know that Vegito had been cultivating for 3 months. Vegito nodded slightly. "That's right, don't worry, I can probably only use this time, I don't want to use the same move as you, and I don't plan to learn it." After a pause, a heartfelt smile hung on the corner of his mouth. "I've learned tricks that go to a higher level than teleportation." Vegito is not happy that he can defeat Moro now, but that he is happy that he has finally truly surpassed Kakarot. Transcending this old enemy is what Vegito has always pursued, becoming stronger and stronger than Kakarot. Vegito is also looking forward to his performance. Goku's progress is obvious to all, and the next thing is to see Vegito's cultivation results. If he can't make a move, he is too lazy to make a move, and there is no need to make a move on Malou's 2 strokes. Vegito walked out slowly, his expression was arrogant, his tone was arrogant, and the essence in his eyes was close to Moro. "Malou, you are still the same, let the Scion Prince solve you." At this moment, Vegito, arrogant and domineering, interprets the arrogance of the scions to the fullest. Don't say that the enemy is Moro, even in the face of Beerus, he will definitely not admit it. Whether he can fight is one thing, and his mentality is one thing. At this moment, he felt unprecedentedly strong, and it was the confidence brought by strong strength. Chapter 51. With a roar, the dark blue light of the whole body shone in the sky, and the whole body was full of texture, surpassing his own limits. That's all I have. See the man in front of you, it's me Vegito who can kill you. Vegito flipped his right thumb up in a classic pose. Goku could see that Vegito at this moment had a strength far above Super Blue. That's a power that is not at the same level as Super Blue, and the two are not good to compare at all. When Bulma saw her husband come back and had to single out Meluo, her heart began to worry again. Can Vegito win? Although she didn't say it, in fact, the big guys of Blue Star all tacitly agreed to one thing in their hearts: Vegito was strong, but he was not Goku's opponent when he fought. Now that Goku is defeated, what use can he have if he goes up? Vegeta reassured her, sure. If you single out Moro, Vegito can win. But the gold list ranking, isn't Goku higher than Vegito? That was the ranking 2 days ago, it doesn't mean now, at least if the opponent is Moro, Vegito can win. Vegeta wasn't talking nonsense to comfort her, he noticed the brilliance of Vegito's wrist, it should be that move. With Vegito's movements, the battle between the two was on the verge of breaking out, and the brave offensive caught Moro off guard. Vegito's speed greatly exceeded Moro's expectations, and he was punched in the abdomen, and the high-speed impact caused wisps of blue smoke to rise. Moro took a step back, bowed his head and was silent for 2 seconds. So that's the case, you have indeed become a lot stronger, but with this level of strength alone, you still can't defeat me, and you don't need to use your destructive power. Although the Freedom Extreme Intention OMB is a semi-finished product of the Freedom Extreme Intention, it is still a little stronger than Vegito at this time, and it is impossible to win against himself with a deep blue alone. Gohan and Vic are about to come up to help as soon as they move, and there is no doubt that Vegito is too confident. Stop, Vic Gohan, I said, he'll take care of it alone. Vegito decisively reprimanded, not allowing them to influence him, and launched an attack without hesitation. Within 3 seconds, Vegito crashed upside down on the peak, and Moro also had a slight bruise on his face. Vegito, give up, in my opinion, you are so weak, use the power of destruction. Vegito shattered the rubble and launched another onslaught at Moro, his fist and foot attacks were obviously ineffective, but Moro kept retreating with every blow. Except for Vegito, no one understands what Vegito is doing. Even if the power of destruction is not mature, it can increase the combat effectiveness. For what reason, Vegito is not alive? Gok even believes that Vegito understands that he can't beat the other party and has begun to beat himself, which is denied by Goku. He knew Vegito too well, and his pride and self-esteem had not changed since he knew him. He never does anything that doesn't make sense, but what exactly is the reason, Goku can't think of. Moro felt bored and lost interest in Vegito. The ant grabbed his arms with both hands, and slammed him down on the ground. Lifting his foot and stepping down, Vegito rolled in embarrassment, dodged and got up, punching Moro in the jaw. Something that surprised everyone happened. Meluo took 3 steps back and spat out a mouthful of blood. Vegito caused a lot of damage. And Moro also felt strange. Vegito punched faster than a punch, and the Moro who hit was defeated, and the situation was actually reversed. Moro gradually couldn't catch Vegito's heavy punch, and with each next move, it became significantly more difficult. Goku's sharp eyes found that Vegito's fist was floating out of Meluo's body when it landed. Goku had a guess, but there was no way to be sure. That's right, that's forced separation. Vegito flew to Goku's side and softly confirmed the move Vegito used. Goku let out a long breath and said a little enviously, "It's really worthy of Vegito, a real genius, you can learn that trick." Gohan and Vic saw them, as if they knew what was going on, and also leaned over and asked. Forced separation, what is that? It is a move to separate energy, which can forcibly strip energy that does not belong to you from your body. Father, didn't you also study in the Star of Adrit? Don't you know this trick? Gaku sighed and said helplessly. I can't learn, there is not enough time. Just after cultivating soul power, and then successfully learning the elementary teleportation, I used it for a year. Forced separation is the highest soul power use move, where do I have time to learn? There was indeed an immeasurable gap in cultivation talent between himself and Vegito. This Scion Prince, who was underestimated by everyone, was fighting his own battle for the first time. Vegito didn't find it strange. Vegito's talent was already higher than Goku's, plus he was a cultivator, so it was strange that he couldn't learn. This cultivation talent refers to the cultivation of martial arts. Everyone is good at different points, and Wukong is more inclined to the talent of comprehension ability. It can't be generalized, such as the Freedom Extreme Gong is more suitable for people like Gaku who can relax his body at any time, and replace it with Vegito to cultivate, and killing him is enough to be able to practice. The exercises are special, at least most of the moves that require cultivation talent, and Vegito is indeed faster than Gaku to learn. Unconsciously, Luo's body changed, degraded back to his old appearance, and his breath was reduced to a trough. What did you do to me? The energy he devoured was all gone, which was far beyond his plan. Vegito smiled. I didn't do anything, I just returned all the soul and life energy you devoured and absorbed to them. Above the battle venue of the two, the starlight that flew out of Luo's body all fused into a huge ball of pure blue energy. Vegito's 5 fingers spread, and the energy spread out, flying towards space in all directions, and soon disappeared into invisibility. What a spectacular picture, with millions of points of light, scattered around the blue star. The reason why Gaku was able to hear the wailing sound in Moro's body was also because of this. This is Vegito's own way, he wants to get justice for the nemesis, and he can make up for the mistakes he has committed. Otherwise, instead of going to the Star of Adrit, he chose to strengthen his cultivation of the power of destruction. Bike, the nemesis you used to be together, I can also help you separate it, do you want to try it? When Vegito fought, he did not forget to turn around and tease Bike. Chapter 52. He also had a thought in his mind, whether Vegito could be separated. It stands to reason that he was also a fit person, and he should be able to separate. If Vegito knew, he would probably cry and laugh. He is different from a normal fit, he is a whole, and this forced separation technique is naturally useless. But none of that mattered. Vegito kicked Moro back with a heavy leg and smiled proudly at Gaku. This time, I won, Kakarot, and if I do the same training, I am far stronger than you. Gaku did not speak, acquiescing to Vegito's words, and indeed he lost in this regard. But who can deny that Sun Wukong has grown up to this day as a low-level warrior all the way, relying on persistence and hard work, and the will to protect in his heart. The energy stripped from Luo's body, a small part of the light points returned to Namex, and the people who had been sucked dry of life energy and died also recovered their vitality one by one. They are between life and death, and if no one can strip the life energy back, they can't resurrect them, and they can't die. With Vegito's help, more than half of those who were drained of energy were revived, and those killed by Moro had no choice but to wait for the Dragon Ball to come back to life. Moro, who had lost most of his strength, did not have the ability to resist Vegito at all, and the remaining part of his life energy was also separated little by little. Vic saw that the overall situation was decided, and also chatted with Gaku, but he had the same feelings as Vegito. It's amazing that Vegito has gone from being a man who wants to invade Blue Star to a warrior who guards Blue Star, and I even think he wants to atone for what happened before. These changes in him only happened after meeting Gaku and you. Gaku also regained a little strength and got up from the ground, smiling heartlessly. Yes, I didn't think about it so much, I just wanted to protect Blue Star, and I just wanted to fight with masters. If Vegito gets stronger, then I will become stronger. At this time, in the battlefield, Moro was half kneeling on the ground and unable to resist, and Vegito also turned over and looked at Gark in the distance and asked, "Gark, is this guy going to be locked up or killed on the spot?" In Vegito's opinion, such a fierce and cruel prisoner is better to shoot, but after all, Moro is a prisoner in the galactic prison, so he still has to ask for advice. When Gark heard his words, he hurriedly spoke, afraid that Vegito would not kill him. "Kill, of course, kill, no one can kill him before, in order to let him live so long, kill if he can." Meluo's racial talent is very against the sky. When the strength falls to the trough, the strength of the flesh is still frightening, and the weapons of the Galaxy Patrol cannot cause fatal damage. Vegito nodded, just as he wanted, and aimed one hand at the half-kneeling Moro, and an indifferent voice came out. "Moro, I'm not as naive as Kakarot, I'll kill you completely and go to hell to repent." Moro patted the dust on his body, stood up and looked directly at Vegito, and asked an inexplicable question. "Vegito, don't you think you won't go to hell if you die?" Vegito shook his head, not denying the fact that he was a bad person. "No, I will go to hell when I die. I am a bad person, I have been and still am, but I will send you down first." A weird smile appeared on Meluo's old face. And he was not worried about his current situation at all. As soon as the index finger of his right hand was raised, a magma flow rushed out of the ground, but the target was not Vegito, but the two Bulma in the distance. His actions successfully attracted Vegito's attention, and when he saw that Bulma was in danger, his feet smashed the ground, and he rushed out like crazy. But it was still a step slower, and the magma spewed out from the ground more than 10 meters in front of Bulma, and in a split second, it gushed to her side. Vegito couldn't catch up any faster, and at this moment the golden light flashed, and the protective shield left by Vegito was so bright that it shattered the magma flow into powder. Vegito will leave Taiza's side, because he left a protective shield, a little bit of planetary energy. How can the magma caused by it play a role? Not to mention this kind of attack, even if Meluo self-detonated, it would not be able to break the protective shield he created. When Vegito returned, he actually noticed that Bulma was too important to him, and his concern was chaotic. "Bastard, you fellow!" The furious Vegito turned his head, Moro's figure disappeared, and Goku hurried to remind him, and Moro fled above. Vegito caught up after realizing it, and in such 3 or 4 seconds, Moro returned to his spaceship. Raising his hand to suck the remaining miscellaneous soldiers dry, he grabbed Sibensly, who was still half of his body, opened his mouth to a shocking angle, and ate him like this. As soon as Vegito arrived, he saw Meluo, who had changed his appearance, and his breath had changed drastically. After a loud bang, Vegito fell from a height, lifting the transformation of the deep blue form. Moro also jumped out of the flying ship, secretly rejoicing in his heart. Fortunately he was distracted by Bulma, otherwise it would really be difficult to do. At this time, Meluo and just now have changed again. If Meluo, who absorbs enough energy to return to the peak, his appearance looks almost like a middle-aged man about 40 years old. At this time, he was like a young man in his early 20s, young and full of vitality. This is Moro's backhand, and when he threw Sebensly onto the spaceship just now, he copied his peak state ability to Sebensly's body. It is for this moment that after eating Sebensly, his combat power has once again returned to its peak. And since the copy was originally his own strength, there was no 30-minute limit for copying ability, and he was also able to copy other people's abilities. The reason why he will let Sebensly fight first is that Moro is afraid that he will betray him. In case Sebensly copies his full ability, when the time comes, he will disobey the boss and choose not to help. That's why he let Sebensly do it first, was beaten half to death, and couldn't resist himself to eat it. Vegito was not dead, got up and turned into deep blue, launched another charge, restored Moro in his heyday, and copied all of Vegito's abilities against Vegito, who had exhausted most of his physical strength. The result was self-evident. It only took 3 moves to knock Vegito flying, and the 5 fingers of his right hand were aimed at Vegito, using the skill he had just copied. Chapter 53. The Big Bang Attack. Golden Qigong Wave bombarded Vegito's body head-on, and a deep ravine of 100 meters appeared on the ground, and Vegito lay in it without knowing whether he was alive or dead. Mo Luo looked at his palm and complained speechlessly. It's just an ordinary Qigong Wave, and it has such an exaggerated name. Goku and Gohan Vic moved. Seeing Vegito's defeat, Gohan and Vic swiped their hands, golden circles wrapped around Mora's body, and Goku teleported in front of him. Turtle Pi Qigong. Close-faced Turtle Pi Qigong. Wukong's remaining physical strength is not enough to support him to maintain his burning sensation of extreme signs, so he has to use Super Blue to strike the final blow. The energy roared out, and blue Qigong waves ran through the entire field, stirring up bursts of dust. Gohan picked up Vegito and ran to the rear with Bike, and Goku didn't move with an ugly expression. Sure enough, he still couldn't escape the law of smoke without harm, and in the smoke, Moro pinched his neck with one hand, and the copy crystal ability of the palm of his hand was activated, along with the ability to copy Goku. Goku's right hand shot out a Chi Yuan slash, forcing Moro to release his palm, and his figure flashed and retreated. Mo Luo had no intention of pursuing, but instead laughed maniacally, his expression full of pride. Finally succeeded, I will dominate this universe and become the Supreme King. As an old monster who has lived for tens of millions of years, others do not know the free intention and destructive power of the Golden List reward, but he is very clear. He was planning this battle with all his heart, and if he hadn't waited for Vegito to return, he could have killed Goku in advance. But at that time, he had not yet eaten the artificial Sibensli, and there was no way to copy Goku's abilities, and in order to be absolutely safe, he made up his mind from the beginning to copy the abilities of the two. The situation also developed to the point of being uncontrollable, and Moro, who obtained the ability of the two, was far more powerful than Goku and Vegito. Several people didn't know what to do. Vegito was still watching the play, and it was clear that he didn't plan to make a move. Vegito's right arm was still bleeding, and he was scrambling up, his fists clenched together. Bastard, with such vile means. Everyone has no choice. Goku wants to become completely free and desperately wants to protect everyone, but the excessive pressure makes the mood swings in his heart too great, and he can't succeed. Mo Luo ignored a few people, a flash of greed flashed in the depths of his eyes, and he turned his head to put on a fighting stance. Vegito, let's fight the winner. For him, replicating Goku and Vegito is all preparation for the decisive battle, and his goal is never the power of destruction and the extreme sign of ease. He wanted Vegito, he wanted to get this man, an incomplete divine skill, and there was no way to make himself reach the top of the 10,000 worlds. When he came to Blue Star this time, he was gambling that Vegito was too lazy to kill him, and he would not kill himself in advance before he could copy his ability. Vegito didn't kill him last time, giving him the idea to gamble once. Fortunately, as expected, Vegito still didn't kill him, allowing him to successfully copy his abilities, and now it's time for his own revenge. Now I am enough to rival the gods. Moro's words made Goku can't help but laugh, and when he was so serious, he laughed. This half-hanged god's skill, what is comparable to the god of destruction? What Goku didn't expect was that not everyone was as lucky as they were to practice with Beerus. Most of the people who had seen Beerus died, and Moro had never seen Beerus with his own eyes, so how could he know how strong he really was? Goku and Vegito should have almost the same cultivation. Moro is of no great use. Vegito doesn't mind solving him on this. It doesn't matter if you kill him or not. You may be mistaken, I am not a match for the gods, but the gods can only look up to me. After Moro challenged Vegito, his eyes were kept on him, and he still couldn't see his movement speed. Moro fired air bullets with both hands, none of them aimed at Vegito, and each attack was aimed at Goku. Although Gaku and they can't win against Mora, there is no problem in resisting this attack, and they flick one by one with their hands. Moro didn't look at them at all, his body disappeared in place, and the next second he came to Taiza's protective shield, his right hand swung out with all his strength, and the purple destructive energy covered the surface. Before the two women could scream, they saw Luo standing in place, unable to move forward for half a step. A finger pressed against his fist, and Vegito blocked in front of the shield, a trace of killing intent flashing in his eyes. Is that what you rely on, waste? The attack on Taiz undoubtedly touched Vegito's anti-scales, only this sister who raised herself since childhood did not allow anyone to hurt. Moro made 2 strokes, copied Gaku and Vegeta and couldn't break the protective shield, he subconsciously made a return action. You think you've become stronger, but in my eyes, you're still as weak as you were a few days ago. Luo's whole person is not good, this punch is the strongest blow he can currently make, and it was actually taken by a finger. Impossible, impossible, even God can't stop it so easily. After thinking about it for so long, he wanted to sneak up on Vegito's family and catch him off guard, and in the end it would be such a result. He thought of many possibilities, and Vegito reluctantly took it, taking advantage of the situation to launch a fierce attack and take the lead. Or he didn't have time to defend, he could blackmail 2 women as hostages, but the situation in front of him was something he couldn't have imagined. Gohan and Gaku were stunned, no matter how Vegito was too powerful. Moro is not a small character, this is the monster who has defeated Gaku Vegeta successively, and he blocked it so easily. When they were about to say something, Luo's hands had the power of destruction condensed, and their chests continued to grow, and the energy was still surge. Vegito's figure flashed, came to Luo's body, and stabbed out his right hand, facing the destructive energy. The destructive energy that destroyed everything disappeared invisibly the moment the 2 sides made contact, and the fist fell forward. When it was too late, the scorching chi wave in Luo's body erupted, and he wanted to run when he switched to freedom.